La da da dee dee da da da. Wanna be my lover, wanna be my lover, lover. There's no better way to kick off a full day slate worth of Madden Sims here on the Dream Stream than with Little Miss Georgie, some puppy love, good energy today, positive energy, lots of smooches. Thank you very much. Now go pee in the house. Good. Christian DeAndrea, I was extremely excited when I saw producer Madison put out the schedule the other day, and you and I were kicking off the week together. Always a good time. How was your weekend?
It was great. I watched 96 hours of basketball. It was phenomenal. I sat on my couch and I watched it. It was beautiful outside. I was like, no, we're not doing that. I got out briefly and watched games on my phone, and that was the extent of my outdoorship this past weekend, because obviously it was all chaos. We can talk about that, but this game probably won't be chaos because, A, it's a great showdown between two playoff teams. A wonderful way to start off our Monday, but not a lot of options for high scores in this one. Going to be real chalky. Only 4 guys average double digits in this sim. Only 5 guys average more than 9 points. So I think this is one where you got to have Lamar, got to have Josh Allen in your lineup. That means a lot of people are going to be paying down in the captain spot. For me, I've been putting Mark Andrews in there and then just kind of rolling the dice afterwards. Mark Andrews, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Lee Smith, Willie Snead, Miles Boykin. I don't like my lineup, but I also don't hate it. It could be wonderful. It could be a train wreck. Say la vie. What about you, Emerson Lazia? How does yours?
Yeah, so I went ahead and I threw Snead in the captain spot. I got Lamar in there and Allen because I totally agree with you. I was actually surprised when I was ripping through both of these teams and the players available. I'm like, all right, many of these guys don't do anything at all.
They're awful. They're just bad.
Yeah, and so of course, I mean, I'm looking in our LOTZIA, blue cheese for wings, ranch for everything else contest here. And you're right. Lamar Jackson, 95% in our contest. Josh Allen, 80%. And then I filled it out with Singletary. I went Mandrews, and then I had Moss in there as my punt play.
Yeah. And hey, the good news is there's obviously a lot of they're good defenses on both sides. So it might be the kind of day where you need a wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4 just to fill the void. Yeah. But yeah, this one's going to be won and lost on those punt plays because everyone and their brother has Josh and Lamar in there. And imagine being the person that fades Lamar. How excited you're going to lose your mind in the chat if he comes up with something like 7 points. Lamar, though, probably not going to.
For sure. Yeah. Did any of you, brave men or women in the chat right now, which one of you, reveal yourself, cowards, decided to fade Lamar? That is a heavy marbles move if I've ever seen one.
Has not had single digits since a 5.58 point performance back in game 83. So nearly 40 games ago was the last time he didn't hit double digits. And he's hit 40 plus points multiple times in that span. So good luck. Good luck fading Lamar. I get it. You got to swim upstream sometimes. But that's a tough swim.
Bold move, Cotton. So we had 129 entries in our free roll contest, my friend. We have just under 10,000 entries in the major free roll, $250 in cash prizes up for grabs. Ravens offense going to be taking the field first. Good to have you here. Good to have producer Andrew on the 1s and 2s. We got Joe from the ops team hanging out with us. And Nick Boyle.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Great start for our Mark Andrews.
Oh, my God.
Good Lord.
I was like, that ain't Mandrews. Yeah. Could be worse. Could have been Jacob Breland. 10-3. Oh, man. Let me check out these free showdown numbers here that producer Drew just dropped in, ownership numbers. Lamar, 85%. 73%, Josh Allen. No shocker there. Lamar, incomplete pass. Willie Snead, 42%. So a big drop-off between 2 and 3. Kind of goes to show the talent level, as you mentioned, in the pregame show. That epic 2-minute pregame show we had. Stephon Diggs, 40%. Lee Smith, 39, dude.
be counted on to run things back for the Ravens. Did get that big extension. Was coming along a little bit last year before had that pretty gruesome looking leg injury. You did one of those where you saw the hit he took. He was like, "Yep, nope, that is a break there." But the Ravens, rewarded his loyalty, a good inline blocker, a very solid tight end too, and now he is going to be coming back to this Baltimore Ravens team. They did extend him, so it's going to be him and Mandrews, and right now, not much else, Emerson. You think that with this kind of depressed wide receiver market, you see the Ravens going out and adding guys for Lamar Jackson to throw to besides Hollywood Brown, but they really haven't been part of it. I mean, not a ton of guys left in the
baby, there's no way. Hold on, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
no, that's
huge
fine.
gains, breaking tackles.
50 on that carry, 44 yak on that one.
And the reason he did that, Christian, going back to what you were just saying, is because I don't know if he has that many weapons to throw to outside of Mandrews.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the good news is there are a bunch of guys who are still available, and they're going to be cheap. The Ravens have a little bit of cap space left to spend this offseason. Question is if they're going to spend it on a guy like maybe they go out and get a veteran presence like T.Y. Hilton or Golden Tate. Guys, I don't think will really move the needle there. If they take a chance on a younger guy like Chris Conley or Demarcus Robinson well, actually, the guy like Best just signed and will not be available. Josh Reynolds, Simland star, just signed a 1-year deal with the Tennessee Titans, which is a move I like a lot. Replacing Adam Humphries' slot presence with a bigger, more reliable in-and-out guy in Josh Reynolds. So I'm into it as big second and goal coming up from the 1 here. Looks like it is Dobbins in the backfield. They decide to run up the gut.
Yeah.
And looks like they will have numbers. And,
so easy. Woo. Now, that is going to be Mark Ingram on the carry.
Brutal for the Dobbins owners out there, but not unexpected. After a little bit of a surge earlier in the season, he's really cooled off quite a bit, hasn't it? Double digits in a long time, nearly 20 sims. So Ingram, on the other hand, a more consistent performer, at least in this sim. Hit 14 in his last game. It's double digits occasionally, and like we said before, in a sim like this where no one really stands out, you got to roll the dice on a few guys. And let's look at the ownership numbers. About 16% you went with Ingram. Dobbins was the more popular play, so a lot of members of the DK Sim fam biting their tongues on that one.
Yeah, speaking of the DK Sim fam, what's up to everyone chilling with us on Twitch? Twitch.tv/DraftKings. Yo, it's Derek, Dink, Yogi, Germ, Dracula, first time. What's going on, everybody? Good morning to all of you. And then the audience growing over on YouTube as we speak, a potential of billions of people around the world have the ability to watch this stream. 250 right now. Jordan Lindenbaum, David N., Rossi's Fat Cat, Tom's Microwave. Good old, what did he say earlier? Lamarca Jackson. That is now officially Lamar Jackson's nickname in Simland, folks.
Both legends. We stand.
Ashley. Hello. Good morning. JL must be. What's shaking, dude? Robbie Noble. Team always here. Good Monday afternoon or Monday morning, depending on where you are watching and joining us from. So the Bills offense now on the field for the first time. And how about a first down, y'all?
Quick strike to John Brown right there, the current Raider. Cap casualty in Buffalo, but he's going to fit pretty well in Vegas, I think. He seems to be the perfect kind of underrated guy for a perfect underrated quarterback in Derek Carr. And that's not to say that Derek Carr is perfect. Please do not clip that and make it sound like I love Derek Carr. But I think Carr's sensibilities are perfect for a guy like John Brown, who kind of excels in that intermediate range. And Carr got better last year because he was throwing deep balls to very, very highly remunerated Patriot wideout Nelson Aguilar. Brown can't quite give you that level of fly route, but he can get open like 15 yards downfield. Carr thrived in those throws last season. I think it's going to be a wonderful pairing for a wide receiver needing in Vegas. Big strike there. Josh Allen looking good, and John Brown again. So 2 plays, 2 big strikes to the former. I always get John Brown and Philly Brown confused. One of them went to Pittsburgh State, and it's not John Brown. No, it is John Brown. John Brown, Pittsburgh State alum, the D2 school in Kansas and not Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so right now, Allentown, Brown bagging it on the opening offensive series of the game for DAS Buffalo Bills.
That's one thing I did appreciate about FBC's playoff commitment. Every time we got a Buffalo Bills game, we got a lot of Billy Joel, a lot of Allentown. That's a little big opponent here from Devin.
Let's go. Devin Singletary, the motor, out of FAU. The Owls. Salute Das Hoot.
Yeah. The fighting Lane Kiffins back in the day.
Oh, man. He was living the dream when he was there, dude.
Yeah. I mean, Boca, it's a lovely place.
It's incredible. Yeah, from like the top of their stadium, too. In the press box, you can see the ocean. It's just a mile away. Go down there, relax, oil yourself up, cook on the beach a little bit, sip on a little pina colada.
Something tropical. I like it.
Something tropical with an umbrella, maybe a piece of fruit in it, for sure. 2nd and goal. They're going to keep it on the ground with Singletary, who gets popped, picks up 3 yards down at the 3. 3rd and goal coming up, baby.
Yeah.
A little bummed. What'd you say?
I'm currently looking at vacation rental to see if we can get some kind of beach house action going this summer. It depends,
dude,
of course, on getting the vaccination completed. But, man, that sounds just delightful.
People are jonesing right now just to get out and live that thing called life, baby. Oh, he was wide open looking for Cole Beasley. I'm already a little bummed out right before we got on. I'm a big Kenny Chesney fan. You know, I like going to his concerts. He has a good time, good vibes, man, positive energy. People having a lot of beverages. And he pushed his tour back to 2022. So I didn't know if that was like what we should expect with a lot of these tours.
Yeah.
Probably this summer. I was hoping some would kind of be back to normal, maybe cut the crowd in half or something, but bummer to see that.
Yeah. I think it depends on where you are. I feel like a lot of these guys, if they're comfortable with it, are going to go to a place like Texas that has decided to, all right, it's a free-for-all, make your own decisions. And if you choose poorly, that's your own fault. If you pick the wrong grail, the night was there to warn you, so we take no responsibility for it.
Yeah. All right, so the Bills now on the board, everybody. Little Tyler Bass field goal, 7-3 here, about 2.5 minutes to play in the first half. Good to have everybody here today. Jim, I see you there in the chat mentioning the college of Ned Flanders and Homer Simpson, Oral Roberts, basically doing its part to burn many of your brackets to the ground. It was a fun weekend. Christian has already notified everybody he didn't leave his house once. Meanwhile, I dialed in here and there, but decided to spend most of it with the dogs on the stoop. We're finally getting some nice spring-like weather here in New England. I was cooking with minimum clothes on my body, trying to soak in that vitamin D from the sun, big boy.
Like out on the deck, or were you just like
just on the stoop, man, just on the stoop.
Stoop kid doesn't want to leave his stoop.
That's right. Hey, Arnold. Yep, shout out to Sister Jean. Still kicking, doing her thing. She's going to be there courtside in like 2050 when Loyola Chicago is still underseeded. She'll be 130 at that time.
Yeah.
3rd and 7, Lamar, down he goes. Big sack by the Buffalo defense.
Tyler Matakovich getting it done there. So after a wild start, cooling off a little bit. Bills couldn't respond with a touchdown because Josh Allen's first incompletion was an awful pass to a wide open Cole Beasley, and this drive ending poorly. So the Bills are going to get the chance to get the lead back here. I'm excited about getting outside and grilling again, but then I got a charcoal grill and it tastes awesome, but the setup for me is just
it takes forever, doesn't it? I've only done the charcoal grill thing. I've gone camping and stuff.
Yeah,
which has been a while.
I basically save it for 3 times a year now, just because I'm a lazy man.
No, you're not. That's hard work. No one wants to do hard work. You're doing the right thing. Be lazy. Give in.
You get that propane tank. You hit a button, and then when your automatic starter doesn't light, you just throw the long lighter in there. Boom, you're ready to go. Give it a minute. It heats up. You throw down your chicken or your burgers or your dogs or whatever.
Just be careful in case you've let the gas start going and running for a little while. Yes, because when you light that thing up, your eyebrows are gone. And then my girl Dina at Mini Lux won't have any eyebrows to wax.
I mean, at that point, would you just color them back in? Would you Sharpie them? Or
you know what? I'd have to ask Glash how he decided to handle it. I think he just stayed away. I think he just kind of let him come back naturally. And
yeah, that was the middle of quarantine, and the only person that I haven't seen was Sarah. Poor Sarah.
That's peak quarantine. That's where we were mentally. Speaking of that, everybody, Sunday will be our 1-year anniversary of doing this. My mind, it's really, really tough to wrap my mind around that. What did we do, Producer Drew, again? It was Saints and Texans, right? I called the first game with Reed T. Fowler. Can't imagine going back and listening to that. I'd probably sound just like a lost little hamster trying to find his way through the tubes in the fish tank that he's stuck in. Didn't know what I was talking about. I still don't most of the time. And now I've just given up talking about the game. Then I'd probably talked more about the game than I ever have and ever will.
Yeah, that's what I got to imagine. There's a lot more play-by-play, a lot more actually paying attention to things and not going off on tangents about food or killers or dogs, which, to be fair, more professional, but much worse. Much worse for the Sim fam, I believe.
I know. I feel like what we've all done is we've found this balance throughout a year. You pay attention to the game, you kind of turn it into podcast, but it's really the interacting with the chat, seeing what everyone's been up to, taking the crap they throw our way and throwing it right back. It's just one large dysfunctional family, and I wouldn't want it any other way. So the only reason we've been doing this up to a year, and you're going to hear this a lot from all of our announcers over the week as we approach the 1-year anniversary on Sunday, is because of you guys. I'm dead serious, man. Love you. You've helped us stay employed. For real. You guys are fantastic, and thank you for your support from day one. Let's keep doing this thing, man.
1,000%. Taylor Rash, the Ben Watson, Mike Williams days. Yeah.
Yeah, even Producer Drew's DK Sim fam keeping the economy afloat. Definitely those of us here. Oh, what's going on back there? Oh no. It's one of those weeks where the roommate is working from home. So she is nice punt down inside the 10 at the 8 to be exact. And yeah, so I'm calling this game behind the wall, beyond the wall. Going out there, you got the wildlings behind me in the form of an 8-month-old puppy and a 10-week-old puppy. It is absolute hell. But happy to be here. We're going to overcome the adversity.
Ingram. Look at that. 2 for 20 now on a touchdown. So Ingram already sniffing his season-long fantasy average. Came in, giving you 8.1 per game. Through 1 quarter and change, he's already at 8 even.
Reed Tees, did you know Meg is a wildling? No. You know nothing. Reed Tees, did you know? It's a Game of Thrones reference, babe. You wouldn't get it. 1st and 10. Lamar running wild. Almost too wild, Ling. Better hold on to that bread before it pops out of the basket. And wait a minute, I'm seeing in your Zoom window you have a spoon in your hand and you are about to take food and put it to your mouth. What are you eating?
No, I'm not. I'm stirring up some coffee.
Okay.
Yeah. I would never eat on stream. I'm not Kenny Ducey. I have manners. I respect people.
Is he a big eater, like on camera?
He like chews right into his microphone, and like sometimes he'll do it like sometimes he's pretty good about not doing it on cam or on screen sometimes. But like holy God, there are
but you
times
can hear it.
Yeah, oh yeah. Like he'll be like, no, I was busy doing something and I forgot to eat until 30 seconds before the sim. So he'll cram. I gotta assume it's like a fistful of walnuts into his mouth and then chew loudly very quickly. And it's all you can hear. It's like if you bought a broken white noise machine and all it did was torture you, that's what Kenny Ducey loudly chewing sounds like.
And I'll admit, I can be a loud chewer at times, and I can be a loud typer. I can do everything very loud, according to my roommate. And the one thing I definitely try not to do is make loud chewing noises here when there are people around the world listening. So that is, and I'm very close with Ducey's mom, and that's one thing that clearly she did not help teach him as he was growing up, is not to be like rude and to chew with your mouth closed. So I, on behalf of the entire DK Sim fam here behind the scenes, guys, and all of our announcers, I apologize for Kenny Ducey's very lack of professionalism.
We got to talk to Carrie, clearly.
So yeah, I love how Carrie named him Kenny. It's like Samir. Everyone knows and loves Samir here on the Dream Stream. His brother's name is Amir. So, and it's his younger brother. So the parents just eliminated the S, and it was like, okay, sweet.
Yeah.
My parents were super lazy. They gave me the same name as my dad, and then just threw a junior on the end of it.
I could have been a Frederick DeAndre III, but instead I was a Christian instead. I'm okay with that. Although Freddie, not a name we see nearly enough these days. Very, very few Freds out there. Very few Emersons. The only Emerson I had ever known before you, sir, was former Pilgrim High School legend Emerson Kilgore, who went on to. Oh wow! Oh,
it's coming back.
Coming back. It's coming back. Cheating on the Ravens. So Lamar, don't celebrate too much. It's going to be on Ricard, the 300-pound fullback. You don't need to hold someone, buddy. You weigh 300. Just get that beefy body in the way. Well, now it's going to be a 38-yard touchdown if Lamar runs it in from here.
About 5.5 minutes to play here. I can't get over the fact that he like chews into the microphone and is eating on air. I guess nothing surprises me anymore. Nothing.
Kenny's a busy man. He clearly doesn't have time for manners or etiquette. He has to get out there and be very, very mad about the Jets online.
Edmund, it's all right, man. It's all in love, dude. Edmund goes, geez, you guys should take it easy on Kenny. All this complaints about him on air is very demoralizing and doesn't help him. You guys can say those things to him behind the scene. Oh, we do.
Yeah, we say it. Yeah, we say it behind the scenes.
We say it to him behind the scenes.
Camera, to his face. Like, Kenny gets to a point where you just kind of have to like, all right, you can be completely honest with me. So okay, we'll lay it back on you. He's a big boy. He can take these things. You guys act like Kenny isn't going to chew up and disseminate this information and come back harder on us as a result.
What Andrew on the ones and twos, has he been on since his viral tweet? What tweet was that, dude? Did he have a tweet?
He tweeted at the end to the 2007 D2 national championship game, in which Winona State just absolutely. And it got like 5K retweets. It was a very, very solid tweet. A great tweet from Kenny Ducey. A great dig of D2 basketball nostalgia.
Love me some D2 basketball nostalgia. That stuff really brings me back, man. 2nd and 6 from the 23. Lamar the Merrier. Let's go, baby. Take him inside the 5, across the goal line. No, down at the 1.
All right, well, great news for Ingram owners out there, because you could be en route to another easy 1-yard touchdown drive here as Lamar's first touchdown run gets wiped off the books. This one stopped inches shy of the goal line. I don't know. Looks like you broke the plane to me.
Did you see that? Says, sup, y'all? What's up with you, man? David says, Edmund's account is Ducey's burner. Okay.
Edmund isn't bragging on
I can see that now. Oh, that's too easy.
Caps it
Way too easy. Lamar, are you serious?
No.
Makes it look that easy. What time will groceries be here? Pretty soon? Groceries soon? Oh, you just put them away. Oh, what a day.
Man, so you're just gonna cereal and cold hot dogs after the sim? Is that what I'm hearing?
Probably do some cereal before I set another PR on the Peloton, yeah.
An inspiration.
You know what? Do people want me to start putting my Peloton numbers on my story like Glash does his Stairmaster numbers every day?
That somehow doesn't surprise me. You know what? Glash is a lot like Glash. Even when he was before this cut, I was surprisingly fit. Like, he used to post his 5K numbers, and I always remember being like, "Wow, that's pretty solid." Okay. Like, Glash is out here running like 7-minute miles over a 5K. It's been a long time since I got there.
Yeah, I think the last time he posted his running numbers, he is a really fast runner. I'm gonna text Glash actually right now, because I want to know what his mile PR is. Do you know what your best time is in the mile?
My best mile back in high school was around like a 4:55. I had to extrapolate.
Holy crap!
I used to run the 1500, and my best 1500 was a 4:26. So then you add an extra 100 meters to that, and I guess if you add an extra 100 meters to that, even at that pace, would be like next. So it probably would have been like in the 440s, but we never ran the mile. We did 1500 and 3000, and in indoor track, you'd also have the 1000.
That's right. I forgot you're like a former track dude.
Yeah, I used to be a real lithe, skinny guy. Like, I used to be like 5'10", like 125, and I used to run like 40 miles a week. I clearly am none of those things right now, but it's for the better. I'm not cold every day that isn't August now, because I have more than 6% body fat, and it's delightful.
Hey, man. More cushion to hold on to, you know? You're a good dude. Exactly. All right, I have an answer. I said, yo, dude, what is your mile, like, PR time running? It says 6:45. I thought it would be better than that.
Yeah, no. That guy, I've seen Flash's splits, or, like, he's hit the sub 7-minute splits on a 5K. He must be just talking about his 5K split time. Because I would be willing to believe Flash could go sub 6 in a mile with relative ease.
Yeah.
Especially now that he cut off all that weight. I mean, he's going to be burning right now.
I think mine was around like 6:20. That was when I was in like 8th grade too, or like freshman year in high school. I was nothing, dude. I had yet to be as shredded as I am now, and I was a twig. I also had a shaved head, so that helps. When you were running, did you have? I know you didn't have the long locks, did you?
No. I was like back then. I didn't know how great my hair would be. I didn't know how much the ladies would love it. So, as a very insecure 125-pound cross-country runner, I did not have the confidence to pull off this flow. Also, with hair like this, there's that long in-between phase where it's just awkward and weird and like starting to curl up. So it's real gross. So there was no way I was going to try to pull that off in high school, where if a girl looked at me for more than a split second, I was assumed that we were meant to be. And sadly, that was only true like 70% of the time.
Dude, were you one of those guys where, like, I mean, if a girl just starts talking to you, you were like, oh my God, she's like, we're in love. Like, this is it.
Exactly.
We have a future.
Yeah, I would be like, you know what? The distance thing in college is going to be toff, but I think we're built to last. And then she would be like, what are you talking about? I just needed help with this calculus problem. Please stop looking at me that way. Then comes the mates.
That's like, oh God, that's like Billy now. Like when like Billy finally does talk to a woman, he's like, I think we have a really bright future ahead, like the two of us. And then he goes and breaks his arm on a Peloton and goes to the chiropractor to get his like wrist looked at.
Well,
like, I don't know, man.
Multitudes. Ooh.
Is that Dobbins? Yeah.
It is. So a nice little strike there. Looked like Lamar was going to just tuck it and run with it, but hey, it's late in the second quarter. You need to conserve some time. Why not throw it? And that one worked out. It's ball up near midfield. The Ravens with a chance to extend their lead here. Steven Leibowitz, we need a CDA short hair photo. If you go to my Twitter, I'm right there. It's like not the shortest it's ever been, but it's like normal employable hair length, and it's me at Vanderbilt's homecoming in like 2014. So it's not the most updated recent photo, but it's a good one. I like it. You go to my LinkedIn profile, the photos from like 2008. And if you go to my Facebook profile, like I haven't opened Facebook in years at this point. That photo is more than 18 years old at this point. The photo of me on Facebook is old enough that it could go to war and die for its country. It could vote. My Facebook profile photo could legally vote in an American election by now. It's me in lovely Fort Wetherill in Rhode Island. A beautiful summer day. Me jumping off one of the cliffs there in Jamestown.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And if you want to go in and friend request me, don't be offended when I don't respond, because again, I hate Facebook and have not looked at Facebook in years.
It's just my aunt wishing everybody a happy birthday. That's what Facebook has become.
Dude,
Lamar's X Factor is lit up. We got a fumble. No. We got a fumble on the field. It is recovered by Buffalo. That was Boyle. This is why you go to Mandrews, buddy, not Boyle, for crying out loud. Now, is he down? Yeah, I think he was down there.
You think this one's coming back? I mean, automatic review in the final 2 minutes.
I don't know. You got Allen here in the animation coming onto the field.
Maybe not.
Here comes the booth review. We were at 69 likes, which is superb, which is very nice. 421 of you watching right now. This is the week of our 1-year anniversary, which will arrive on Sunday. So if you've got a little like to give, feel free to hammer away right now. Emerson Latzia, Christian DeAndrea, producer Drew here, Andrew on the ones and twos, and Joe C from the ops team hanging with us today. Chargers at the Jaguars coming up at 2 o'clock with Glash, and you're going to be hanging out for that one, dude.
I will be back. I got like 9 shifts this week. Producer Madison showing me some love. I think part of it too is that now that Reed T. Fowler is too big for us, can only make it to like 2 sims per week. I think I get all those Reed T. Vacated spots, which, don't get me wrong, I love, but it's a net loss for the sim fam out there, not the only hear the dulcet tones and beautiful quaff of Reed T. Fowler.
He's best friends with Bryson DeChambeau now.
I saw that, man. I feel like Bryson DeChambeau is a tough guy to be friends with, so good for you, Reed T. Fowler. I would suggest not annoying him in any way, because you got to imagine, like, this version of Bryson can just pick you up over his head and rip you in half with minimal. Like, he probably wouldn't want to do it because then he'd get blood all over his Kangol hat, but he could do it. Is the point there? Oof, Ravens
What
gonna
do
have
they
to
got
set here. But hey, well, it's actually bad news if you have Justin Tucker, because that's going to take you from a 40-plus yard field goal into the 30-yard range. Tucker from 39 from here, 10 seconds left. The Ravens can try to throw it in the end zone here, but gotta imagine they're just going to take the points and go into halftime up 17-3. And Germ, when will the festivities for Sunday be announced?
That's a great question.
I'm looking forward to it, but I don't know.
That is such a fantastic question. In fact, it is so good, Germ, that at this time, we don't have an answer for it. But when we do, all of you in the DK Sim fam will be first to know. Such a good question, says producer Drew. Even I asked that before the sim. That's it, guys. I'm an award-winning journalist. That's what I do.
I mean, just without your hard-hitting journalism, we would have no idea what Joey Chestnut thinks about whether or not a hot dog is a sandwich or not.
Why I get paid the big bucks. That's why I've told producer Madison to allow you to have more sims, and we're going to give Reed T a break because he is nearing me in highest paid DK employee territory. 17-3 at halftime here. Bills only managing a field goal from Tyler Bass. And lineups not looking hot right now. I am not gonna lie. Out of 129 entries in our Blue Cheese for Wings, Ranch for Everything Else contests, I'm sitting at $1.13. Where are you at?
$1.19, thanks to my dueling zeros from each tight end one. So Lee Smith and Mark Andrews, thank you so much for that. You are both terrible. Lamar in the flex already about 24 points. So again, if you were part of the 5% fade Lamar crew in this one, not working out for you, which, I mean, we kind of knew it was going to happen. One day when it does happen, pop up in the chat. Let us know. Brag about it, because you fade Lamar every week. Once it finally happens, you've earned the right to talk some ish about it. On the ground, 113.
He's already hit the bonus in the first half, which is kind of insane, but also I would expect it. It's not too insane, but I'm still going to call it insane. It's still impressive. So maybe you call it impressive instead of insane. 23, just under 24 points.
One half.
Wait a minute. Oh, I have a halftime announcement.
Oh.
Okay. You want me to read this, Drew? I'm good to go. Reading this, baby? Okay, here we go. Halftime announcement. We know there is an issue with the 2 p.m. sim in the Classic Game Center. It has not been played. That's not in capital letters. We are aware of the issue, and we will keep you guys updated, period. We don't believe it will affect your lineups, comma, but tweet at DK_assist if there are any issues. One more time from the top. 3, 2, 1, halftime announcement. We know there's an issue with the 2 p.m. sim in the Classic Game Center, ... It has not been played. We are aware of the issue and will keep you guys updated. We do not believe it will affect your lineups, but tweet at DK_assist, DK_assist if there are any issues. Or let us know in the chat.
Beautiful. I'm a little jealous because you got what appears to be the fancy DK branded and extremely well encased tablet over there, and all I got is my post route sign.
Yeah, I mean, your post route sign's still really nice. It doesn't. What I have does not take anything away from it.
It's true. Eternal thanks to the Kilgores for that. But yeah, I can see. I gotta climb up the pecking order for the DK swag, man. I know we've been over this a lot of times. I gotta figure out who I need to talk to get some of that fine DK branded merch.
Honestly, there's nothing I think my wife would enjoy more than me getting rid of a bunch of my T-shirts and stuff. So if you don't mind, like used T-shirts and some swag and stuff like that, I could seriously mail you some.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we both wear the same size, a child's medium. So yeah, into it.
Oh yeah, I know, dude. Hey, listen, I got this
Thumbs
nice
out,
I got this nice feminine figure, man. I got to show this thing off. Although today, this is between an XL and a large, right here. It's nice and loose on the body, hangs on the shoulders perfectly.
Oh, yeah, you got to have like an array of hoodies. You can't just have one size hoodie because you never know where you're gonna have to stack layers. Like most of my hoodies are like a medium because that fits me, but I have two large. I got a couple extra larges out there from going out and like playing broom ball, or like I'm going to a game and I need to bundle up, layer up. They're good hoodies too. Like I got one that's from the Boston Bruins Winter Classic a few years back. I didn't go, but it's an awesome hoodie that I got for $6 at Salvation Army. I got one that's a Team Crow Cop, authentic Croatian MMA hoodie. Big fan of that one. But like they're both like double XL, so I can't wear them unless it's like -3 outside, and I have 6 layers underneath them.
Yeah, so the thing with hoodies that I run into sometimes is like sometimes you order like a large, but it's like too small, and then it's like, especially if you wash it, you kind of get screwed. Yeah. So I've been going a little larger, and if it's too large, I'll throw it in like the dryer after a wash and try to shrink it a little bit.
Yeah, see if you can shrink it up, get that cotton to congeal a little bit. Man, another bad drive here for the Bills. They're going to have to punt, and another score here from the Ravens will make this one pretty much academic, as Devin Singletary can't pick up the first there. Singletary not having a terrible game. It's basically been him and John Brown. If you had to stack up a couple Bills in this one, and if you were like me and stacked up Josh Allen and Lee Smith, they have combined for 2.9 points so far. Not great.
Yeah, this is brutal. Like, if you guys want to do a lineup check, if you're not too embarrassed of where you sit in the contest, feel free to drop in whatever contest you're in and the position. I'll go ahead and I'll go first. Yes, buck 18 out of 129. Make that 113 now. Well, my captain Willie Snead, 1 catch, 9 yards. I mean, there's Lamar in there, dude. Yeah, Allen 2.9, Singletary 4.8, Mandrews nothing. Zach Moss, nothing.
I mean, Zach Moss was at least your punt play where you're like, oh, if this guy gets nothing, I understand it. Mark Andrews and Lee Smith combining for dueling zeros, putting up that Robert Parrish number, 0-0. Yeah. Not great.
I know, but I would still think but Buffalo needs to get like close to the goal line, because then if they do, like, there's a chance that Moss gets that like vulture touchdown, you know? This is why I'm like, all right, if I'm going to do a pump play, I'm going to get one guy who scores.
Lamar's about to, something very bad for that Bills defense. Dude, Moss and Singletary is going to be a fun running back combination to watch next year, because I do think they can be better than they were. Obviously, 2 young guys who are pretty solid performers, and I think they're going to probably go out and add a running back in the draft as well, make it like a true 3-headed group like they have in Indianapolis, where it's Nyheim Hines and Jonathan Taylor, and now the re-signed Marlon Mack. And I think they're going to do something similar to that in Buffalo. Maybe add themselves a little bit more of a pass-catching back to help relieve some pressure there, as Lamar gets it off to Dobbins, doing some work in the PPR.
Yeah, he is.
He catches for like 50 yards for him. He's taking up all those Mark Andrews targets, and so it's a bit frustrating.
Lamar in the zone right now, when he is in the zone, you know, all that running he does, and we're always like, yeah, hang on to the football. Don't fumble it, dude. Well, when he's in the zone, as he is right now, the X factor lit up, he cannot fumble. Couple superstar traits: escape artist, jukebox, fast break. Guy becomes an absolute cheat code, and Dobbins again getting in on the fun. 5 minutes to play here in the third quarter, everybody. 17-3. I had higher expectations for this one, but lots of football to be played. We've seen some of these games that have been slow before, Christian, in like the fourth quarter, 2 teams just blow up.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, the Ravens still going to put some points out there. So if you have that Baltimore stack, you're fine. I wonder if maybe we get Remember NFL Blitz, the arcade game? How great that was.
Oh hell yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah. So the great thing about Blitz was that like you played in arcade mode, it would always like you couldn't blow someone out in NFL Blitz unless they were trying to lose. Like NFL Blitz would find ways to work in some like nonsense turnovers or fumbles. Like you'd be on your way to a 90-yard touchdown run, no one would be around you, and your guy would just drop. Emmitt Smith would just drop the ball on the 1-yard line. And then
you start like high stepping, and then like I love how pass interference, everything was legal. Anything goes in NFL Blitz. That was so fun. You pop someone up when he goes up for the catch.
Dude, I love NFL Blitz. Yeah, it's such a fun game. Like they have an arcade near me now, which thankfully still in business. And it's like one of those where it's like $15 for all you can play. You can stick around as long as you want, so it's a pretty good deal. My concern is it's not like a barcade like some of the other places we have around here. It's just like you go in and you play some Sunset Riders, you play some Ninja Turtles, the arcade game. But for me, just get on that Blitz machine and like go 4 players with it. See if you can get some friends out there and just launch pack. Drew Bledsoe to Ben Coates, baby. Get those Patriots working. Get them clicking. Like Neil O'Donnell's Steelers. And I would love for them to bring back Blitz or like the NHL equivalent of NFL Blitz, which is NHL Hits, which is the same thing where they like it made it 3-on-3 hockey and you could light people up on a pond.
Hey, they were like, looking ahead into the future there with the way overtime is now. It's the most exciting overtime in sports, by the way. 3-on-3 hockey. Give it to me.
Yeah, wonderful. Speaking of, we had an amazing. I know you were out enjoying the spring weather, but in the middle of all that weather and all this basketball, we had a pretty great women's national championship hockey game between people in my neck of the woods, the Wisconsin Badgers, and your neck of the woods, the Northeastern Huskies. And that is Mark Ingram, 2 touchdowns for him today. This game getting out of hand. Have to be a 21-point lead here for the Ravens, and the Bills not having a very good one. But no, that Northeastern Wisconsin game was a banger. Scoreless until the 3rd period. Badgers go up. Less than 40 seconds later, the Huskies respond. Goes into OT. And any OT hockey in any playoff situation, always amazing, especially for a national championship.
Yeah.
And then the Badgers puck in the Northeastern territory behind the net, and absolutely wonderful play where this woman's like, you know what? I'm pretty sure I see the way this is lined up. I'm going to Scottie Pippen this, where I'm going to basically ricochet the puck off a defender into the net, and it worked out perfectly. Absolutely heartbreaking for the Huskies, but the Badgers got their night. Like, go seek out the highlights from that game. It was an absolute banger. Loved it.
The 16.5% of you who roster Mark Ingram are loving what you're seeing. 1.8% in the captain spot here. 24-3. Ravens just running all over the Bills. Lamar Jackson hit the rushing bonus in the first half. He continues to pour on more yards and more points on this Bills defense. And right now, Baltimore ranting and raving. Oh, you. Oh, you, baby.
I haven't even checked the scores over there, but I'm excited.
This is one of the worst performances of my career in DFS in this game.
Really? Because I'm currently sitting 122nd still. I have made no movement. No points aside from Lamar. I'm still waiting for Josh Allen to break the 3-point barrier, and there are only 10 minutes left in this sim. Oh my, that very, very nearly a pick 6 as Josh Allen had himself a vintage Matthew Stafford type game in Simland. Thanks, I hate it. B-Fan asking, what was the halftime announcement about the 2 o'clock Sims? Please answer. Mike McDonald says, rewind the damn YouTube to hear it. I'll just tell you one more. Just tell you one more time. I'm sorry, Mike. I have to do it just in case anyone missed it. But thank you for trying to help out.
We do know there's an issue with the 2 o'clock sim and the classic game sitter, guys. Could be a little weird right now. It has not been played. We are aware of the issue. We're going to keep you guys updated. We do not believe it will affect your lineups, but make sure you give DK assists a heads up on Twitter, DK_assists, if there are any issues, or just let us know here in the chat as well. Producer Drew keeping an eye on everything. There's communication behind the scenes. So, as always, there's a small little hiccup. We do everything we can to get it fixed as soon as possible. Appreciate your patience. You guys know it's not always perfect here, but we got each other's back, man. We're going to get it taken care of for you, like we always do. Oh, we are 1 like away from the Century Club. We're at 99.
Oh.
Be lucky number 100. We need you. Tickle it. Do that thing we like. Let's go.
There it is. There it is. There, back up to 99. We went down to 98 for a minute and then back up. These are things we need to focus on because the Bills are one more failed play away from their 9th punt of this game. 104. Oh my God, you guys.
Yeah. Let's go, man.
One of the few people behind me in the blue cheese free roll. 128 out of 129. I am so sorry about that.
Also, Chris Adams on YouTube, a little disgruntled on a Monday, I can see. Says, Stat Keeper sucks so bad. Buffalo kicked a field goal in their opening position, and the score is still not updated. Terrible. Chris, woosah, dude.
Yeah.
You're being rude. Joe is fantastic, and Bass has his field goal. It's all good, man. All good, brother. Direct that energy somewhere else. But I am certainly happy as hell that you are here today hanging out with us. All of you.
Refresh that browser if you don't have it in there. And again, if there's any time you guys are like, oh, we don't have these stats immediately. Well, first off, it's because it's not automated. There's a person behind there. A person with dreams and feelings taking care of you. And 2, we're always going to get it right. We would much rather be right than fast. So just hang on. We'll get it there.
Joe from the ops team is literally crying right now. I'm looking at him in Zoom. This is ugly, dude. That's
a real
ugly
bad
cry.
snobby cry too. Like
you
read what you said, and it's just boogers coming down. It's like a toddler cry, and it's kind of embarrassing.
So cute.
I understand it. That's very mean what you said, Chris Adams. Joe does not suck so bad. Joe's
Chris,
awesome.
you are better than that, dude.
Come
Joe,
on.
blow your nose or something, Joe. You look gross. 24-3 after 3 quarters. We got one more to go here. Dobbins is actually leading in the receptions department, so he's got 4 of them for 61 yards.
Wow. Then hey, Lee Smith is on the board. He has as many catches as Patrick Ricard and Miles Boykin now. So cool. Stephon Diggs, holy crap, 1 catch, 3 points. So this is going to be a tough game to choose a Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award winner in this one because the Bills offense just in general has been a wet fart of a performance. So this is, I get it. They're on the road. They're playing a tough Ravens team, but it's been grim in this one. So you stacked up the Bills. Congratulations. You are probably hanging out with me in that bottom 5% of the free roll. Oof, it's bad. Not the sim we'd hoped for when we saw the Bills and the Ravens to kick off our week of programming here on the DK Dream Stream.
Allen down at the 30. They're 2nd and 4 coming up here. This is what the slate today looks like, ladies and gentlemen. Chargers at the Jaguars. Glash and our happy Harry Christian will be hanging with you. Bears at the Saints. Glash and Kenny, they're going to hand it off to Shirag and Ben Zwyman. Benny with the good hair. For NBA Prelock Live, between the 5 and the 6 is Cole Beasley. Now getting the Bills into the red zone down at the 17. Panthers at the 49ers, Rossi and Kenny. Broncos at the Packers at 8 with Kaufman and Tom. And then Jeff and Tommy Popsicles for Colts at the Steelers at 10 o'clock. Great duos Great day. Great Sims on tap. Allen just across the goal line. It does not. Going back to Brown. 4 catches, 75 yards for him. Remember how active he was on the opening drive of the game for Buffalo?
Yeah.
He's finally back on our radar.
So this might be your Moss time, Emerson. Your punt play might come through here. Oh, I can't
do it. Do it. I don't know. I can't tell from this angle.
I think
get in there.
Singletary.
Yes, 26.
Ooh. So close, but hey, if you got Devin, he has been pretty much one of the few rosterable members of that Bills team. It's been like him and John Brown, end of list. Bills pulled within a couple touchdowns in this one. But, we got nothing left here but garbage point. Good news if you have the Ravens running back stacked up or if you're hoping for more rushing yards from Lamar Jackson because they are going to try to burn some clock here. Bad news if you're waiting on Hollywood Brown or Mark Andrews to carry you into the money because I'm skeptical that's going to happen. I have doubts.
Delicious. See, I just had a chocolate-covered almond.
Yeah. Nice.
Put my mic on mute.
Yeah.
You didn't hear me eating it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, classy.
I'm not like Kenny where I'm like,
Yeah.
nom.
Here's why I think the Jets are going to win the Super Bowl.
It's just like a piece of deli meat hanging from his camera lens. You can't even see half his face.
Yeah. Just sopping wet chicken wings, going in and out, a lot of lip smacking. At every quarter break, he just takes the time to casually lick his fingers on cam. It'd be disgusting if it weren't so sensual.
So I took like 2 minutes to research today. And I know you touched on it briefly early in the game about the need for wide receivers for Baltimore. Who are some of the best wide receivers still available they could even go get? So Sammy Watkins is still out there, right?
Yep.
But the problem is he's clearly not a number one guy.
No.
So
and maybe they don't need a number one guy because Hollywood Brown did come on nice at the end of the year. Like,
okay.
I still think you want someone maybe a little bit more stable, a little bit bigger, but like I can get down with Hollywood Brown and Sammy Watkins, sure.
Okay. What about I think you also said something about T.Y. Hilton still being out there, so he's going to be 32.
Yeah.
May not be the top option, right? He once was, but can be effective in the right role.
Yeah, another guy who came on. I mean, once Phillip Rivers got used to Indianapolis, T.Y. had a great finish to the season. If you held on to him in season-long fantasy, he probably helped you get at least into your playoffs.
What's that? Oh, Antonio Brown, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's going anywhere other.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I don't either because also Tom Brady is just weirdly obsessed with him taking over that like big brother role. Like, I know he has that history of antics and legal trouble, which is concerning and absolutely should be. But somehow when he's with Tom Brady, he's able to manage like a low profile. So.
Brady acting his house dad and making sure, listen, buddy, you are living in my house if you're coming to play for this team seems to be instrumental to Antonio Brown's success going forward.
Did you say Josh Reynolds signed over the weekend?
Josh Reynolds did sign. He is currently a Tennessee Titan. He picked Tennessee over Kansas City.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry. That was freaking nasty.
Wow.
The hell out of here, Lamar. Sorry, Miss Jackson. Woo.
Someone from the Bills secondary's got to retire after that one because that was embarrassing. Good Lord.
Yeah, from where we're sitting, the view from Lamar is a beautiful one. Just impeccable ankle-breaking ability by the pride of Boynton Beach High School. Former Heisman Trophy winner. First and goal from the 7. What you want to do, that X Factor lit up. Tuck it and run it. Back of the end zone.
Oh.
Is it Mandrews or Boyle?
It is, man.
It's Mandrews.
Finally, off the milk carton. Going to get me out of the 120s in the free roll. My captain giving you 7+ points in the flex with his first catch of the game. And this showdown continues to be an embarrassment for the Bills defense, who are now on the hook for 30+ points. Gah. Panic FIFA, yes. LFG indeed. We got our guy on the board after a nothing first 3 quarters. And Lamar infuriating anyone who failed to at least flex him.
Okay. Hey, look at that. Climbing up the ladder to 84.
Ooh, I'm all the way up to 103 right now.
Oh, wow. Look at you, buddy. You're getting close to cracking the top 100 in the 129 entry contest.
Yeah, baby.
Let's go, dude. Try to keep your pants on, dude.
Why are you assuming I'm wearing pants to begin with?
It's true. I'm not. I can confirm that because I have shorts on. Hey, is Larry Fitzgerald a free agent?
He is, but I can't imagine he's going to go anywhere. If he does play in 2021, it's probably going to be like a 1-year minimal, but not minimum deal with the Cardinals, where they keep him around because he's a great locker room guy. He still does have a presence in those short routes, but he's not the guy who's sending deep anymore. He's kind of strictly a possession receiver at this point in his career. But I love him so much that I will be thrilled for any Larry Fitzgerald content we get going forward.
Yeah, surefire Hall of Famer. So you're right there. Posted more than 700 receiving yards in each of the last 16 years of his career, but put up just 409 with 1 touchdown in 2020. So he is as reliable as they come, and you know that. Just 3 drops over the last 3 seasons, playing all 16 games over the previous 5 years before missing 3 in 2020 due to COVID-19. But the rate at which his production is dropping is definitely a little concerning.
Yeah,
which you would think he would stay there.
Yeah. Oh, I think undoubtedly that if he goes, he's not going to go. And it's a very veteran wide receiver core in Arizona right now. Not only do you have DeAndre Hopkins, but now you got AJ Green coming as well. So maybe there's a little bit of concern about where that speed's going to come from if you are going to run those vertical routes. DeAndre's obviously still got it, but AJ is a little bit questionable. He did not have a great time linking up with Joe Burrow on deep balls last year in Cincinnati. Obviously, Larry Fitz isn't quite the guy you want sending long. And other than that, there's you can throw Andy Isabella out there, and maybe he's going to give you something. Christian Kirk is an okay deep threat, but I think if you are Cliff Kingsbury, you're hoping that your GM is going to go out and give you someone who can really fly consistently and give you that kind of, okay, we can't inch our safeties up near the line of scrimmage because this guy is going to roast us deep if we don't at least think about doubling him. And right now, the closest guy they have to that is either Christian Kirk or Andy Isabella. Neither one of those guys are guys you really trust in that role.
Trenton is asking on YouTube, Lamar have 200 rushing yards yet? He's at 198 right now, my friend. He has nearly 58 points in the captain spot. Cool. Just had his first passing touchdown of the day. He went to Mr. Mandrews, who's 33% owned. He's 5.5% in the captain spot in the near 10,000 entry contest.
But hey, speaking of superstars, that's 2 catches for Steph Diggs right now.
Woo!
So everyone's getting a little bit of something going in this game.
Ingram has a couple rushing touchdowns on just 24 rushing yards, a couple catches. He's got just under 25 points in the captain spot. Allen not being able to get much done with his arm, so he's going to use his legs in this one and picks up the first down. We're going to be coming up on the 2-minute warning, 5 carries for Allen in this game. What have the Bills done in free agency? So we know Trubisky agreed to the 1-year deal there. They have Emmanuel Sanders.
Yeah, they went on and got themselves a punter in Matt Hack, the former Dolphin. They got Emmanuel Sanders on 1 year to kind of backfill that John Brown production, which I dig. And they united former University of Wyoming teammates Josh Allen and Jacob Hollister, as Allen there finally gets digs for something meaningful. Yeah, so there's that at least. Yeah, they've been a little bit quiet, but they didn't have a lot to do. I mean, they already have a pretty solid team, and they're obviously going to be devoting a lot more of their resources to the draft. Bills right now, I mean, they're technically over the salary cap, so I wouldn't expect them to add too much more this offseason. I mean, maybe if someone becomes a real bargain and they want to maybe chase some playoff glory, they'd go up to Buffalo. But it's going to be very interesting to see the direction they take in this year's draft. They try to add some pass rushers. If they try to maybe bring in a little bit of secondary help, if they try to continue to build that offensive line, because that has been so instrumental in keeping Josh Allen moving towards greatness, is the opposite of greatness on that throw there.
Like, right on cue, buddy. Right on cue. We're talking about how great he is. And no, let me crap on the point Christian DeAndre is trying to make right now.
Yeah. Brutal. Just brutal.
Yeah, Sanders signed, and then he was like, I don't know how y'all eat blue cheese with your wings. And I mean, that's like a huge no-no in the city of Buffalo. Like, it's only blue cheese with the wings.
Blue cheese is the superior sauce.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I'm missing right now, not being able to go out for these NCAA games.
Sure.
No wings. Like, you don't want to bring wings home. You don't want wings to languish for a while and get kind of soggy and the crispiness.
No.
It's a struggle out here anyway. Man. I follow Matt Perino, one of the Bills beat writers on Twitter.
Yeah.
And every now and then he'll drop like a good Western New York wing place with a picture, and they always look phenomenal.
Yeah.
All the nice portion cup of blue cheese next to it, where you take the drummy and you get that perfect dip. Like one of the guys I used to work with was like, you have good wings, you don't need blue cheese. And that's it. I say, you go to hell, sir. Blue cheese is not replacing the taste; it's enhancing it.
Bingo. And so Sanders over the weekend, he was in town, or was at either at a local wing place where he was living, but posted a video, and he's like, all right, because he got so much backlash. He's like, all right, I'm in now. I'm in on the blue cheese machine. Josh Allen in on the passing touchdown machine, and right now going to his tight end, Lee Smith. Tight end 1, 39% owned, 3.9% in the captain spot.
All right, nice development if you stack the tight end ones like I did, because coming in to the fourth quarter, they were both getting outscored by Nick Boyle, who had 1 catch and 1 fumble. So good to see a little bit of life there, but 26 seconds left in this one. We're likely going to get an onside kick and 3 kneel downs, 2 timeouts, and that'll do it for this one here in the lovely state of Maryland. Ravens going to win this one. The only question is whether or not we might see another successful onside kick. 2 successful onside kicks in the past 2 weeks for me, Emerson. I don't know what I did to deserve that, but it's been delicious.
You've seen a successful onside kick in this game?
2 of them. 2 of them in the past 2 weeks, and they both went.
It's like a unicorn for me. Okay. See, I thought I had hit like the Christmas miracle jackpot like a few weeks ago, when I saw a blocked punt in the end zone recovered for a touchdown. Team backs against the wall trying to punt from the 1. So that was pretty epic for me. Someone asked way earlier in the sim, I think over on YouTube, just some of our more memorable games, like over this past year as we're coming up on our year anniversary. That had to be one of them for me. There were like pick sixes, special team touchdowns. I forget which game it was, but it was in the past few weeks. There was one, Saquon Barkley. It was a tied game with like 7 seconds to go. You thought the team would just down the football and take it to overtime. He ran it like 75 yards to the house. There have been a lot of really fun sims. And again, the fact that all of you guys and gals have been here along for the ride for 365 days. Let's go, man.
Amazing. touchdown will do it here. And, well, pretty easy to pick today's crusty cough most valuable player. It's the guy who had nearly 40 points in the flex in a game where he didn't really have to do much in the second half. Lamar Jackson, sadly not going to hit the double bonus with rushing yards. It's going to take him down to 195 with the 3 kneel downs, but still a pretty good day. 195, 2 rushing touchdown, or 1 rushing touchdown, 1 passing touchdown, and eclipses Mark Ingram in his 2 touchdowns today for the top player honors in the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award. A few decent competitors in this one, and they are all on the Bills side of the ball. We're going to have to look at the final stats here. Josh Allen eventually came alive for 14 plus in the flex, so maybe it's not him, but let's take a look at these stats.
Dash.
That's bad.
Yeah, Dasher says, I only found these Sims midsummer. All good, dude. The fact that you're here, my friend, is all that matters. Tell your friends and family. I remember last summer it was pretty fun because people would send us like their setups. It's almost like I went over to my neighbor's house. I pulled them over. We're watching in the backyard. We're hanging like a sheet on the side of their house and a projector out there. I'm like, look at us, man. We've made it. We're on a projector in someone's backyard in Guam.
People across the neighborhood are like looking in the backyard, like, who are those handsome men?
Yeah, right? We're watching a video game and the announcers are talking about eating cold hot dogs. 195 yards is where Lamar ends up. Lamarca Jackson. Big Saxy.
And hey, let's go ahead and give the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award to the wide receiver 1 from the Bills who played like a wide receiver 4. Steph Diggs, 3 catches, like 30 yards, had under 7 points today, I believe, and that is absolutely Babysitter Billy worthy. And hey, I don't know if you guys have heard, but there's a pretty great free newsletter written by former heart of the SB Nation NFL team called the Post Route. Today, I break down why I like what the Browns are doing in free agency so damn much. They revamped that secondary. They got some decent interior line, a lot of low-risk, high-reward moves, starting with John Johnson to take over for human train wreck Andrew Sendejo at safety. So Browns going to be even better next year. And if you want to read all about why, you can check it out at postroute.substack.com.
Also, Cody Parkey re-signed on a 1-year deal for the Browns. Can't sleep on that, pal.
You got to get a good kicker, man. You can't leave it that up to chance. You don't want to double doink your way through life like the Bears, even though you just signed the kicker best known for
double doinking. So if scores were to hold right now, I'd take 97. 97 looks like Boss Man 1 of 2. That would finish in a 2-way tie for first in our free showdown. Wait, you finished 95th?
Lee Smith showing up. Lee Smith and Mandrews. 3 catches between them, 2 touchdowns.
And then 2-way tie for first looks like in the free showdown as of right now. Just under 10,000 entries in that one. So if you filled out a lineup today, no matter what contest you were in, thank you very much for hanging with us and being here on the Dream Stream. Even if you didn't watch, you filled out a lineup. That's also still cool. So Christian DeAndre, you're back next game. Chargers at the Jaguars with Glass. You guys could break down his, underwhelming mile time. I just expected so much more out of him.
Yeah, I think we all did. I don't know. I feel like maybe he misunderstood the question.
I made it pretty clear. Again, it's an award-winning question from an award-winning journalist. Producer Drew.
Any questions, and I get it, and I appreciate it.
Producer Drew, Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you all back here again tomorrow at high noon. Much love, baby. Enjoy your Monday. Peace out.
Well, hello, everybody. Brendan, put the microphone in front of your mouth. There you go. What's up? How you doing? Christian, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. I'm recovering from an underwhelming eye opener where the Bills just laid an egg in Baltimore, and hopefully we can come back strong for that, because this game, I mean, looks good on paper. I mean, the Jags are involved, sure, but that Chargers offense always very fun in fantasy land. Flash, how are you?
I'm good, doing good. I was out for a walk, and I kind of lost track of time. I was like, oh crap, got to get home. To call the sim. Beautiful day here in Boston.
55 degrees out there, sunny, a little breezy.
Yeah, it's just a slight breeze that actually felt refreshing. Just letting wind blow in my face. It was actually nice.
Very nice. It's 60 out here. It's awesome. We're gonna have to, after this, we're gonna have to leave the house for the first time in days and ignore the current state of Big Ten basketball, which is nothing but despair. But
right,
enough about the weather and the outside force. Let's talk about today's matchup, the matinee between the Chargers and Jags. Flash, what does your lineup look like in this one? We got 20 seconds before lineups lock.
Sure. Yeah. The first thing I thought of when I opened up the contest 5 minutes ago was, whoa, these receivers, these wide out ones. I kind of like where they're priced. Not too bad.
Low, yeah.
I put DJ Chark in the captain spot. That's what I'm going with. I can give you the rest of the lineup now. Lineups have locked. I've got Eckler in there. Keenan Allen also making the cut. Did not play Justin Herbert. Went with Gardner Minshew. And then I stacked the kickers, Lambeau and Badgley.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So I'm taking a page from the Jason Rossi book. I like it. I went a different direction, although I do like the way the wideouts look in this one. That Jags passing defense, even though they're at home, typically pretty awful to watch. Very, very bad secondary. So I am investing heavily in that Chargers passing offense. Mike Williams in the captain spot, Austin Eckler, Keenan Allen, and because I needed a punt play, Uncle Virgil Green, the tight end too, as well. That saved me enough money to get both Tyler Eifert and Chris Thompson, a fantasy land Pro Bowler, one of those Madden 21 stars that we didn't see much of anything from the real world. He has been on some absolute heaters lately. 29 this last sim, 13 before that, 20, 29, 15, 23. Becoming a must-play guy here in Simland, regardless of the defense he's facing. The Chargers, well, they don't have the D. That really intimidates me in this one. So I'm hoping that man right there will show up and show out today and make me feel better about not rostering DJ Chark or the stash himself, Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, man. Now that you say all that, you're right. Chris Thompson's been very good. Typically, I play him, and I'm already regretting it. So,
we'll see.
That's what happens, I guess. That's why you play the games and you see what happens. So it's the second sim of 6. There is tournament action going on. So once again, we thank you for joining us here on the DraftKings Dream Stream while there is other stuff going on. Ownership is in for the free showdown, the public contest. Eckler, the highest owned at 78.8%. Herbert, Thompson, Eifert.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, okay. Eifert's on the Jaguars. Duh. Eifert 4th. I'm like, wait a second. And then Keenan Allen, 5th highest owned.
I mean, Eifert's very cheap. Only in the 6,000s to roster him. And, yeah, if things aren't going well for the Jags, they are going to default down to him quite a bit. So I'm excited about what he can do. He's had a few decent games. Of course, no longer a member of that Jacksonville roster, but it's almost 8 points in each of his last couple sims. Has that ceiling where he can give you 25 on a good day. A good investment at like 6,200 or whatever he costs today. Let's see. 6,400. So well versed in bringing you value. The veteran, former Bengal.
All right, we're underway. There's Thompson for a gain of a yard.
All right, starting off hot.
Win is in the chat. I am literally asking him how to pronounce his first name because I'm totally going to botch it. Eckler is Win's play that he shouts out. Scotty Too Hottie, what's good? That ball is caught by Thompson. He can do that too. Third down back. Gain of 6. You got the Jags, the Chargers. Anything in the NFL break this morning? I don't think so. It's been mostly tournament stuff. We had some stuff break yesterday with Deshaun Jackson going to the Rams.
Yeah, and then we had Josh Reynolds, another fantasy Simland favorite, along with Deshaun, who turned down overtures from the Chiefs to join the Titans, which I thought was a little bold, but I mean, he could be the wide receiver 2 next season. They lost Corey Davis to the Jets in free agency. Jonnu Smith is gone, and Adam Humphries is still a free agent, so very good chance Reynolds works his way into that lineup. And he's another guy who, he's kind of big like Corey Davis, another 6'4" frame type guy. He could wind up having that kind of impact where, we've seen what he can do in an elevated role for the Rams after Cooper Kupp was hurt. He put together like a 450-yard performance over the final 8 games of the season that year. He could wind up having a pretty positive impact in Nashville, depending on how the rest of that depth chart shakes out. Definitely a guy to keep an eye on, and maybe even make him a mid-round draft target in your season long as Austin Eckler breaks free for about 7 on first down there.
Nice run for Eckler, highest owned in the flex for the free showdown. Producer Drew with us. Also, Andrew on the 1s and 2s. The Drew Stack, Joe from the Game Ops team. It's great to have you with us. So it's Kong Win. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Win. Kong Win. Good to have you with us. Justin Herbert, 55.7% owned. He does not get points for handing the ball off to Austin Eckler. But it's 3rd and inches.
Yeah. Now we get to see if we're going to start this game off with a couple of 3-and-outs, or if the Chargers are going to take advantage of that underwhelming Jaguars defense. They're stacking the box here, so 7 linemen up front, 8 in the box, and it works out anyways. Eckler, not a very exciting play, but does pick up 3 to give his Chargers a fresh set of downs. 3 plays, 3 Austin Eckler carries to start this one off.
Sam Kahn, New Jersey in the chat. Hey, Brendan, how was your weekend? It's a fun weekend. Had a lot of fun. A lot of fun because the Syracuse basketball program is into the Sweet 16. So, yep, very obnoxious Syracuse fan base. All the Syracuse media people out and about now. Oh, there we go. Another Sweet 16. I went there. I went to school there. Yep, that. Oh, yeah, it is a full force of annoying Syracuse people. It is fun. Yeah, and Andrew, you're right. Frank Isola stirring the pot because he went to Maryland, I believe. I think that's where he went to school. Frank Isola.
Dude, I haven't heard Isola's name in a long time. I can't. He's not with the Daily News anymore, is he?
You might be right on that. I remember my favorite was when he was on Around the Horn as a guest. Let's check it out. Frank Isola. ESPN's Around the Horn, Sirius XM Radio. And that's it. I don't see anything about the New York Daily News. Chris Collins in the chat. Yes, Thompson does have a catch, a 6-yard grab on the first drive. Hunter Henry, the newest New England Patriot, with a catch for a first out to the 49-yard line. No score. You're just joining us midway through the first.
Vander Caterpie, 53. Trying to call out Diet Do Baja Blast as something less than perfect, which is absolutely incorrect. It is delightful. Like, if I'm at a Taco Bell, I'll get the full, flavor Baja Blast because it's, a special occasion, but I can't drink it all the time, so it's, 200 calories for 12 ounces. It's entirely too much. I'm going to spend that amount of caloric intake on a beverage. It's going to be a fine malted brew of some sort. So, for me, the Diet Dew Baja Blast, nectar of the gods. I can put down 6 of those in a morning and just vibrate through the day afterwards. Delicious.
Congo Cab, what's good? Needs Joe Reed to get him some points. There's Eckler. Daylight ahead for Eckler. First down. Probably should have worked to the outside, but decides to work back inside. Jim. Hey, Jim! Jim says Mike will catch one deep.
Agreed, Jim. Let's see it. I could use it as well. He is my captain. CH trying to speak the Eckler fumble into existence, but typically not something we've seen from him a ton. He hasn't had that Madden Mitch lack of reliability. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at how many fumbles he's actually had in his career, because I would like to know about that. I never thought of him as a big-time fumbler, although he has put the ball on the turf 7 times in 56 games. So roughly 2 fumbles per season. So you got a 1 in 8 shot. He's going to fumble one here if EA programmed it right. 12.5%.
Empty shotgun to Herbert. Enough for a first. Hunter Henry.
Yeah, nice juke there. That looked like he was going to get stopped shy. We're going to get a 3rd down. Instead, cuts back inside and creates some daylight. And this Chargers drive not only moving effectively, but churning out some clock in the process. Very efficient, low-key, chip away kind of drive. Makes you wonder if they're going to try something deep coming up. Maybe unload a pass to Keenan Allen or Mike Williams in the end zone from here.
Keenan Allen, wideout 1, slot receiver. Mike Williams, a very capable wideout 2. We saw that in Madden 20. He's been pretty good here in Madden 21. Bills fan in the chat needs, this is Max Williams, probably meant Mike, because Max is on the Cardinals. On 2nd and 6, there is Williams.
Ooh. He probably just set up a couple of Austin Eckler carries here, but
sure.
Williams is a big target, former top 5 draft pick, an absolute stud at Clemson. And the Chargers seem like they're going to keep him on the roster this season, which was a little bit iffy, just because he's in the final year of his rookie contract, so he does get that massive salary boost. But LA has a lot of cap space, and clearly they like what they're getting from him. They like his pairing next to Justin Herbert. And Williams, hitting in a contract year, going to have to justify that big payment. Could wind up stepping up in a big way, assuming Justin Herbert avoids a sophomore slump. Too easy here. Eckler into the end zone. We got ourselves a 6-0 ball game.
All right, Austin Eckler in our free roll titled Chargers at Jags, 2 p.m. It was late. Couldn't think of something creative, so I just went with the old away team at home team in the time. Eckler, 80% flexed, 28% captained, highest owned in the free public showdown, which had 9,596 entries.
Nice.
Very good. Eckler in the captain spot, 28%, same as our free roll. It's kind of funny how we have a sample of 150 people, very similar to a sample of almost 10,000. Gets the people going. A lot of the chat was like, pass. Nope, not going to happen.
Not on that drive.
If you have Eckler, smash that like button. The Twitch chat is really having a ball discussing their sugar drink intake.
Yeah. And I'm into it. Like, that's like the first thing I did when I was like, oh man, all right, I no longer have the metabolism of a 125-pound cross-country runner. I got to cut some things out. And like, sugar-free, like, I got no problem with sugar-free stuff. Like, I can drink a Diet Coke. I would prefer a Coke Zero. But
yeah,
the absolute slander about Diet Dew going on in the Twitch chat right now is offensive to me. Diet Dew tastes, in terms of diet beverages, is pretty high up there in terms of drinkability. Like, it's very solid. It's not quite Diet Dr. Pepper, but it's still pretty damn good. So,
I'm drinking Powerade Zero right now, and I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, Powerade, I can't even tell the difference.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
To be fair, if you're doing Powerade to begin with, you're basically just drinking bootleg Gatorade in the first place. Powerade, like, I'll get Powerade because it's so much cheaper than like regular Gatorade. You can get like 6 for $5 on the liter bottles at my local grocery store, but like, I would prefer the real thing, especially, oh man, glad I can't find it anywhere anymore unless I'm driving on the Illinois Tollway, like through Chicago at one of their like rest stops. But Fierce Melon Gatorade, Cantaloupe Gatorade, outstanding.
That sounds awesome right now. Man. Now, if I had to guess, based on that big, beefy build... Oh, it's James O'Shaughnessy! The tight end, too.
Yeah, see, I was thinking Shags, and I was like, no, Uncle Verge, let's make Cough happy, like, throw his guy in there. And so far, Uncle Verge is 0 points. Oh, Shags on the board.
Joe from Game Ops is with us. He'll be sure to get the Chris Thompson stats in from the opening drive. As you guys know, scores are updated manually. Most of you know that, but typically at the end of a quarter, I shouldn't say typically, this actually does happen. Everything will get up to date at the end of each quarter break. That's why we come on camera and say, hi.
Yeah. Give you a little wave and a smile, and we can see our hands and faces. Speaking of your commentators, Clash, all right, so I've seen the 5K splits you posted on Twitter before. Is it possible you misunderstood what Emerson was asking you when we asked you for your PR in the mile? Like, what is your best mile time? Like, just 1 mile, straight up.
I never run just a mile. I guess I've never really experimented with that.
Okay.
I just took the split. Yeah, I guess I don't know. When I go for a run, I'm like a mile. It takes like 6 minutes. I mean, that's not a workout. Like I don't just stop. I guess I never really tried. I'm not like, oh, let me see what I can set for my PR. I don't know. I'll have to try it. Maybe I'll do it and get back to you.
Yeah, go hit the track and just try to burn out.
I was actually at the track earlier. I was out walking. I'm like, maybe I guess I should have done it then. You were walking.
How old are you, Clash, that you went out and decided to go for a walk and went right to the public high school track instead of just enjoying? Well, I guess you don't really have too many trails where you are in Boston.
I have no shame in just going out for a walk, because that was a huge game changer for me for this diet. Like just go, don't sit at home and do nothing till 2. Go out and move, and that's all. And I'll go work out later. I was just go out for a walk, a couple miles,
Yeah.
I know. I mean, it's I'm acting like an old man. I get it. Well, I'm out for my walk today. Hunter Henry, the leading receiver, 2 for 24.
Yeah, 33 rush yards for Austin Eckler. Those are the two guys you probably want on your roster right now. Only 14 passing yards for the Jags offense so far. Gardner Minshew has been a disappointment. Chris Thompson has been a disappointment. Jacksonville getting nothing done at home, but that is good news if you stacked up your Chargers in this one. And right now it is LA ball, and we'll see what we get from here. They're deep in their own territory. 2nd and 9 coming up.
Oh, Justin Herbert, you have a lot of time.
Yes. Oh, it's Mikey.
Yep, sure is.
40 yards on the deep ball. So the play action pays off. All those short yard plays open things up downfield. And even though Mike Williams wasn't very open, he still hauled in that 40-yard reception. Well, I guess he was a lot more open than I thought. Never mind.
Simon Slay on Twitch. Glash, how many likes for a Powerade shower after the sim, like the coaches get? So you're asking me to dump this Powerade that looks so delicious. I feel like I sound like Ricky Bobby right now. Oh Lord, baby Jesus, thank you for this Powerade. You're asking me to not drink it and dump it on myself.
I mean,
tell you what, if we get a game-winning score in overtime, I'll consider it. But it might be done by then, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, also, before we continue, you guys in the chat are really chatting it up about the NBA, the Giannis news, of course, and I saw something here. Kyrie Irving, for personal reasons, not traveling with the Nets for the next 3 games. So James Harden, buckle in. NBA Prelock returns tonight after the 4 o'clock sim. I'll be with Kenny Ducey for the next one. After the sim, Shirag Hira and Ben Zwyman will be joining you for NBA Prelock. So any NBA questions, topics, rants, criticisms, get him in. Zwy Guy will be here. Ben Zwyman, a throwback in terms of announcers here on the Dream Stream.
You briefly terrified me there with the Giannis news. I was like, oh, no, just missing tonight with a knee sprain. So fortunately, Milwaukee still on pace to at least not completely fall apart. This is going to be an interesting offseason because I do not think they're going to go in as the number one team in the East again. But that might be a good thing for them. If they're taking the regular season to figure out those rotations, then God bless them, because that has been such a weakness in the postseason for them. After having great regular seasons, they just kind of fall apart and get overwhelmed. And I don't know how I feel about the PJ Tucker news. They gave up a lot to bring Tucker in. And I get that he brings a lot of experience and that 3-and-D versatility, but that unprotected first, if things fall apart, is going to loom large over this team, and I have concerns.
Hey, Jamal, one of our original members of the DK Sim fam, still here, playing Sims, making lineups, watching the stream, says, Glash, can you give my wife, Jen, a shout-out? Hi, Jen. Jen, thank you for letting Jamal spend a lot of hours with us. Everything's fine. He's been a very good competitor. He gets an A across the board in all categories on his sim report card. So please let him keep playing. And you should play too.
Yeah, get in on this. I mean, the
Come
sports,
on,
the
Jen.
games are fake, but the drama is real.
Jen, beat Jamal in head-to-heads. You guys should play head-to-heads, and then, Jen, you'll get an interest in this. That's my wind-up in the pitch to Jen. Oh, Joe Reed,
he's
third
in.
extension.
Wow.
Flicks
The
up.
rookie out of Virginia. The low percentage play came in, giving you only 6.3 points per game, costing nearly $5K in the flex, but extends into the end zone. Chargers take a 2-possession lead. Joey Bosa loves it. Loves what he's seeing.
Noah Moon wanted Big Mike, so here comes a big WTF in all caps from Noah Moon. Yep, there it is. Right on
Perfect.
cue.
Perfect.
Oh, it's just.
It's a bit
I
too
literally said it and bam, it showed up.
right there. Just bang, play on that. Amazing.
Oh, Moon, why do you comment when we can just predict your comments now? Exactly, and then that one too. Who is Joe Reed?
Yeah.
That was funny.
Such an angry young man.
Kong Win says, if I win big, I will split the pot with you, Brendan. Wow.
Nice.
Don't need to do
That's
that.
very generous. Yeah.
Very generous.
I mean, Con wins and you get half that pot. That might be deserving of the Powerade pot.
Right.
I'm sorry, the sugar-free Powerade pot.
Yes. That's actually a good point. I won't get all sticky from sugar. Maybe I'll do it. We've got 50 plus watching on Twitch. Germ, what's up, Germ? Has Joe Reed. Makes me less sad. It's the third owned in the contest. Our free roll. There's Eifert out to the 37.
Simon Slay's captain Reed, so nice play there. You're already in double digits. You got him atop your lineup.
Kicking Club says, hey, don't pick on Noah. His complaining is one of the bright spots in The Sims some days. Oh, it is. That's why I like calling it out. It's funny. The passion.
What predictable. It's Chris Thompson, who I thought was a great play given his recent experience. Mm-hmm. Smoked for a loss of 3 there, so he's down to 1.4 points halfway through the second quarter. Not exactly what we'd hope to see from him.
Matt Lamarca is in the chat and says, Glash, tell your mom I want a popsicle holder. So, Matt, I was working with Tommy Freeze Pops last night, and he told me you are a big fan of consuming Freeze Pops. We can arrange that. I will reach out to Mama Glash and we'll get this arranged.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of things that you can do sugar-free that don't really affect the taste so much, like the sugar-free flavor pops, right up there. Stellar. Especially if you get like the big 3-foot ones you can get like at minor league ballparks. Awesome.
Gardner Minshew. Come on, pal.
Oh, got a guy, and it is Edie. So that is a current pending free agent without a home right now. It's going to be very interesting to see where he lands. Some team decides they want to invest in Dede Westbrook, who no longer a young gun, going to be 28 this upcoming season, and really didn't get much done in Jacksonville, but, I mean, who could? It's a terrible place for receivers.
This is Chris Thompson. Jukes back inside and gains a couple, still in single digits. 3.5 to go, second quarter, 14-0 Chargers. Mike Williams has a touchdown. Austin Eckler had a rushing score. I love this from Chris Warner. Wife shout-outs work. You shout out my wife back in May, and she's left me alone ever since. Oh, that's phenomenal. Choker says, Chris Warner, no doubt. Glass spoke to my wife many moons ago, and it twisted her brain up, made her understand the fun. That's great. The way Choker worded that was as if, like, I called Choker's wife on my own phone. Hey, everything's fine. I'm just in a public forum, over the mic to the chat. It's great. Oh, man, I love it. Love it. You guys are awesome. All right, Thompson.
Getting better at the very least. Probably up over 2 points now, which, nice. You like to see it. This Jags drive continues. They are going to get some points out of this, barring a turnover, barring a pair of just unreasonable sacks from Gardner Minshew, which, hey, might happen. He's still a young man with a limited awareness rating. Coming out big, so it looks like it's going to be another Thompson hand. No, it's not. That might be a check, but no, it's not. And it is instead a strike up the middle. Is that Shags again? It is indeed. So 2 for like 19 now for him. A little bit surprising there. And that should take us down to the 2-minute warning. Jags threatening. Ball in the red zone. Fresh set of downs. They trail by 14.
Rossi's Fat Cat reminds me, Lamarca, if you're still here, this Rossi's Fat Cat brought up a good point. He suspects that if you get a popsicle holder from my mother, that you'll trade it for Top Shot cards.
I can see that.
A lot of value in a popsicle holder.
It's true.
Nick Muchmore in the YouTube chat. There goes Minshew. Incomplete pass.
Yeah, got rid of him. There's that.
Nick says, got great news. It's day 34 of my recovery from my surgery, and the doctors finally cleared me to go back to work tomorrow. So thanks for all the prayers.
I'm glad to hear that, man.
Good stuff.
Very happy for you. Hopefully all is well, and you will be raring to go tomorrow. Once you take this is time in the pocket again. Moves a completion, which is good, but gains only 2 yards, which is less good. Thompson, though, another PPR point for him at least.
Lamarcus says that popsicle holder is worth about 1/20th of a Mason Plumlee. Come on. Oh, Eifert! He's out of bounds!
Could not hold on to it. So my tight end play fails to pan out. And the Jags going to fire up the Lambeau for what looks like a 27-yard field goal attempt. Look at that. Wow. Beautiful defense. Beautiful high-flying defense. In Eifert's hands and then swatted out. Great adjustment there from the LA secondary.
Firing up the Lambeau.
It's good.
4-3. Yes. Bucky in the chat talking hoops. Congrats to anyone who chose Iowa today. Your bracket sucks like the rest of ours.
Yeah. That is correct. the Big Ten has just been fraudulent this offseason. Very, very sad to see.
Mike McDonald, who wants to play one-on-one on the next Madden Sim for a Top Shot moment? Anybody? Mike's asking.
I mean, are we
Don't all jump at once.
It's going to be first. Is it going to be? It's going to be a regular moment, or is it going to be something special? Are you wagering the equivalent of $200,000 on a fantasy sim, which would be absolutely wild, and I would absolutely love to see it.
Nuke on Twitch. A Lambo doesn't sound like that. That sounds like a motorcycle. Well, Nuke, I've always had the Lambo sound like that. So it's my Lambo. I can do what I want with my Lambo sounds.
I mean, do you really think Glash can afford a brand new Lambo? No, he has a used Lambo in his garage, right? And maybe it takes a little while to start up. Maybe it needs a new muffler. But I think we can all just be proud of him for knowing what it sounds like to begin with. As Keenan Allen with the ping pong catch there off Shaq Quartermain's hands and into his for a gain of 4, which forces the Chargers to burn a timeout. Not ideal. Might have been better off letting that one hit the turf. But hey, Keenan Allen on the board. Minute 1 left here in the second quarter.
Banded Caterpie on Twitch. Lamarcus Freeze Pop holder will go next to Ducey's t-shirt from Glash. No, I will actually make an effort to get Lamarca a Freeze Pop holder.
Guys, don't worry about the stats. They will be updated. We're going to make sure we got them right rather than make sure we get them quickly. We'll have everything updated at the hack. Don't you worry about it.
Oh, he's right. He's not making that up. Kong Win, with all of his winning, says, I will buy you a Lambo, Brendan. Lamarca, that Lambo can also be used as a lawnmower. All fast.
That'd be a tremendous flex on the rest of your neighborhood if you turned your Lambo into a lawnmower. I don't know how you do it. I'm assuming that could have run for it instead, launched one downfield to no one. So the Chargers will not get the chance to extend their lead here. But the Jags are going to have about 40 seconds and 3 timeouts to drive and answer, and maybe cut this to a 1-possession game before halftime.
Meta on Twitch. Reed had the touchdown, not Williams. Please correct it. Again, we're going to get there. We promise. Pretty good punt. Back to the 5. Jaguars do have 3 timeouts. So we'll see how aggressive they get. They should get aggressive. They're down 11.
Yeah. It could be some good Gardner Minshew moments here. As the reports suggest, teams are calling about Minshew, and the Jaguars are like, no, why would we trade him? He is going to be a high-value backup, and his pay is dirt cheap, which is exactly the right way to go about that. It's a big throw downfield and intercepted. So, all right, an effort was made. Davis with his second big play. He had the swat in the back of the end zone that erased a Tyler Eifert touchdown, and here he is going deep and hauling in that pass that was intended for DJ Chark.
That looked like he was trying to throw it to him. He's running the route like a receiver.
Yeah,
that was
Chark
awesome.
Undercut that one like he was playing bad coverage. A mess all around on that play. The very Jaguars conclusion to their 2-minute play. They lost one play and it ended in pick.
JL on YouTube at Noah. Your caps lock is off, bro. Just letting you know. That's good.
And another big strike to Joe Reed. And I believe that is the final timeout in the Chargers quiver. So 21 seconds, ball at the 40. They got to get more yards and they need to get out of bounds. I do not think Michael Badgley, the money badger, is going to be able to connect from 57 on the road outdoors, but I think any play over the middle means we're going into halftime, and that will do it. It's good news for Mike Williams owners out there, but unless the Chargers hurry up to the ball in a way that we have rarely seen in Madden, we're going to go into the locker room at 14-3, the Chargers at.
Cody on YouTube. Does anyone know how to appease the sim gods? I can start. I can help and say this, as the freak of nature reminds me. There's a good energy in the sim. Not for the Jaguars, but, if you rostered Joe Reed, even Mike Williams was good. Like you said, it adds to his total.
Okay, yeah.
Chris Thompson, though. Yeah.
No, Thompson's been iffy. Gardner Minshew has the sub 39.6 passer rating right now, which means that if he threw every pass into the ground, he would have a higher passer rating than he currently does. 12 attempts, 67 yards, and a pick. Bad. Justin Herbert, though, 151 and a touchdown, on pace for bonus territory. We'll see if that stays, if that maintains, or if he's going to fold like Superman on laundry day. Austin Eckler, 49 and a touchdown on the ground. Chris Thompson, 10 yards on 6 carries. He is currently getting outperformed in the backfield by Chargers tight end Hunter Henry, which is not ideal.
Yeah, Cater, got to pump up the energy for sure.
Yeah. Through the air, Mike Williams, 3 for 73, so double digits for him. Joe Reed, 2 for 36. He has the receiving touchdown, the game's only receiving touchdown. And Tyler Eifert would have had another one, but he got the ball jarred loose at the last second. 2 for 18 for him. It's been a pretty disappointing day for the Jaguars skill players. It's been a pretty disappointing day for Keenan Allen, who has 1 catch for 4 yards, and that wasn't even a ball he was targeted on. Got deflected into his hands. We'll see if we see a little bit more from him in the second half, as he's got those superstar traits, and it doesn't take much to get him started.
Yeah, I have 21.08 points. I was like, yeah, the wideout ones. DJ Chark, 0 points. Keenan Allen, 1.4 points.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at least Chark was targeted on a deep ball down the sideline, except Gardner Minshew.
It did not end well.
Oh, crap. My Powerade almost gone. I have another one.
Oh, good. You shouldn't have told the chat that. They're going to expect things now.
That's what keeps them coming back, Speaking of coming back, I'll be here for the next sim at 4, right? Is that the right time? Yeah, 4 p.m. Eastern for Bears at the Saints, a Nickelodeon rematch. Bears at Saints. I'll be with Kenny Ducey. Kenny Ducey returns to Simland after just a really busy week of college basketball coverage, I would guess. Ducey had to step aside.
Yeah, Kenny going all in on Michigan because of the way they played in the Big Ten. Not looking like the greatest idea right now, as the rest of the conference has absolutely crumbled this postseason. But hey, Juwan Howard, maybe you are going to be the outlier in this absolutely horrible, very bad, no good postseason for America's conference.
Hey, what did we talked on Friday? What did we decide on the walk-up song? Do we remember what it was? The Shania Twain song.
Shania Twain's that don't impress me much.
Don't impress me much.
And I don't know. It would probably be very expensive to get the rights for that, because Shania is used to a very high standard of living, so she's not giving anything away. But I think if we introduced her to Kenny Ducey, she might gift us the rights to play that on stream.
I love the chat. It's a Monday. It feels like morning, but it's afternoon at this point, and the chat just brings it. The freak of nature. Ducey has been busy in his race car bed. Rossi's Fat Cat, is that a diploma on the wall, Flash? Or do they give those out at Clown College? Oh, man, just coming in with heater comments. I love it. Must be. Ducey physically carried a mattress across 3 states. Oh, man.
Poor Kenny. We had someone come out in the earlier sim, was like, you guys are really mean. You guys are really tough on Ducey. You guys should maybe lay off him a little bit. To which Emerson and I responded, like, no, he knows what he did. This is not Kenny is not affected by this. He's not offended by us. Like he welcomes this and then gives it right back. So I'm not worried about Kenny Ducey. the king of the bunk beds.
Oh, but like for something so dumb about bunk beds.
Yeah.
He's like, I never had a bunk bed. The fact that he cares is like, it's funny.
Yeah, I'm so offended by it. And yeah.
The bunk bed thing. You all know Emerson went in on the bunk bed thing on like a Monday and was like, let's see if we can get 5 days of content out of bunk bed Ducey. And what do you know? We're still talking about bunk beds and race car beds, and it's March 22nd.
Yeah, my favorite is when they were on the sweat together, and Emerson closed out a segment with Kenny by talking about getting top bunk, and TV's Jesse Cofield was just frozen in place because she just trying to suppress a laugh, like she had to go off screen and laugh because just out of nowhere, Emerson came flying in off the top rope in a non-sim environment to drop a bunk bed reference, and it was absolutely glorious.
Third and forever for Justin Herbert. Come on, let it rip. That's not good.
Not ideal, but hey, going to set up what's sure to be a 24-yard punt here. Shaq Cordman gets another stop there. So that first down sack, that loss of 14, absolutely brutal. And the Jags can get the chance to take back over here. And the good news is we got a few garbage points out of the lineup there, especially got Hunter Henry. Putting together a decent game thus far. The Jags about to take over after what is almost certainly going to be a terrible night.
So someone has responded to you. It's Edmund Moncho. That was me telling you guys to take it easy on Ducey. He has enough problems already. Dude has to debate with himself.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, Jaguars, you're not out of the woods yet. You're still down 11, but you're back deep in your own territory.
And hey, I was absolutely wrong about that punt. This is safety range now as Minshew takes over at his own 3. The way Chris Thompson's been running, I don't think he's going to necessarily be able to carve out a lot of room. This might be a situation where Minshew has to drop back into the end zone. And, well, when you're going up against the Bosa brother, probably not where you want to be. Bosa, Ingram, both healthy and signed for this Sim Chargers defense, although it looks like they're not going to bring any pressure here. 5 wide, empty backfield. Come on. Bosa gets to him, but Minshew escapes, so only a loss of 3 there. 3rd and long coming up from the 2. Might be a situation where the Jags just running up the gut and try to create some space for their punter. Create a little Logan Cook territory.
Smash that like button, everybody. We are up over 400 people watching on YouTube. That is fantastic. We are just 22 likes from hitting 200. We have 40 plus on Twitch. The Twitch following continues to grow. Thank you, Twitch. Turn those notifications on for the Twitch machine. 3rd and 11. Gardner Minshew.
Get him. Oh, yeah. Come on. No safety to be had, and D.D. Westbrook falls forward for a first down. Huge first down there.
There we go. That'll help. That'll move the chains a little bit. Come on, we need some offense out of the Jaguars. Mr. Hawk was in the chat saying he stacked the Jags. Wasn't going so well. Sim Ball, what's up? Lewis Daniel checking in on lunch. How's lunch, Lewis Daniel? What are you having for lunch? What you eating? JL says the like has been smashed.
Thanks, buddy.
You guys are a good time. For sure. Oh, face mask. Throwback.
Vigil caught cheating there, so Jags at least now in position to flip the field on a drive that started at their own 3-yard line and very nearly ended in a safety.
James Farrell, I'm in, man. I think it's a 7:30 start for the 8 p.m. Classic NBA. First game is at 7:30, as you mentioned, Kings and Cavs. And then the rest of the games start at 8 or later. And a reminder, NBA pre-lock after the 4 o'clock sim. We mentioned that already, but if you missed it, Sharag Hira and Ben Zwyman both guys from DK and DK Nation. They will join us after the 4 o'clock Madden Sim to give you NBA pre-lock coverage on the sports book, also the DFS side of things. So if you're making those lineups, be sure to check in. Gardner Minshew just,
Yeah,
I don't know
what that was, but it almost worked somehow. Okay. Interesting strategy here, Jags. Let's see if it pays off.
Louis Daniel is having barbecue chicken pizza for lunch.
Oh, nice.
Nice, dude.
Is there barbecue chicken pizza with pineapple on it or no? Because that would change my opinion. Also, is the barbecue chicken is it whole chicken, fried chicken? What are we dealing with there? Because there are a lot of ways you can do it. My personal barbecue chicken pizza is, the barbecue sauce as the pizza sauce, a little bit of cheddar, a little bit of roasted or grilled chicken on top, maybe some tomatoes, definitely some onions.
A lot of folks in the chat are looking for Chris Conley. Chef Duke wants Chark. Jacob Weatherford, back-to-back lasers. Minshew is on fire. Yeah, they're not good. Jaguars are, I expect better from the Jags in Simland. It's very, very mediocre. It's actually worse than mediocre. It's bad. It's just bad.
Sorry, I had a toddler come back from swim time, so now we're partying here and talking about how great swimming is. Which, to be fair, she's right. It's pretty great.
No pineapple, says Louis Daniel.
Smart. The proper way to do it. Like, occasionally you can get away with it if it's like a really good pizza. I'm not anti-pineapple on pizza. I'm a little anti-pineapple on barbecue chicken pizza. Ooh, big thing there. So Mike Williams not getting a ton of catches, but making him count when he does. It's going to put him right around 20 yards per catch in this one. Good news if you got Williams. Good news if you got Justin Herbert.
Yeah, for a second I thought he missed Keenan Allen, but he actually had Williams in the distance. Bills fan, having Conley and Chark at 0 points makes you want to punch the screen.
I mean, don't do that. Don't take it out on the poor screen. The poor screen did nothing.
Right, the screen is just allowing you to watch, so I guess that's why you'd be upset, but punch something else. Punch the like button. First time playing Fortnite, the parody account runner on Twitch says, starting a new game show. Hashtag, where in the world is Skip Perkins?
Dead.
All right, dude. All right.
Gone forever.
And if you're all wondering what happened to Skip and who got rid of him, you're talking to him right now.
Murdered. Dirt nap, Skip Perkins.
Or Skip.
He deserved it.
Okay.
He got what he deserved.
He got what he deserved, yeah. Oh, man. All right, Mike Williams again on the back of the defender.
Yeah, that might be Mike Williams' bonus territory. It is, in fact, 100+ for him now. And that's got Justin Herbert trending upwards. And I'm sure a lot of people out there would like to see him go after Keenan Allen a bit more. Allen, at this late stage in the game, 2 catches, 7 yards, an absolutely brutal performance thus far. And, there's a little Austin Eckler. Been a minute since we saw him.
Right?
We might get a lot of him in the fourth quarter if the Chargers go into the final frame with a 18-point lead. And 18-point lead.
I know, right? I'm like, oh, yeah, like Austin Eckler. Like, he's here still, I think.
Yeah, he exists.
That is a completion to the 26. Flair got out of bounds. It was Joe Reed.
Joe Reed's good day continues.
Luke Murphy asking about the next sim. Do you go with Breeze or Madden Mitch?
Oh, Madden Mitch.
Wow.
1,000%. How could you not?
I think there is more upside in Madden Mitch. Saints are home. And Breeze at home in the Dome. Always very good. Or at least there's a chance he's better. So, James Farrell, I received your invite.
Excellent. So through 3 quarters, Justin Herbert on pace for the bonus, but might not be throwing it a lot in the 4th quarter. Currently, Gardner Minshew has a 46.1 passer rating, which tells you everything you need to know about how things are going for the Jags. Oh, were they able to bolster that on the run game? No. Chris Thompson, 18 rushing yards. This has been a giant fart of a game for the Jags. The home team disgracing the hallowed halls of TIAA Bank Stadium. The home of the Stadium Stampede, the greatest match in AEW history, perhaps, although that latest Britt Baker Thunder Rosa lights out match was absolutely phenomenal. Tremendous. Anyway, back to the sim. Austin Eckler, 2 catches. He's not doing much of anything. D.D. Westbrook, 2 for 38. Keenan Allen, 2 for 7. Basically, you needed Mike Williams in this one if you are going to have a chance. Eckler has a touchdown as well. And Joe Reed really been showing up and showing us a good time.
Nick, hitting that like button. Nick, again, it's good to hear you're doing better and you're in a good spot. Good news from the doctors. Thanks for choosing us. Thank you, all of you, for being here. We're almost at 200 likes, so hit that like button if you are inclined. We still have 4 sims coming your way today. 1 more on the early slate, and check out postroute.substack.com. Oh, show. I know, Abby. So, Abby Rizzle, now that you just said that, I'm reminded you were indeed the first person to say the headband looks like duct tape. The gray one especially. I like my duct tape. You know what? I'm glad I can just reach into this box over here and look at the screen and go, oh, what color does Christian have on today? And I can just find it. And I enjoy it.
It's all part of that. All part of that good energy.
Ooh, 47-yard attempt. I've got both kickers. I am doing really, really bad in this contest. Oh, did he miss it? Oh, doink! He missed it!
Doink! Oh, wow. So the Jags stay alive as Badgley cannot pull out the medium-length field goal there. And I'm top 50 in the Glash and Christian Food world, thanks to the 28 points from Mike Williams in the captain spot.
So there are 150 entries in this contest.
Oh, no. How's it going, buddy?
The bottom 3 did not enter lineups. Therefore, I am in second to last place. And actually trying second to last. DJ Chark and the captain, 0 points. Eckler, Minshew, Keenan Allen. Minshew has 2.56 points. Allen has 2 for 7. And Lambo's made a 30-something yarder, and Badgley just missed a kick. So I should be the Not My Kid award today with this performance.
I can bend the rules and give it to you, buddy. If you somehow finish in the bottom 2 of active lineups, you will get the Not My Kid award.
Wow, pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. 2nd and 11. Come on, Minshew, you're better than this.
Oh, is he though? Because I mean, yeah, he's gonna lay some eggs. He's gonna have his share of clunkers. But I'm here for it when the football gods curse the Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence goes down with like a torn ACL in week 4, and Gardner Minshew takes over and does just well enough to push him out of like the top 5 in the next year's draft. Like, I'm gonna be here for it.
Louis Daniel, you are right. I did come in 3rd on Madden After Dark last night. That is true.
Ooh, very nice.
Had a good night last night. That's why you make a lineup, guys, because you never know. It might be your night. It might be your day. It might be your night. It might be your slate. Yeah, Chris, good call. Elgin Baylor, R.I.P. Just saw that come across too.
Yeah, I mean, not only a tremendous basketball player, but a pretty solid general manager. Although, to be fair, he spent a lot of time with the Clippers, and it was real hit or miss. They gave him a long leash there, so probably a better player than general manager. But There was a minute there when the Clippers were so bad, all you had to do was get them to the playoffs, and people would think you were incredible. And that's what Elgin did. 22 years as GM of the Clippers. That is basically like not even basketball purgatory. You are the executive in charge of basketball hell. You are handing massive contracts out to guys like Benoit Benjamin. And the fact that he made the Clippers at least briefly relevant deserves some commendation.
Big shoe. Oh, we got bailed out. Nice catch. Hey, DJ Shark!
On the board. You did it, DJ. Congrats to Glash. Climbing up out of second to last place with that catch.
Cody Gray in the chat. Cody, we have a little league. It's not so little anymore. 1,500 people in it, the DK SimFam Friends League. We can play in private contests. Christian can do whatever he wants, but the hosts, we can't play in those public ones, so we play in the league we created to have a little fun competition. It's a 200-person free roll, 150 entered, and I've been sucking today. That's caught inside the 5 by, I believe it's Thompson. No, it's Westbrook.
Oh. So Westbrook racking up some PPR points, not a ton of yards, but being a viable play today. 6,800 in the flex, which is pretty reasonable for a guy who's giving me 11 points per game. But obviously, everything's real trick-or-treat, hit or miss here when you're dealing with the Jags offense. And, Minshew very nearly sacked. Gets rid of that one, and it's actually a smart decision. I don't hate it. Under 5 minutes to go. Jags down by 11, so if they have to settle for a field goal here, not the end of the world. A big third down coming up. Excuse me.
We haven't done this in a while, and I guess because the sim has been so smelly and my lineup is so bad that my rooting interest has been not too fun. Randy. So Randy's already asking. As Gardner makes you stink today. Come on.
He just lost 15 yards by running in the wrong direction. Oh, my goodness. Well, good news if you have Michael Badgley and want a little bit extra length to his field goal. So instead of a 22-yard chip shot, this is going to be from 37 now. And any hope the Jaguars going for it on fourth down has now been erased. You got to take the points here and hope you can get a touchdown and a 2-point conversion later on. Ugh, horrible.
Put your DK username in the chat if you want to be in the DK SimFam Friends League. Producer Drew has said he will add names. All right, dude. I mean, I opened it up, too, just in case you wanted to say no. Because I'm like that. I'm not like other people who come on here and just make you do crap.
We need a sim with the backup QBs. Yes, I agree. We should absolutely have an all backup suite that just completely messes with everyone. The complaints should be phenomenal. Everyone would lose their damn mind. But yeah, an all depth chart day. I put O'Shags in the tight end 1 spot. I don't know, Mike Glennon quarterbacking this Jaguars team. Tyrod Taylor getting back into the swing of things. A little Fitz magic for the people. Like, I'm into it 1,000%. Jarrett Stidham averaging 2 fantasy points per game over the course of a week. Love it.
So it's a 1-score game. I didn't fire up the Lambo. I feel bad. A little bit. So, let me just clarify. You are on this, question mark? Just to make sure we're not doing 2 things at once? Okay. Producer Drew's on it. Cool. Thanks, buddy. Love you, mean it. Yeah, so if you want to get in on the DK SimFam Friends League, the broadcasters, the announcers make free rolls. Of course, when you want to make a contest, the max you can have is 200. We do a complete free contest, and it's a bragging rights thing. We kind of monitor it to kind of shrivel the pool of people, and it's fun to follow along. So right now, STBK is in first. Our buddy Tate, I think it's Tate. Or no, it's Tom. It's Tom from our team.
Oh.
Tom is in fourth. Tom's not even on the sim working. He's in 4th place. Sean Griffin's in 6th. Rob Rand's in 9th. Matt Nelson, 10th place. So good stuff. Yeah, it's fun. You know, it's a little smaller pool of people. And right now there's a 3-way tie in the larger free roll with over 9,500 entries.
So somehow that worked out. 3rd and 2, the Chargers didn't have numbers up front, and yet still, despite running through a packed box, Eckler is able to pick up the first down. So we are a couple plays away from the 2-minute warning, and the Jags are going to have to burn some timeouts here if they want to have a shot at tying this game up before OT, the end of regulation.
Randy, I see you over there on Twitter. Found it. Found your name. You're invited. You're in the band. The Jaguars don't deserve to have a chance to tie this game. They just don't.
That's great. They've been playing terrible offense.
Oh! That should seal it.
Another big first down. Another big Mike Williams reception. 6 for 123 now. If he could find the end zone, that would cap off a pretty good day. With him and Joe Reed basically as the two must captains in this one, or must plays in this one, although Austin Eckler nearing 15 points from the flex. Not great, but on a day where no one else is really performing. Another guy who's useful to have. Hunter Henry, 17 points in the flex as well. So this has just been an all Chargers kind of day. Oh, man. Big carry there. I'm going to make it real tough on the Jags to come back in this one. All the Chargers need here is a field goal to effectively end this one. It would be a 52-yarder from here, which we've already seen Badgley doink a 47-yarder, so not a guarantee, but the way Eckler just ran the ball, he should be able to create a little bit more space.
Oh, Eckler, I thought he was going to bounce through that hole. Very close.
Yeah, nice little 8-yard pickup there. 4-yard pickup. No, 6-yard pickup, rather. So they can keep running the ball. They can keep forcing the Jags to burn those timeouts as long as they don't lose a ton of yards here on 2nd and 4. They will have the chance to kick a field goal here with roughly a minute left to play.
Eckler, nothing
doing there.
Nope. Again, I'll be here at 4 with Kenny Ducey. We'll have Bears at the Saints, the Nickelodeon rematch.
I mean, I think you have to take Mitch in that. That is the game in which he was the MVP.
Right? The Nickelodeon MVP. And now, how does a Nickelodeon MVP accept being a backup in Buffalo?
I mean, very easily if you consider his past body of work. All right, 4th and 1 coming up. They can kick the 43-yarder to seal this one, or they can go for it here and kneel it out. I expect Anthony Lynn will just take the points here and give the Jags a chance to record a few garbage points with their comeback. No timeouts left for Jacksonville. Clock's going to go down to about a minute left before they get the ball back. So we're looking at maybe they are going to go for it. They're going to try to seal it right here. And if they don't get it, overtime would be very much in play. Didn't get it.
Wow.
So Eckler had a hole, and he avoided it. So minute 3 left, no timeouts left, 75 yards to go to tie this one up, and you'll need a 2-point conversion as well. But again, that probably should have been sealed up. A crack opens, and these Jags have a sign of life, a weak heartbeat, but a pulse nonetheless.
Did say this, didn't I? Banded Caterpie says, Shower is still alive. I did say if we get a game-winning score in overtime, I would dump the Powerade. Oh, crap. Oh, man.
I mean, the way the Jags... Oh, wow. And that's not the start you want if you want to keep your Gatorade bottled. As Westbrook, another catch, so his day, not horrible. 5 for, looked like might have been 70-something there, so he's doing okay. He is a rare bright spot for an otherwise forgettable day from this Jags offense. 40 seconds to go. So barring a sideline strike or a deep ball here, we got like two plays left.
No, why should I even trust this guy? Nope.
Joey Bosa rolling around and throwing him back to the turf after he tries to get up two. Just delightful. So last play of the game coming here. It's going to be Hail Mary, Hail Mary. If the first one goes incomplete, the Jags will have a shot here. Oh, no. No, this is the last play of the game. 4, 3,
no chance.
2,
no
1.
Chance.
Time's out. It won.
Wow. What a sucker. Just come on. Wow. That was just.
With the game on the line, he checked down to his running back. I don't care. Gardner babysitter Billy himself so hard in this one. It got to be you. Gardner, you are the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner today. 169 and an interception through the air. Oh my God. Horrible. Just horrible. Just regrettable. Eckler 22 for 87. If he'd gone 22 for 88, we wouldn't have gotten that amazing Gardner Minshew brain fart at the end. So I guess we should be thankful for that. We also had a touchdown. Player of the game in this one. Ooh, tough call because they're two pretty good candidates in this one. Joe Reed, 33% owned in our contest. Mike Williams, only 36% owned, and Mike had 21 plus points in the flex today. So Mike Williams, 6 for 123. You are today's Krusty Koff player of the game, getting it done in an otherwise unfortunate sim. Keenan Allen put together a solid babysitter Billy performance, only 2 for 7. But you know what? He didn't check down to his running back on a Hail Mary play, so he avoids that ignominious award in this one. Oh.
Yeah, Gardner Minshew. See that's the clown diploma behind me. That's clownish. So yours truly finished 145th, which means taking out the 3 lineups that did not enter a lineup, I came in 3rd last, and guess who came in 2nd last? Creature from the Glass Lagoon. That's fantastic.
Synergy.
I had 34.4 points. 34. That is awful.
I had almost 32 from my captain alone, and I finished in 50th. So
awful.
Anyway, you are back here at 4 p.m. with Kenny Ducey. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yep.
Yeah. I am done for the day, but I'll be back tomorrow bright and early. Emerson and I back on the horn for the call of that nooner. Bears and Saints coming up next. Make sure you roster the MVP, Mitch Trubisky. Feels like a 40-point day for him. Just saying.
There you go. So there's Christian's advice. Get Madden Mitch into your lineups.
You can't fade Madden Mitch.
Real quick, shout out to STBK, the first place winner in the Chargers at Jags 2 p.m. free roll in the DK SimFam Friends League. Producer Drew sent out invites if you were curious about joining the league. We have fun, so check it out. And then in the public free showdown, a 2-way tie for first. Hunter Henry was the captain. Williams in the flex with Herbert, Eckler, Joe Reed, Westbrook, the lone member of the Jags in the winning lineup. All right, like Christian said, he's back tomorrow. I'm back later on. Thanks to the Drew Stack, Joe from Ops. See you guys soon for 4 o'clock. Saints hosting the Bears here in Simland. We'll see you soon here on the Dream Stream. Parts unknown. What do we want to call this location?
It's we'll call it Cooperstown, New York, because that's where I am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame induction?
No, that's in the summer. I'm just it's a very long story. I don't know how I wound up here, but here I am.
Ducey from the Cooperstown Man Cave.
That's right.
Wow.
And I am Drew's saying it's my Hall of Fame induction off the book. Also, there's like no one going into the Hall of Fame this year, so how could it even be the Hall of Fame induction?
Well, for you, I mean, you're the new addition to the class, the only addition.
Yeah, all my accomplishments as a broadcaster, sure. No, I'm tagging along on my girlfriend's business trip, so this will be my background for the sim today, the 6 o'clock sim, and all my sims this week.
There's something in the window.
Huh?
Something in the window. Ah, gotcha.
I thought this was a professional setup here. What's going on? Drew said Ford Frick Award, more like the fricking Kenny Award. I love it. I was actually going to make some sort of joke about how I received the Ford Frick Award or whatever, but no.
All right, so we got the Nickelodeon rematch here. Bears and Saints. Mitch Trubisky was the Nickelodeon MVP a few months ago. Who do you like? Lineups have locked. Did you get a lineup in?
I did get a lineup in. I don't like any of the Saints, as always. Sticking with my brand here. Not really stacking up. I do have a few. I have Traquan Smith and Jared Cook, but definitely not rostering Breeze. He's not one of I think I talked about this with forget who it was, maybe Kaufman. There's only 5 rosterable quarterbacks in Madden, so I'm not rostering. I am rostering one of the rosterable quarterbacks, which is Mr. Trubisky. He's in my captain spot. Allen Robinson and Anthony Miller and Ted Ginn Jr. as well, and I'll come back with Traquan Smith and Jared Cook, hoping to maybe just catch a couple short touchdowns. But I think it's gonna be all Bears in this one, Glash.
All right, nice. I put Trubisky in the captain as well. Rostered Kamara, Cohen, Traquan Smith,
nice,
Miller, and Lutz. I actually like my lineup. It's not that bad.
All right.
As long as Trubisky doesn't mess it up, which is, very possible, but we'll see. Yeah.
Yeah, Mitch Trubisky's been known to mess up a thing or two in his life, right? Speaking of messed up, how's your bracket?
Oh, well, you know what I've come to figure out? Are we still on camera?
I don't know.
We are, right? All right, so I can talk about this. I've come to find out that betting is more fun than brackets. I'll just leave it at that.
I've come to find that out as well.
Brackets are overrated.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Had a lot of fun during that Ohio-Virginia game, we'll just say. So
there you go. Yeah. Oral Roberts, certainly helpful.
Oral Roberts yesterday. Oh, that was fun. Oh, boy. It's been a fun tournament.
Irwin says it looks like a fine bathroom setup. I'm talking to someone. All right. In the meantime, Saints kick it off to the Bears. Top ownership coming in. Alvin Kamara, highest owned, 73.8%. Michael Thomas in next at 57%. Then young Mitchell at 51.9%. Drew Brees, Jared Cook, your top 5 highest owned. Kenny Ducey coming from the Cooperstown Cave. If you're all wondering about his new setup, you'll probably get more questions about this when we hit the quarter break, when more people arrive.
Looking forward to it. Yeah, people are probably just, as Marv Albert would say, it's a late arriving crowd.
Late arriving crowd here in New Orleans. 2nd and 6 here for the Bears. Starting the sim with the football. It's our 3rd of 6 today. Mitchell Trubisky, you can go mobile for a gain of a yard.
I'm expecting Mitch to run for no fewer than 70 yards in this one. That's my over-under on Mitch Trubisky yards, is 70 rushing yards.
70?
I think we're going to see it.
Wow. Yo, it's Derek on Twitch. What happened to Kenny's brick wall?
I punched through it. I ran through it, actually, when I heard Robert Sala's latest press conference.
Uh-oh, what did he say?
I don't know. I'm just making a joke.
That wasn't me trying to trigger you. I had not seen if Robert Saleh had said anything. That's why I was just asking. But there's nothing. Okay. Good to know.
Anyone out there get a Top Shot pack?
Ducey, when was the last time you did a sim? Like a week ago?
Probably Thursday or Wednesday, maybe. Yeah, so maybe almost a week ago. Yeah.
So you're gonna 4 minutes in, you're gonna come in here and ask people for Top Shot packs and stuff. You're not gonna say hi to everyone first?
What are you talking about? I want to see how everyone's doing. See if everyone got a Top Shot pack. That's all.
Oh, okay. I guess that is a way of you checking in on them. That's good. All right.
CEH says no way, Kenny. What does that mean?
No way. What?
I don't know. BW Parks. Ducey seems positive. Maybe just need a scenery change. Maybe I just needed March, BW. That's your real initials.
I mean, to kind of take the...
Gin, let's go, bruh. Of course.
You know, metaphorically, you had to break through that barrier, and maybe that brick wall was the barrier that you needed to break through. You broke through that wall, and you found this wooden background and full of snowshoes and signs and a nice wood window. You fit like so... It almost looks like a sauna. You look so comfortable in there.
Oh, thank you. Well, now I'm even more comfortable because I got my headphones working. That was a big concern for the last 5 minutes, but we're good now.
Roland says, did he drive his race car bed through the brick wall?
You mean the bunk beds? You guys can't keep track of what I got. I got bunk beds. I got a race car bed. I got no bed.
Ducey and Glash with you, the Drew Stack, Joe from the Game Ops team. It is the last sim of the early slate, and don't forget, we will have NBA pre-lock after this with Ben Zwyman and Chirag Hira. Drew Brees out of the gun at the Bears 40. Oh, and down he goes.
Good to see you again, though, Glash. I missed you.
Yeah, it was a fun weekend. A lot of college hoops, but always good. Always good to know that we can come back here to the comfort zone of Simland. That second screen experience. You guys are fantastic. It's great to have you with us.
You got in this game?
Well, come on, the Zags, man. Right? I mean, can something normal go right in March?
No. That's why it's March.
There's Alvin.
You know what? I have a big bone to pick with whoever came up with the phrase, March comes in like a lion and goes out like a lamb.
Okay.
I have a huge bone to pick with that person. Because first of all, how are you going to say with a straight face that you can predict that the month is going to be the same every single year? Like, the guy probably just had a storm probably destroyed all his crops at the beginning of March. And then, like, on the last day of the month, it was sunny. And he was like, oh, boy, man, that March, it came in like a lion, and it just went out like a lamb. It was so great to see, Beth. And then... like, that was it. That was probably just some random farmer who coined the phrase because, all we care about with farmers is that they know the weather, I guess, or whatever. So, anyway, I got to imagine that we, at this point, like last March, there was no out like a lamb. It was just all lion. I mean, I'm not even talking about what happened in the world. I'm just saying, weather-wise, right? It was just in like a lion, and it just was a lion the whole time. And I just feel like my last, 5 Marches have been that way. Like, it's bad weather, it's cold, doesn't really get warmer by the end of the month. So I just want to know, can we revisit that phrase? Who was the guy who coined it? And, what basis did he really have to say that March comes in like a lion and goes out like a lamb? Because I feel like it was none basis.
But March overall can be a challenging month because there are no holidays. The weather can get better in the Northeast, but no guarantees. It could really stink. So yeah, I kind of agree with the first part of it. It does come in like a lion.
Right. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it doesn't go out like a lamb.
Yeah. All right. So I guess I agree with you.
Here's the other thing I'll say. Spring is my favorite season. I love the spring. I think that the spring is what people think the fall is. Like everyone out there, we romanticize the fall because of the leaves changing and you're getting into the holiday season. But the problem with the fall is that you have like 2 weeks of really solid outdoor fall weather where you're like, it's like 50, 55, you're outside, you're tailgating, football season's beginning. You're like, oh yeah, fall, right? Fall is just nice. And then like the like 70 to 80% of fall, it's just like, it's like 20 degrees. There's no snow on the ground. You're like, you're drinking, you're walking around with your coffee. It's getting on your hand and then it's getting all sticky and like you're cold and your hands are dry. And Drew's mentioning, right, it's dark by 4 o'clock in the fall. And the thing is people people want to bottle that 2 weeks of fall, right? Out of the summer, August, September. September is when my birthday is. I like the season, okay? I'm just saying, let's not talk about the fall like it's the best season out there. The spring has the same exact 2 weeks that you get in the fall in April, right? You get that. It's warm. It's like 60, 65. You get your first t-shirt day of the year. But the thing about the spring is it doesn't get progressively worse, right? You don't have that like little window of great weather and then bang, it's 20 degrees and you're like, where's the snow? If it's going to be this cold, there should be snow. And then like, you got to go see your relatives. It's like you have, the 2 weeks and then it just keeps getting better and better and better and better and better and better. And then you get June, then you get July, and you get the 4th of July, and you get your cookouts, and then you get your and then you get the fall 2 weeks as well. The spring begins like the 4 glory months of the year. It begins a fantastic run of time to be in the United States, especially on the East Coast. I know that there's like no real seasons in LA, so if you're in LA, whatever, who cares? But anyway, bottom line, spring, best season ever. Side note, you get March Madness and opening day, but that's not even why it's the best. It's just the best season. Best season is the spring. Hands down, I will not hear any arguments.
Analysis of the seasons with Kenny Ducey here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. That point about getting dark by 4, it's a good call. But Kenny, being in the Northeast, there's always a chance I don't necessarily agree with you about the weather always getting better because, now you're right when it's like April into May, but technically spring began this weekend. We could very easily get snow next week.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen snow in April before, and it's it's not fun. No one wants snow in April. I completely agree with you, Glass.
You go to Fenway Park in Boston in April, and it's you might get a game where it's 20 out, and it's painful.
What I always say about the November, December though in the fall is at least give me snow. Like if it's gonna be really cold, if it's gonna be an inconvenience to be outside for me, at least give me snow on the ground. Like. December, you're freezing outside, but it's pretty, because of the snow. You just don't get that in the fall. Like you get these really cold weathers and there's no redeeming qualities to it. So, I don't know. I understand. Like, obviously there's always stuff about seasons that's bad. Summer, you get too hot. Winter, sometimes you might get like sub-zero temperatures. Every season's got its downsides, right? But to me, spring is by far the best. And like I said, you look at the downsides, it just keeps getting better and better. So that's where I'm at on the seasons for sure. Robert says the whole first quarter, not one play call. Yeah. Sean Payton made many play calls. I don't know what you're talking about. Nope. There are no points on the board. Who cares?
Oof, don't say that to Robert. You'll hurt his feelings. Hey, here comes Tariq Cohen, Robert, for a gain of 5. What a monstrous run. 3rd and 2. A lot of suggestions coming in as to where you are: a shed, a porta potty,
An outhouse. Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like a sauna. David says California here, sunshine. Here's young Mitchell. Hustle
I would
and
actually love to do this.
Oh, no! Robert, he fumbled, Robert! Lattimore has it, Robert! They're at the 20 now, Robert. Bears.
Oh, why, Mitch? Why? How did you fumble right there? Well, we'll get our first look at new Jet Sheldon Rankins in this sim, that's for sure, with the Saints defensive line.
Here comes Drew Brees again. 45.6% in the flex. Ball spotted at the 20 as a result of that play.
At the 20-yard line.
At the 20-yard line, here is Kamara for a gain of 12. Jim says, yes, we know the difference of the seasons. No, for sure. I mean, I've come to really appreciate spring a lot more. Overall, I'm with you on your take.
Good.
But the football being in the fall is why folks love fall. You know that, right? It's the sports season.
I do know that, yes.
Okay. All right. Producer Drew says, while the saying most likely started as a reference to astronomy, referencing the position of the constellations, Leo, a lion, Aries, a ram or lamb, and the night sky, it quickly evolved into a succinct summation of March changing weather as the seasons change from winter to spring in the northern hemisphere. That read like a Jim Nantz promo read during the tournament. So eloquent. Boston Joe was wondering, were you like pointing were you shaking your fist at the sky when you were doing your weather season rant?
No, I don't even, I'm not outside. How could I just take my fist at the sky?
You could look out the window. There's Breeze, plenty of time. Show off that arm, kid. There you go. Robert, Manny Sanders at the 2. 1st and goal.
All right, let's get a little Jared Cook action here.
Wow. Big time. Big time. Nice ball. See it a couple more times. Was that pretty? 43-yard gain.
Drew Brees showing off the arm. Why are you retiring? By the way, could Drew Brees have picked the worst time to retire?
The worst time?
Yeah, he announced it. He announced his retirement. What was it? Right in the middle of a big game or something? Didn't he?
He went to Instagram.
Yeah.
There's a picture of him with his kids.
Right. But wasn't it right during a big event?
I think you're right. I'm trying to remember what exactly it was. What the heck? You know what it might have been, dude? It might have been the NBA All-Star game.
No, I don't think so.
Well, what would the other big event be in the last 3 weeks?
I'm looking right now. Because I tweeted about it. Because, I hate Drew Brees.
March 14th. So it wasn't the NBA All-Star game. What was happening on March 14th? I should call my old friend Skip Perkins. He might remember. What did he publish that day? Oh, the Players' Championship. Golf.
Oh, it was it was a big sports day. We had the Players' Championship. You had what was it? There was also it was last Sunday. So you had
Grammys.
The last round of the Players' Championship. You had Selection Sunday. So there was
the Grammys.
Remember
too.
The last game before the Selection Sunday was what? And the Grammys. But you had I believe a huge game last Sunday. Right?
Oh, I mean the Big Ten Championship.
Right, maybe that was, I'm looking back right now to see what game it was, but there was like a big game on at the moment that I just couldn't take my eyes off.
It was probably college basketball.
Huh?
It was probably a college basketball game.
No, it was. I'm trying to figure out which one it was.
Oh, the last game of the day is always the Big Ten championship, and then Selection Sunday, the Grammys. You add it all up. It was a busy day.
Right, but I'm telling you, there was one game specifically that was. Oh, it was Illinois Ohio State.
Yeah,
remember that? Went to overtime. Huge, like amazing game.
Ohio State. Wow. Things have changed.
But that game was amazing. Illinois Ohio State, and you had that on top of the Players Championship. Remember, the Players Championship went down to the final hole. So everyone, it was like at 5:30. Everyone was watching. It was like the last few holes of the Players, especially like Drew Brees' target audience, which is like my dad, right? No one is on Twitter. Everyone's watching the Players, and then you also have the Big Ten championship going on at the same time. Great overtime game selection. Like, why did he pick that day to announce it? It was the worst time he could have ever picked. Wow, Mitch Trubisky, just so many rushing yards. It's insane.
Well, we all kind of knew it was coming, though, right? I mean, like, it wasn't really a surprise.
Right, but, like, why are you he had, that's the point, Glash, is he had so much time to plan out his retirement. When he wanted to do it, he could have done it, right after he lost. He could have done it, the week after. He could have done it 2 weeks. Like, why wait until, like, a really busy day? Why not do it? Here, if I were retiring from the NFL, and I don't know if I would ever retire. I would just keep trying to make as much money as I could. Josh McCown. I think what I would do is I would pick a Monday, right? What about a Monday, 10 a.m.?
Why do you care so much about this? He clearly didn't care.
That's my point. Is like then that to me affects your legacy. If you're not gonna retire well, it's like on Seinfeld about I can't be with someone that doesn't break up well. If you're not going to retire well, then you might as well, just who cares about the last few years of your career? Like, if he didn't care about his career, look, again, my whole point is if I'm retiring on a Monday at 10 a.m. I'm announcing it, and then what you do is you control the whole, you control a whole day. Monday is then Drew Brees Day. People are talking about you. People are talking about how good you were. You're going to make the Hall of Fame. You maybe even that extends into Tuesday or Wednesday to pick the right week. You could have a whole week devoted to you. They're talking about on TV is Drew Brees. How good was he? Blah blah blah. And like, I don't buy the he wants to be humble. He doesn't want anyone to talk about his career. You play it in the NFL for 20 years. You cry coming off the field. You definitely want people to say how great you were. That's anyone who says that they don't is a liar. And whatever. So my point is, like, why pick the worst, like, a busy Sunday to retire? It was the worst day ever. There were like 5 people who on Twitter who commented on it, and that was it.
I would take it up with Drew Brees and his people.
Sure, I will. Next time I see him.
So, you've been gone off the Dream Stream for 5 days, and this is what you had to get off your chest?
Yeah, it was annoying.
Whether and when Drew Brees decides to retire? Come on, Drew! Capitalize on Monday. Days of the week and season.
That's when you do it. That's when you retire. That's not an outlandish
Yeah, but he doesn't care.
Of course he cares. Do you think he doesn't care?
No, not at all. He already has to deal with NBC. Everyone knows
0% chance that he doesn't care. Of course he cares. Everyone cares. What is going on in this game? Why can't we get touchdowns? Why do we have a 54-yard field goal going through? That never happens.
Wow. A couple field goals out of Lutz and Eddie Pinheiro. Very good. Good energy in the sim. Tied at 3. 3:18 to play. 3-3. Yes. Kenny Ducey giving us takes on the season changes. Also, days of the week when you should retire. What's next? We're going to do addition and subtraction. Alphabet.
I do like that BW Park says Ducey needs a show where he just talks to a psychiatrist, just a one-on-one.
The psychiatrist will be the microphone.
Mike Avery goes, yes. Mike Avery goes, wait, Breeze retired?
I've never heard this one, pal. Never heard someone get upset or have a take on what day of the week someone should retire. It's a new one. You never disappoint. What else is on your mind?
Nothing. Don't know how Gonzaga's only up 12 right now. I thought they were going to win by like 25.
No, it's very sweaty out there. Start gripping the ball a little tighter. Shots don't go up the same. I mean, look, if you're Gonzaga, right, and I guess in a sense, the pressure has kind of come off them a little bit because you look at the rest of the field and you're like, well, at least we're not Illinois. It could be worse. But now I think we're all just open to the chaos here in March. There's just been so many wacky things going on. So I think, in a sense, that kind of should calm them down. But look, at this stage, for a 1 to be up 12, that's like a blessing. I think if you're the Zags, you take it.
Boston Joe, Kenny, are you cool with ketchup on hot dogs, or must it be mustard? It definitely must be mustard, 100%.
Nope. Is ketchup allowed?
No ketchup on dogs. It's gross.
I like both.
It's gross. Look, I'm not an anti-ketchup guy. I have ketchup, with my chicken nuggets, with my French fries. I mean, that's where it stops. I'm not a ketchup on eggs guy. I'm a hot sauce on eggs guy. But no, absolutely, positively, no ketchup on your hot dog. It has to be mustard, preferably with sauerkraut as well. They call me Deputy Ducey for a reason. It's because I lay down the law with these.
Hey,
here's what you can and can't have on your hot dog.
Liz J, and we're going to get a punt, so this is a good time to bring up this point. Liz J makes an excellent point. Drew Brees retired on March 14th. It was the anniversary of him signing with the Saints. When he was traded there from the Chargers, March 14th, 2006.
Did you know that until
today?
today?
Deal worth $60 million.
Did you know that until today?
No, I went, well, Liz knew.
Okay. Do you think anybody knew that besides Liz?
Liz just said it.
My point is no one knew.
Yeah, but that's important.
It was not an apparent reason for retiring on March 14th. I think it was dumb.
Well, that was important to Drew Brees.
What about retiring like on the anniversary of your Super Bowl win? How about that? Wouldn't that have been much cooler?
You wouldn't have cared about that.
It would have been February.
But what if that was a Saturday and not Monday?
It's better than a Sunday on a packed sports day. Maybe you get it, maybe that Saturday. It's probably the Saturday that it wouldn't have been a Saturday.
I think Drew Brees is happy, and that's all that matters.
I mean, it doesn't matter at all if he's happy. I don't care.
Liz comes back and says all real Saints fans knew.
That's an oxymoron. There are no real Saints fans. They're all bandwagon fans who whine about every call. Lil Wayne is a real Saints fan. I think that's it. Actually, he's not even a real Saints fan. That's the thing. He's from New Orleans, and he's a Packers fan. Wow. Give me a break with the Saints. Can't wait for them to spend 20 years in the basement of the NFC. Oh boy, what a touchdown right there to Mr.
Ted Ginn.
Can you fade Ted Ginn in The Sims? The answer is always no, Glash. You cannot.
Oh, revenge narrative. Former Saint, 33.5% owned, 3.6% in the captain. Dean Murray says, you should have played this game on a Monday. Oh, wait, it is Monday, and this game still stinks.
I liked the many people that were like, well, It's Monday and you should retire on a Monday. This Monday, got him. Hyro and Jordan Lindenbaum, my only two friends. What's going on, everybody?
Yeah. Do you want to make the what days are best for us to run Sims? Do you want to just do you want to change the schedule
Every day? I think we should add more Sims.
Oh, look at that production team. Get busy. Producer Drew, Tom Brady is going to retire on March 17th, 2029. To mark the date he signed with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
You want to hear something funny? My girlfriend made me a bet 3 years ago, or 2 years ago, that Tom Brady and Bill Belichick would retire at the exact same time.
Do you believe her?
They would retire together. I did not. That's why I made the bet with her. But I especially don't now because they're on different teams. What do you think?
It will likely be different, for sure. But I will let you know when I choose to retire, and I want to run it by you to make sure it's a good day and time to do it. That goes for all of you, by the way. If you want to retire from whatever it is you do, playing Sims,
make sure you pick a good day.
Run it by Kenny to make sure it's the right time.
You don't even have to run it by. Just have common sense when it comes to the schedule. Like, it's like, oh, I'm going to announce my retirement on Christmas. No, don't do that. No one's going to care. Find a good day where you can have a day where people, pontificate about how great you were. When nothing else is going on. Dean Murray goes, why? He goes, why would anyone care how someone eats a hot dog? I like how that is what he took out of that last 20 minutes. That's what he's upset about. Why would anyone care what people put on a hot dog?
Right now we have a solo leader in the Free Public Showdown AZ Cards fan. Trubisky in the captain spot. Robinson, Sanders, Traquan Smith, Anthony Miller, and Ted Ginn Jr. It's a good lineup. All in the flex, those guys. 2nd and 10 for Breeze. Has some time. He'll dump it. Kamara.
That sounds a lot like my lineup. Which is number one in our contest.
You're number one right now in the free roll.
That's right. 2 points ahead of Robbie Noble. What's going on? I'm coming.
Joseph
number one
Workman.
In the free contest. In our contest.
Joseph Workman says, this just in. Kenny Ducey has a girlfriend. Who knew? And who cares?
Why would anyone care what someone puts on a hot dog?
Producer Drew, our man Derek from Twitch, is once again asking about the Madden Stream Early Bird Special paid contest. Who's winning that one? I'm definitely going to screw up trying to find it. If you wouldn't mind helping, that'd be huge. Just for Derek, we're gonna. Producer Drew says, "Tell him to look it up." Kidding. Oh, you guys are great. Rossi's Fat Cat says, "Cat and candy is better than hot dogs." What a take. All right, here we go, Derek. Here it comes.
What does that mean?
Well, because his username is Cat, so instead of cotton candy, it's cat and candy. Bryelman is leading the 6K Early Bird Special. That is a paid contest, $10 entry, 660 entries. 2K to first place. First and goal, Breeze. To the camera.
Counts.
Yes. Did you have you worked on your Dickie V impersonation?
Are you serious? Of course I am, mate. I don't have to work on it at all, baby. What am I working on?
Lutz
You see these kids
4-3.
from
Yes.
Oregon. They put it together. They play hard. 40 minutes. They go both ends of the court. That's what you want, baby. That's what you want in a type of dandy. Watch out for the Ducks. Watch out for the Zags. And watch out for my Loyola Chicago Ramblers, baby. It's March.
Dicky Ducey, everyone.
Sensational.
Dicky Ducey. Roland, can you ask Ducey what the stipulations were on the bet between him and his lady friend if he wins versus loses the bet?
I don't think there's any stipulations. Legitimately, she was just so sure that they were going to retire on the same day.
Okay. Congo Cap says, "Oh hell no, Glash, don't get him started." No, I think the Dicky V bit is fantastic. First time we're asking day, we're at the half. Hit that like button if you're so inclined. It's 10-6. Heading to recess. Hey man, how about Syracuse, huh?
Dude, how about him? Buddy Boeheim can't miss, man. So fun. Just keep the same energy when Fordham's in the tournament, okay?
I'll do that for you.
I got this energy for you. You give me energy back. I'm giving Syracuse some serious energy, man.
Only fair.
Yeah.
Okay, Mitchell Trubisky, 5 carries, 35 yards, did fumble at the 1-yard line. That wasn't good.
No, he could have had a rushing touchdown. He could have had a much better day.
Jared Cook, 4 receptions to lead all pass catchers, 37 yards. Sanders, 2 for 67. Allen Robinson, 2 for 73. Anthony Miller, 2 for 30. Alvin Kamara, 2 for 17. Traquan Smith, 2 for 28. Michael Thomas, 1 for 23. The only touchdown belongs to Ted Ginn Jr.
Teddy Ginn, baby.
Baby. Here we go. There's a go. Ted Ginn. It was a 49-yard touchdown. And Jimmy Graham's got 1 for 6. So
I'm in second place. No, in second place now.
Every known receiver is on the board, I think. Oh, no. Tariq Cohen doesn't have a catch yet.
Man, no Tariq Cohen. Sad.
Dude, so you're in second. Nice. I'm in 85th. Bonzo's in 5th.
It's not second, I'll tell you that.
It's not second. Roland's in 10th. 178 entries.
Sorry that I had a successful TikTok, by the way. We haven't talked since then.
Yeah, we have.
Well, no, we haven't.
Yeah, we have.
We have?
Yeah, you as the referee or as the college basketball coaches. It was freaking hysterical.
Oh, I thought I didn't remember we talked about it since then. Well, it's fun.
We did because conference tournaments were wrapping up, and we did a sim before you took off to Cooperstown.
Okay.
Like Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay.
It was very well done.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Has that been something that has been bugging you all college basketball season?
The mask thing? Yeah, it doesn't bug me. I just think it's funny.
Well, not to go down this whole road, we'll kind of end it on that. Like, they're all like, why even enforce it when they're already like tier 1 and they're already right there? Just saying. Like,
especially because the players aren't really wearing them, so it feels kind of weird. I don't really understand the whole situation.
Yeah, but it was good. I got to laugh. Rossi's Fat Cat says, "Makeup, please, Glash. Needs a touch-up."
What?
Am I breaking out?
No, you look great. What are you talking? What, you got the fade going on there?
Yeah,
a nice beard. It's going well for you. Your door's open behind you. That's kind of annoying me.
Yeah.
Why don't you go over and shut it?
Would that make you feel better? Would that put you in a better mood?
I'm in a great mood, baby.
I mean, with all due respect, which again, when you use that phrase, you can say whatever you want. Your two takes, your season's take was good. Your take on Drew Brees and when he should retire, you lost me.
I mean,
that to me sounds like something's wrong.
I think that he absolutely should have picked a different day, and I don't.
We know that now. We do. I just don't. Where does that?
I don't think it's that crazy to say. I really don't. Retiring in the middle of a jam-packed sports Sunday, when you could have just retired the next day.
Yeah, but he didn't. What if he didn't want to? What if he didn't care? Why do you care?
He should have cared. It's his career.
He cares to do it when he wants to do it. All right, let me go shut the door.
Okay.
You think about that. You can retire, by the way, whenever you want, and I will not care. I will care, but I won't care what day you care you want.
What if it was just right now, and you were up shutting the door, and you didn't have me to fill airtime? That would be bad.
I have a whole second half of coverage now.
And it goes Glass. Oh, Glass, did you just go running?
I did earlier, yeah.
You look like you're in your running clothes there.
You know what, Ducey? I'm just going to sit back here and call it sim.
Looks like to me. Oh, man, Drew Brees makes me sick looking at him. Can't keep those Zags down, man. This is a good team.
Sit back here. At my door. Now block the door.
All right. Lily's just shut. Oh, you're going to sit all the way back there?
I'm going to try.
You're going to extend your microphone cord as long as it can go. This is kind of hilarious.
There we go. How's that? Right here.
The door's still not shut. What do you mean, how's that?
Well, it can't shut all the way. There's a shoe rack. You know about shoe racks. They're problematic.
I do.
This is nice. I like this view.
Yeah?
Yep.
Why don't you take a picture and tweet it out from that view?
Perfect. Go for it.
No, I said, why don't you take a picture?
And up at the desk.
Oh boy, we got some chaos here in the Gonzaga game.
All right, I should move back up so I can read the chat.
Your voice sounds great though.
Thank you.
It's
I
gonna
will not
be
retire soon.
Flagrant foul, maybe even a flagrant 2 on Oklahoma.
BW Parks. I am not wearing spandex spike shorts. I should get some of those, you know? I don't have any of those, actually, now that he says that. Good question. It's a good point. Care Bears says golf is great to get a nap to. Oh, there's a touchdown. Easy. Wow. Traquan.
Wow. Traquan, baby. Look at my lineup. It is brolic at the moment. I got T. Smith in there.
T. Smith.
T. Smith, baby.
Traquan Smith, 36% flex, 6% in the captain spot. 23-yard touchdown. Nice ball, nice route. Trent, I see you on YouTube. More to come early this week. Gotcha, dude. Understand. I want to shout out all of you guys for tuning in. 400 plus on YouTube. On the Twitch machine. 40 people watching.
Shout out Twitch fam. Kenny Ducey on Twitch. Go follow me.
Do you go up on Twitch often?
Sometimes talk about tennis. Probably do it this week to talk about the Miami Open.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, go ahead and follow me.
I will. How do you follow someone on Twitch?
What do you mean? How do you follow someone on Twitch? You follow them.
So you it's just your name, right? Kenny Ducey?
Yeah.
All right, let me try it.
Drew's saying really.
Oh, there you are.
Why
Perfect.
don't you explain how to follow DraftKings on Twitch?
Well, oh man, I just refreshed my Twitch. So
You
now
go to the page and you click on the purple follow button. That's what you do.
yeah. Yep. You couldn't have said it better than myself. Yep. There you go. Wow. There's the screenshot. Tells it all.
Twitch.tv/DraftKings.
Twitch.tv/DraftKings. I'm going to throw this out there. Download the Twitch app on your phone.
Yeah, I love the Twitch app.
Because the app, you know what's great about the Twitch app? No disrespect.
Tells you when we're live,
It is disrespect to YouTube a little bit. But the great thing about Twitch is you can minimize. So say you have to answer a text on your phone. You can have Twitch open as a little side box at the bottom of your phone. So you can text someone back while watching the feed on Twitch on your phone. You don't have to exit.
Well, you can do that with that happens with YouTube as well.
Oh, it does? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You can do it with YouTube as well. And then I like the Twitch app though because it alerts you when your people that you follow are live. So when we go live for the day at like 11:58, 5 a.m., it'll say that we're live on Twitch. It's also just real easy to go broadcast to broadcast and Clash. And yeah, it just I watch a bunch of I watched some Counter-Strike on there. I was watching some Counter-Strike on Twitch today. Navi going triple overtime on map 1 with MIBR, my former favorite team until all the team members left. Fallen was my favorite Counter-Strike player, but they had the Fallen, they had the Taco. Taco is a legend. KNGV, Turk, they had a great team, and then they all left, and so there's new guys in there now, made in Brazil. But they gave Navi a good fight today. Navi, one of the better teams in the world, former number 1 team in the world.
So I'm trying to do this with YouTube on my phone, and I'm not having any luck.
Well, I mean, I just know I can do it on my phone with my Android.
Oh, that might be why, because I have an iPhone.
Yeah, but it'll do a minimized little screen for YouTube and YouTube TV. BW Parks, Navi was great today. He's a big Simple fan. See, the thing about Navi,
you gotta pay for it. It's a paid feature.
No, I don't know about that. The thing about Navi, I'm the last person to speak because I'm an OG Vitality fan. I've been on Vitality since they were like number 12 in the world, which again is not like since they were like just starting, but they weren't the number 1 team in the world back when I started liking them. But the thing I like about Vitality is everyone on their team is really good, like top to bottom. Before they got Navera, like Shox is a legend. You have like Masuda is one of my favorite players. Anyway, so like all these guys, and obviously you have Zywoo tying it all together. Apex, like incredible IGL. And the thing about that, they're a complete team, but Simple is Simple's the whole team with Navi. Like they need to get Simple some help. He is LeBron. So
$13-10 Saints. We're in the third, winding down. Oh, my bad, dude. I got mixed up.
I think you did something that I frequently do. Glash was trying to figure out how many points Gonzaga won by, and I think what you did was you saw the 7 and the 1, like 87-71. I think you saw that 7 and the 1, and you said, "Oh, 14-point differential." Is that what happened?
No, I thought you had the other team and misread, but you had the Zags, so good on you. Very good.
We're set at the Zags.
Of course.
Of course. Upsets tonight. I think that Abilene Christian could win. I have thought that UCLA was a bad team all season long. I still think they're a bad team. They've been skating by. Haven't really played too many teams that are going to push them. But I think that Abilene Christian, the way they've forced turnovers, is going to disrupt UCLA's slow, grinded out, methodical possessions. I think ACU's got a good chance there. What other games do we have tonight? Oh, that's right. We have USC Kansas, like USC there. Ohio Creighton. You gotta like Ohio to pull the upset. Creighton's just had a terrible last month. Ohio looked great. We also have a Studley leader. So should be a good night of hoops. And a good fourth quarter here, Clash.
Looking forward to it. I realize now this lounged back position does not block the door. So I failed you.
I didn't even know that was what you were going for.
I'll do this.
You have to stand up. Why don't you stand up?
What if I want to stand up?
No, you don't have to.
All right.
But you could though.
All right, I'll stand up.
Block it. You stand up, you block the door. I'll tell you where to go. All right, a little to your. There you go. Now you're blocking it. No, a little to there, right there. Boom, you got it. Yeah, don't move. Okay, got it. I said take a screenshot. Oh, I like this. Oh, are you a bouncer now? Is this what you're doing?
Yep. All for you to block the door.
Flash, I love doing Sims with you.
I just try to make you happy, which is a challenge.
No, you don't. You like to get me all riled up.
Don't lie.
That's what you like to do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. I just got asked by Zoom, are you playing music? Because I just did that.
All right. Wes, I don't have a braid.
You
Silly
have a
goose.
braid? Oh, it's because it's fallen out of the side of your hair. That's why. You
Yeah.
got something right there.
Oh, yeah, I do. What is that? It's a piece of hair.
Wow, look at that.
Oh.
Sam.
Hey, young Mitch, don't fumble again. Yeah.
Young Mitch! Young Mitch! Let's go! That's my captain right there! Come on! Are we not talking anymore?
Trying to clap you on. Well, there's a good energy in the sim.
That's right. Drew said the auto volume brings the clapping down so we can barely hear it. Yeah, I didn't. I thought you were being silent. Were you clapping?
Oh, I was clapping like this.
It stops the clapping. That's
absurd.
You hear like 3 claps and then it goes silent. Try it again. That is unbelievable. Let me see if it works for me.
Oh crap! Yeah, it stops. Wow.
Yeah, right. And you go silent. Now you know what it sounds like on our end. I was just like, oh, are you just being silent?
No, I was.
That's unreal, man.
What do you have to do?
Dude.
You have to keep talking.
I don't know. I think it's just Zoom. That worked, yeah.
Wow. Problem solvers.
Oh my gosh.
So the mouth has to move while the clapping of hands continues.
Roland says, I love hearing Kenny pound his hand on his desk constantly, and usually for no reason at all. That was unreal.
Meager 66. Imagine being named Jim in these Sims. Kicking Club. Glass, you need to send that mic to Kenny so he can go silent when he goes off.
A good mic.
Yeah, the Blue Yeti, man. And the El Gato.
That's right. Hello.
All right, so you are in second place. You're doing a really good job. Drew Brees fumbles. You should have retired on a Monday. You should have retired on
That is right.
Touchdown, Bears.
Go home, Drew. Don't come back. Never. I mean, he's gonna be back next year, but never show your face again.
I hope Drew's watching. Problem is, today is Monday. And this Monday on this sim, it's not going well. Wow. Pinheiro, extra point. Put the Bears up 11. Nice job, Bears. Nice job, Bears. Nice job, Bears. Nice job, Bears. All right. So that's going to shake things up. Oh, dude. I'm in 21st now? Let's go. How is this possible? Our buddy Tom, who is new to the production team, he's playing in another contest. He's in 7th. You're still in 3rd. Dallas God is in 1st place. And in the public showdown, we have a 4-way tie for 1st. Trubisky captained. Bears defense was cheap. I think it was $3,600.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't expensive.
No. Yeah, 3,600. There it is. 4.4% in the flex. Smash the like button if you haven't already. Good to have you with us. Drew Brees, hopefully he learned his lesson from when he retired and also taking that sack. Hit Sanders in the chest for a gain of 6. Robert. Got Michael Thomas, top of the screen, goes to Kamara in the flat. Can't dodge a bullet there. Now 3rd and 4. All right. Coming up, the late slates. Of course, you'll be here, Kenny, with Jason Rossi, Panthers at the Niners. Don't forget, before that, we will have NBA pre-lock when this sim is over with Shirag Hira and Ben Zwyman. They'll take you through all the news and what you need to do to get ready for the 8 games in the association tonight. You have an NBA play you'd like to share? A player, someone, a team that interests you? Of course, Giannis is out tonight.
Yeah, I really like, in general, really like the, I can't really say, I'm limited a little bit, what can I say here? I don't like a lot of points to be scored in the Bucks game. Let's just put it that way. So I'm going to be off all the Bucks. I haven't looked at the prices on the Knicks yet, but I think, or no, never mind. They're tomorrow. I don't know. Well, I'll figure it. I think I'm finally gonna play Koff in a classic contest. So I will. I'll let you know, everybody at 6. You know who I want to roster, but yeah, I don't know. I think that Trae Young is in a decent matchup here. I love fading Reggie. I love playing everybody against Reggie Jackson. I also really like the Grizzlies tonight, and if I had to pick a side in that Indy-Milwaukee game, I do think it's going to be low scoring, but I would be interested a little bit in Justin Holiday just because his usage, his numbers so far with Karis LeVert have been fantastic. Karis LeVert has breathed some life not only into that offense, but it seems like into Justin Holiday. So 4,800 price could be right on him. I think he could have another nice game. Like overall, I'm not really huge on either team there. Milwaukee's got a pretty good defense. Indiana's had a really good defense over the last 5 games. So, yeah. And Charlotte, San Antonio is not really a game I love either. And Sacramento, Cleveland, I mean, that's a weird one because, might not have your Darius Garland, but obviously that's like the best matchup in terms of defense. And also Boston too tonight without Kemba Walker again. Maybe Marcus Smart is a play. John Morant's defense this year has not been good. So if that helps you at all, John Morant has not played good defense this year. So maybe there's something to look at there, but I don't know. That was my roundabout answer. How much time did I kill?
There was a lot there. You clearly have some thoughts on the 8-game slate. That's good stuff. Drew Brees to Manny Sanders.
So did you see I had a viral tweet recently?
No, it wasn't.
Just the D2 national championship game from 2007. Anyway, the 2-minute warning. Yeah. The 2-minute warning reminds me of that game and why I loved it so much. It was because no teams called timeout. You just had nonstop action at the end of the game. And it was like, 4 minutes worth. Neither team called timeout. There's no 2-minute warning. And it's a basketball game. But still, I think what it shows is that the end of sports games could be so exciting if we didn't have stoppages. And I understand that, you need to have ad time. But to me, if you took away so many stoppages at the end of the games, they'd be pretty darn exciting. Like the last, 4 possessions of a basketball game without stopping the clock. If you think about it, it's a very small example. But last year's NBA All-Star game. Last year's NBA All-Star game didn't have any stoppages at the end of the game. And it turned into one of the most exciting finishes, All-Star game or not, that we had all year. Or 2 years ago, the All-Star. Or no, it was last year's All-Star game. That was right before the NBA season came to a halt. Think about how exciting that was because we didn't have the clock stopping. We just had possessions trading back and forth. Who was going to be the first to 175? That type of energy is what we need back in basketball. We need to get rid of all these stoppages, and then it would be truly compelling television. You'd have to tune in for the last 5 minutes because not only would they go by in 5 minutes or 10, but stoppages for free throws, whatever. But just all these timeouts, all these reviews. Anyway, I don't want to sound like an old man, but watching that 2007 highlight of that collegiate comeback made me really appreciate how quick the game can go and how fast paced it can be. Yeah.
I just pulled it up on.
You're watching it now, yeah.
Yeah, I pulled it up, and that's pretty cool.
Have you never seen it before? You got it. If you I saw an onside kicker covered, by the way, the other day in one of these sims. If you have not seen it, wait until after the sim. Watch it with audio. It's unbelievable scenes.
I also, by scrolling back, so the fact that Fordham's not in the dance, is that why you had a UConn sweatshirt on?
I mean, yeah, I'm a UConn fan.
Really?
Yeah, grew up in Connecticut, and
Oh, that's true.
My dad went to Richmond, Spiders. They were a rival of ours at Fordham, but he didn't really care about sports. That's why I went to Richmond. I mean, he liked sports, but he didn't care about, like, how good his school was at sports. That didn't factor into his college thing. And I don't think his dad went to college. My grandmother went to Skidmore. So, and then, like, my mom went to a small school. So, like, the bottom line is, like, I didn't come from a family where it was like, oh, we're all huge Ohio State fans, or, like, we're all huge Kentucky fans. Like, I didn't really have anything to cling on to when I was growing up, except for Emeka Okafor and then Kemba Walker later on, and just Jeff Adrian. And I just loved UConn. I had the SI covers up every time that they had one of their guys, Josh Boone, on the cover, and some great teams, some great runs. But I loved UConn growing up, so that's my team every time they're in the tournament every March. It's like I say about the New York Rangers. Every postseason, I'm back on the Rangers. I'm a Rangers fan, but I don't really follow them during the season. But when they're in the playoffs, you better believe I'm in there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so you got 47 seconds. It's now 4th and 4, which means
he hit one of these earlier, Glash. He's on for a 55-yarder. He just hit a 55-yarder earlier in the game.
He's not making this.
Well, if he misses it, the Saints could easily tie up this game.
Yep, sure could. Nope.
No, didn't make it, of course. And if we get a touchdown and a 2-point conversion, we're just going to have to wait a little bit for those John Morant takes, those Milwaukee Bucks value plays with Chirag and Ben Zwyman.
Zwyman was holding something up to the screen. I think he's showing you a card. Ooh.
I would show you my Top Shot pack today, but not only can I not, it's also not very good. Another bad pack. I did get a Jayshawn Tate, which is out of 4,000, but I just know as soon as they open up the marketplace, the value on that's going to tank like at least $100. So I'm not even really excited about it. Yeah, more Top Shot paying every day. At least I got a pack. But
all right, here's Breeze, 2nd and 5 from the 50. One timeout to work with. Jared Cook fumbles.
Oh, he fumbled.
Oh, wow. Jared Cook fumbles.
Oh, man.
The chat's going to lose its mind.
Oh, dude, you got to be kidding me.
That's not good. Folks are going to be mad.
Oh, Jared Cook, he fumbled. Yeah, Drew just said just like the real playoff game.
Oh my God, you're right. He did fumble in the playoff game.
Yeah, he lost them that game because of the fumble. Everything was going so well for the Saints.
Wow.
Somehow I got another Steph Curry handle card today. That's like the 3rd time I've pulled that moment.
Oh, boy.
You're not on Top Shot. Why am I telling you?
Yeah. No review either. Insane.
Well, just a few moments of pain here for me and for everybody who maybe had some Bears, maybe had some Saints. I finished in 5th in this contest. And it is because my player of the game, Traquan Smith, had 7 catches, 76 yards, and a touchdown, Glash. A very sensational day for the young man. At only $6,400, he was not super popular, and he came through for you if you had the gall to roster him. Traquan Smith, my player of the game, and people who captained them, very happy, very, very happy today. So my LVP today, my NBA Top Shot Award, I'm just kidding. I think that'd be Tariq Cohen at $7,000. 1 catch for 11 yards, 25 rushing yards, just not involved in this one whatsoever. Very, very limited production. Yeah, you could look at Jimmy Graham, but he's $5,400. You sometimes get these flops out of Jimmy Graham. You just expected more out of Tariq Cohen. David Montgomery, I don't know why you're rostering David Montgomery, meager 66, but he didn't have a good game either. I guess he's also a candidate, but I'm going to go with Tariq Cohen. Just a big flop today, especially because he had the right side. You stacked up the Bears. He was correct to stack up the Bears, but having Cohen in there really hurt you.
Bears defense delivers at the end after the Jared Cook fumble, $3,600 to roster. So you finished in 5th. I finished in 21st. Tom from our production team, not on this sim today, but Tom finished in 7th. Nice work. And right now, looking at the 6K early bird special, that was a $10 cash entry, 2K to first. Bry, our man Bry, who we mentioned earlier, ended up winning first place with the Bears defense, 17% owned in the DST. Nice work. All right. Mamba Vision 247 on Twitch. Is there an NBA show today? Yes, there is. Pre-lock guys are here. They are here.
Now, how about that? It's right now.
Right now.
Mamba Vision.
Dallas God, shout out for winning
Who
the
are
free
these
roll.
jokers?
Also, Bergs4 won the free contest. Nice job for the Drew Stack. Joe from the Game Ops team. Our guys are ready to go. Shirag Hira, Ben Zwyman, ready to break down this 8-game slate in the NBA. Fellas, you need all the time to give people what they need, so go.
What's up, y'all? Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Kenny. I'm happy to be here on a Monday edition of Pre-Lock Live. I had to drop Julian. He failed me last week, so I brought in my dog, Ben Zwyman. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, man. A lot going on in the NBA and in general, right? Like we're not used to having March Madness on a Monday. On top of all these NBA games and baseball's right around the corner. It's like it's a really cool time for sports. I'm pumped. And of course, I was happy you asked me to come on the show. Always down.
Yeah. Let's get into it. Some interesting slate. We have Giannis already ruled out for tonight's game. That sets up Middleton, Drew, and all the Bucks values. But I'm looking at the top of this slate. Karl Anthony Towns, 9,500. Are you looking to build around him against the Thunder?
I actually like the spot for the Timberwolves on both sides, honestly, because the Thunder already ruled out Al Horford and Lou Dort, so that's two of probably their best defenders. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's kind of a little banged up. He's expected to play tonight. I really only question how competitive this game is going to be, which is a little nuts when you're talking about a team like the Timberwolves that really haven't been good. And on DKSB, the spread's only 4.5 points, which seems to favor. I would think it favors the Timberwolves at home. So Cat's price is really low. I mean, there's not a lot of guys to pay up for on the slate without Giannis. So. And it's a very balanced slate with all the injuries. There's going to be a lot of mid-range. There's going to be a lot of value guys. So I think that could drive the ownership down a little bit on Cat. So, yeah, I think you'll see a lot of Cat in tournaments, not so much in cash, just because there's so much value, right?
Yeah, but, I mean, you got to spend up somewhere. And I think the safest option for tonight's slate ends up being Cat because of that.
Yeah, probably. Like, I looked at the Kings-Cavaliers game. I don't mind using De'Aaron Fox just because I think that game could go overlooked a little bit. And I like the Cavaliers stack depending on what happens with Darius Garland's status. And if you're going to stack the Cavs, I think you can run it back with Fox just as that high-priced guy that you're going to pay up for. And, like, he probably shouldn't have a ton of ownership just looking at what players are sandwiched in that range with Cat. Domantas Sabonis is a pretty good play with no Giannis against the Bucks. Kawhi against the Hawks and Trey on the other side of that. There's a lot of good there's really not a top guy on tonight's slate, right? So I think we're gonna see a lot of we could do a lot of stars and scrubs kind of builds. I think that's a variation I'd look into. It's a really interesting slate. It's one of the slates I like. I really like playing these kinds of slates just because you get so much value and the plays are kind of there. And then you can
not only that, but the values, since we're able to, kind of build whatever direction that we want to build with. I really like this slate because we have this game with the Bucks at 232 right now, sitting at that over-under at 233 with the Pacers and Bucks. And when you have all that usage gone away from Giannis, do you feel like you have to play, Middleton and Portis? Or are you looking at maybe a guard, Drew or DiVincenzo?
I don't think you have to play Middleton and Portis. Their ownership is going to be insane, I would assume. I would assume in cash games, it's going to be hard to fade someone like Portis. Middleton, more tournament play, just because last season we saw there were a lot of games where Giannis would sit out, and it would just be Middleton, and he's got that upside, right? Like Chris Middleton can go off for 40 points with Giannis out, just because he's going to get a lot more looks. He's going to get a lot more usage. Drew, I'd lean Drew honestly at 6,800 as opposed to Middleton at 76, just because I think it opens up a lot more for Drew, and we might see like some vintage Drew Holiday where he's scoring a little bit more, he's distributing a little bit more, because honestly, the Bucks have been running the offense through Giannis a lot, and his assist totals have gone up. So I think that helps Drew a ton. I think he's going to get more assists tonight. I think he's going to look to score a little bit more. If I can get Drew at a little bit lower ownership than Chris Middleton, I think I would lean that way.
Interesting. We did get a question from YouTube about this exact situation. Kenny came on earlier during his Madden stream, and he says he's avoiding Milwaukee. But the Guru 805 wants to hear our thoughts on this ownership of Middleton, though. And I think, this Middleton ownership in single entry, cash games, double ups, you don't really have to worry about it. And if you're playing him and if you feel confident in his upside, you look to differentiate elsewhere. You don't have to force the ownership. Doesn't have to say, oh, okay, just because the guy is popular doesn't mean that he's going to take you down. And it also depends on your build. So if we're looking at a lineup and you want to play a bunch of guards, then does Drew fit into that? Then you're like, okay, am I going to use Chris Middleton as a shooting guard, small forward? There's a lot of options, like Ben mentioned with De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox, 9,100, coming off that miserable game at 29 fantasy points. It's going to go really overlooked. So I think the ownership doesn't really dictate as much for one specific player, and you can focus on differentiating elsewhere. What do you think, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you should fade the Bucks because again, you got to go with where the value is, right? Like, I think there's definitely reason to fade them a little bit in GPPs and tournaments because again, like Bobby Portis should be pretty highly owned. I still think Drew Holiday won't have a ton of ownership. And honestly, if you look at some other guys, like I'm not crazy about Dante DiVincenzo tonight just because he's 6,100 and I think he's priced way too high. But if that means that we can get him at lower ownership in a pretty decent matchup against the Pacers where we know that there's so much usage and so many shot attempts that need to go to other players on the Bucks with Giannis out, that I mean, I think there's going to be some value in playing guys like that. Pat Connaughton, I kind of like the most out of all these value plays. He could get some more minutes off the bench. If it's a lopsided game and the Bucks don't show up, which I don't really expect it to be that, but you never know. Just because the Bucks they've been playing well lately, but they're still playing sort of down to their competition a bit. Right. Pat Connaughton, I don't mind. He's a good rebounder. He can shoot a little bit. And if we look at like where the projected ownership might fall for the Bucks and what it might look like tonight, I would say Connaughton is probably on the lower end of that. And he's a good pivot off of Portis in that same price range, right?
Right. You're not going to play both of them likely, and if you're looking at probably one of the expensive options, Drew or Chris, and then one of the cheaper options, it's unlikely that you stack all three in a kind of larger slate. It is.
No, exactly. Yeah. So I think you can roll out the Bucks guys, especially like you said in cash games. I think it's going to be hard to avoid.
Yep. We got another question, a really good one. LaMelo out indefinitely. Really sad. I still think there's a chance that LaMelo ends up winning Rookie of the Year. It's going to take a lot for Anthony Edwards to really push it. He's been playing well. He's really just picking it up lately. But who's picking up LaMelo's minutes? Is it Devontae Graham? Do you expect Terry Rozier to really step up? Malik Monk, is that somebody that's potentially on your radar? What do you think?
I mean, all three, honestly. If I had to rank them, I would probably put Rozier. I would put Rozier at the top of that list at 6,600. I think if Graham ends up starting at 4,800, really the only concern I would have in playing Graham tonight, like especially in GPPs, is that if he busts, he's going to be a high ownership play. So I would maybe, get off of him and maybe get on the Malik Monk, who's actually been, playing pretty. He had that streak, back in like late February, like early March, where he was shooting the ball really well. And then he kind of just wasn't getting he hasn't been getting a lot of minutes. So
right.
If Monk's going to get, around 20, 25 minutes with LaMelo out, then I kind of like that spot for him, especially with the Spurs. The Spurs, like, they're not playing LaMarcus Aldridge. They're kind of on that fringe playoff. Like, are they going to go for it? Are they going to sell at the deadline kind of thing? So I think this game will be relatively high scoring and should be competitive, even with LaMelo out. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I tend to want to see how the rotations shake out. But if my initial response would be, be careful with playing Graham. I like Monk as a, value play. And I think Rozier is going to be a pretty good tournament play at 6,600. And don't sleep on Gordon Hayward at 74. Yep. I think he's the guy that we're not really talking about, but should probably pick up some of that usage from Ball being out.
Well, not only that, but he's really safe. He comes in, he's able to rebound the ball, hit the threes, drop assists. So you get a lot of different stats from him. Whereas with Devontae Graham, he needs to score. This guy is a scorer through and through. And if his jump shot's not falling, it might not work. But also, if his jump shot's falling, he can give you a 10x night. So that's kind of the upside here. And with everybody likely gravitating towards him in cash and him being such a high variance player, that's the reason why Ben might be looking at it from a different perspective and say, hey, Malik Monk might actually be the better option here. It's a little bit cheaper.
No, yeah. Like Graham, you're playing Graham. If Graham busts in GPPs and you faded him, then you're looking good. If Graham goes off in GPPs and he's at around 25, 30% ownership, if it's that case, if he's ruled into the starting lineup, unless he goes absolutely bonkers, it's not gonna put you out of it, right? So I'd rather fade Graham and go in other directions because there is a lot of value on this slate, right? And there's going to be places where we can get some leverage. And I think this might be one of those spots where, maybe I'm not playing Graham and I'm looking at Rozier or, Malik Monk. Again, Monk is $800 cheaper than Graham and arguably has been playing better basketball. Graham's had a pretty down season with all the injuries and, getting sort of demoted to the bench with Ball. So I don't know. I could see Monk being the guy to step up in his spot. But yeah, there's a lot of spots on this slate where we can get some value, especially in that range.
That's a really good call out. So just so far on this slate, we've had Malik Monk, Pat Connaughton as two guys that are in that 4K range that may go overlooked. And if you're playing multiple lineups, you definitely want to consider these two guys to put into your lineup because they can give you the differentiating boost. And yeah, maybe let's say Graham scores 4 more fantasy points than Monk, or maybe 5 more fantasy points than Monk. You get maximum leverage if it ends up being like that, even if Monk is just a little bit behind because of the projected ownership.
Yep.
Looking at moving towards more of this slate. If you guys have any other questions, make sure to drop it in the chat. YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, whatever you got, we are going to be here. Another question coming in. What do you think about Jaylen Brown after he dropped 10 triples the other night?
I like the spot, right? Kemba Walker isn't going to play tonight. So usually when Kemba Walker's out, we see Tatum and Brown really step up. And Brown's a safe play in my eyes. He's got at least 45.8 DraftKings fantasy points in each of the last 4 games. He's scoring the rock again like he was back when he was making his case to become an all-star. I wouldn't expect him to hit 10 triples tonight against the Grizzlies, but the Grizzlies aren't a great defensive team. So this should be a pretty easy spot for the Celtics. Plus the Celtics haven't played well this season. So if we're going just straight narrative, Celtics need to go into Memphis and get a win tonight.
They haven't been playing well on the second night of a back-to-back, and Memphis is favored. So is there anything to glean from the sportsbook side? Do you feel like Celtics have a chance to maybe even take this one?
Yeah, I see. It's such a tough spot because I've been sort of giving Brad Stevens and the Celtics the benefit of the doubt most of the time this season. I remember the Celtics were on a losing streak. I don't know, it was like a month or two ago, and I think they were playing the Hawks, and I was like, this is the spot. This is they're on a 4-game losing streak. Like this is the spot where they're gonna come out, and it's just gonna be, it's gonna be that Celtics team, and they're gonna dominate.
Kemba sat that game too. I remember Kemba sat that game too.
Yeah, and Kemba sat, and it was probably a similar spot where like the Celtics are getting points in a game that they should not be getting points, and this seems a lot like that kind of spot. So I mean, Celtics +2, I think is a good play. I mean, that over under is pretty high, right? 219.5. I could see this being a game where the Celtics really clamp down on defense, and the Grizzlies aren't a particularly great offensive team. So, I mean, money line on DKSB is +107 for Celtics. I think both that and the spread are pretty good spots. And yeah, I mean, Jaylen Brown, the only thing I would say about Jaylen Brown and DFS is if we look at how the pricing is, and we mentioned that there's not really a lot of guys to pay up for. I mean, just looking in his price range and just looking in general, like around low 8K and high 7K. I mean, it's like the good thing about Brown is you're getting leverage off of Middleton, right? Because Middleton would be 76
same range.
Yeah, so they're like sort of in the same range. So if you're gonna go with Brown, you're probably getting him at like, I would say, half of the ownership potentially that Middleton's gonna get in GPPs. So yeah, I think Jaylen Brown's a pretty good play. Like again, and I would look at us. Do we have some props for? I would look at his prop market because
let me pull up the props right now for the points. Do we have anything on this side? Utah, Boston. All right, so we have Jason Tatum 26.5 points. Jaylen Brown 24.5 points -107.
So the two spots I would look at: Jaylen Brown over 34.5 points, rebounds, and assists. I think that seems pretty safe. Just because Marcus Smart is back, so before when Kemba Walker was out, Jaylen Brown was getting a lot more usage, sort of in that point guard role. I'm a little interested in him over 4.5 assists at +112. I would have liked that line to be at 3.5. I think 3.5. I would definitely be looking at that pretty strongly. But he's capable of dishing out 5 assists tonight, I think. Especially if like Smart's still dealing with that calf injury. He's been starting lately, but like maybe it's bothering. I don't know. Maybe it's sort of hampering him a little bit. I don't mind the assist total on Jaylen Brown. I think the points, rebounds, and assists total is a lot more safer, just because Brown's the type of guy where he's capable of scoring 30 points tonight. If he gets the 30 points, you literally only need him to get to 5 combined rebounds and assists, and you're good. So I think those two spots are pretty favorable.
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to Robbie Noble in the chat too. He said, "What up, Ben?"
Yo.
What up to me? What's good? And then the Guru 805 too, man. I'm devastated, but hey, man, the Lakers need rest, so that's how I'm looking at it. LeBron needed his rest time. Anthony Davis is just gonna chill. So that's how we're looking at this. The Lakers just need to chill for a bit. It's all about the championship. Don't worry about the regular season. That's how I'm taking it.
Yeah, I mean the Lakers can still win games without both of them. It's going to be tough, but they have decent depth, and plus the trade deadline's coming up, so you'd imagine the Lakers are going to add a player or two, whether it's through trade or whether it's through the buyout market.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean this is just the time for Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell and Dennis Schroeder to really step up, and maybe we even see some Talon Horton Tucker. I think a lot of people are looking forward to THT.
Hey man, THT is the TNT. That's what they say on the Lakers broadcast. THT is TNT.
Hey man, boom. That's why they get paid.
Yeah. Going back to the slate, we have a couple more questions about Moses Brown and Anthony Edwards. I love Moses Brown personally. The Thunder need size tonight against Cat. That is a requirement. Moses Brown, he's only 5,100, and he's been playing really well in his last 3 starts. What do you feel about Brown? And then Edwards, monster season so far towards this last, 3 weeks. He started off really slow, but now he's just really picking it up. His salary is still 7,200. What do you make of those two guys?
So we'll start with Brown. Brown. The only concern I would have is foul trouble.
Okay.
So if you look at his box score, he's playing a lot of minutes. He had that one monster 20 and 16 game, but that was against the Bulls. The Bulls really struggled on the interior, and he put up 51 DraftKings fantasy points. That was kind of like a smash spot, but he fouled out in that game, and he fouled out in the game before that against the Grizzlies. So
Yeah.
like he's been good the past couple of games. Against the Hawks, the T-Wolves were down, or the Thunder were down rather. Sorry. And, he didn't play too much. I think this game will be competitive, which plays into Brown's advantage. I guess, again, foul trouble would be concerning if he's guarding Karl Anthony Towns the entire night. If he can stay out of foul trouble, though, like he's pretty good. I would have liked him a little bit cheaper. Yeah, I think his price is still like okay, just because. Like, I don't know. It's hard to tell. I think that 51 game against the Bulls was kind of like a mirage. I think it was more of an anomaly than something that he's capable of doing consistently.
Yeah.
So, and what? His last game was against the Rockets, who are just, like, awful.
Not really playing. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'd maybe look at some other spots other than Brown, mostly just because Brown's ownership could be a little bit high because he's getting pumped up as this, like, pretty good value play tonight with Al Horford out. I think he's a safe play. I think you can roll him out maybe in cash games. But again, there's so many good value plays tonight that I don't know
have
how
to force it in. We have Zubac, who is going to be starting in place of Serge Ibaka against the Hawks. And you have in that same price range, Devontae Graham, 4,800. Also, you have to look at potentially Brook Lopez. We haven't talked about Brook Lopez at all, and he can shoot the ball for them as well. I think that there's a lot of guys in this price range that you don't need to force in maybe Moses Brown. Yeah, he's solid, but that potential foul trouble, you've seen the best he's had. He had his best game, 51 fantasy points, and he still fouled out. So there's a lot to make of that. That's how I see it.
Yeah, and Edwards I like. His price is really low. Like I mentioned,
he's been playing well, and it's just stuck in that 7K range.
Yeah. Like I said with Brown, I don't think that 42-point outburst was sort of an anomaly for Edwards. I think that's something that he's capable of doing. Not every night, obviously, because no one really does that. But like he did that against a very good Suns defense. The Suns have a lot of perimeter defenders that probably should have bottled him up. If Edwards is going to get this much usage and take this many shots at this price, then yeah, I have some interest in him because it seems like his floor right now is going to be around 35, 40 fantasy points, which in this price range is really getting us there, right? And if his ceiling is going to be somewhere in the 50 to 60 range, especially against a team like the Thunder, the T-Wolves are at home. There's no Lou Dort, so you don't really have to worry about the Thunder having that perimeter defender to sort of try and slow down Edwards. So yeah, I think Edwards is a very good tournament play.
What do you make of this news, though? We have this situation now with Brogdon coming in and being questionable. We have Miles Turner questionable. What do we make of these situations now? It's really going to kind of flip the slate on its head.
Yeah, I mean, we have to wait and see, I guess, because I've seen the Pacers do this before, where they, late addition Brogdon and Turner to the injury report, and both of them end up playing, and then you're kind of reacting one way, and then it kind of messes with your strategy. So, I mean, it's tough because we only have we do have the extra half hour though before lock. I think that'll help. Just because it's a 7:30 lock. So we have 2 hours before lock. So I think at this point we wait and see. I mean, if Brogdon's out, you're obviously looking at guys like TJ McConnell and Karis LeVert. Both of them become pretty good tournament plays. If Turner ends up being out, the Pacers will probably go small. So honestly, like you mentioned Lopez before, at 4.9, he sort of becomes a more appealing play, I think, just because if Turner's not in there could be times where – if Sabonis isn't on the floor, the Pacers are just going with these incredibly small lineups. So yeah, we'll wait and see. But those would be my initial reactions to that news. Yeah, there will be pretty good value plays on both sides then.
I mean, I think honestly, if Brogdon ends up sitting, this could be the chance to go take a dip at Karis LeVert in tournaments. He's played 34 minutes basically in the last 3 games that he started for the Pacers. His minutes are on the way back up. So at 6,400, he's going to get you about 30 fantasy points. And if Brogdon ends up sitting, he's shown 50-point upside. Is there anything to make of that?
No, yeah, LeVert. Like when LeVert was on the Brooklyn Nets, we saw this all the time, right? When earlier in the season, even this year, and last season, and in the bubble, when Kyrie wasn't in there, and when obviously Kevin Durant wasn't in there earlier this season in certain games, it was LeVert's team, and he ended up being one of the best GPP plays on the slate. So his price is really nice for this kind of opportunity. I think if Brogdon's out, we can roll out LeVert in tournaments. He'll have a very high upside. I don't know if it's as high as he would be on the Nets, just because I feel like when he was on those Nets teams, it was just like he would take over.
Yeah, just chucking, going at it.
Yeah. I still say like there's still Domantas Sabonis, right? There's still an all-star power forward, so I think he'll play a little bit more off of Sabonis if Brogdon and Turner are out. But I mean, both of them would be great plays just because there's no Giannis. Like it's going to be a lot easier for LeVert to get to the rim with no Giannis around. Sabonis should have an easier time down low. This game could open up where, like, do we just stack it just because all these guys would be out? Because you have Giannis and Miles Turner, who are both Defensive Player of the Year kind of candidates, type of players. If both of those guys are out, I would look at guys down low. I would look at guys that can get to the rim. So again, like I said before, Drew Holiday is another guy. If with Miles Turner out, Drew Holiday is gonna have a much easier time in the paint.
Yeah, for sure. That definitely makes sense. And speaking of the paint, we got a question asking about Goga. Do you think Goga at 3,100, if Miles Turner sits, is an option to consider here?
I thought about it. I mean, probably. There have been times where he gets some minutes. It's not very frequently. And when he's in there, his upside really isn't. The issue is there's a lot of good value, right? Like there's going to be plays like that are a little bit above Goga in the like 35 to 4K range where you're not paying too much more and you get a way higher ceiling. Like there's no, like the most points, Goga hasn't had over 18 points all season. So you'd have to have some kind of like crazy statistical anomaly and Goga like goes off for like 30 points, which just doesn't seem feasible. So I would probably lean against him. Even if you get leverage off of him, you're not really getting like he gets you there kind of if he gets 15 points, but I mean, in GPP,
he's winning a tournament.
He's not winning you. He's not winning you a tournament exactly. So I don't think you need to go with Goga.
Another question from the chat: is there anyone 3,500 or cheaper that's worth considering playing for tonight's slate?
I mean, I've been scanning through there. There's not a ton of guys there. Bismack Biyombo, maybe. He's going to get some minutes. Like, there's no one crazy. And he's like 3,400. Again, we highlighted some guys that are just above that range. If you really want to go that cheap, I get it. Just because, sure. Josh Okogie is a guy who's really cheap who could get a lot of minutes, but like again, doesn't have a ton of upside. That's the issue. Is if you're gonna pay down for these guys, you sort of have to do it when they're in a spot where they can really, really smash value, right? That you can't just like, oh, I'm just gonna play this guy. Honestly, I guess the only one would be Bryn Forbes if Giannis is out and the Bucks want to go with a lineup where they're just spacing the floor a lot with some kind of look where it's like Drew, Bryn Forbes, like Chris Middleton, PJ Tucker, and DiVincenzo, because Tucker's played a little bit of center before. I don't know if Budenholzer would, have the nads to do something like that, but you never know. Bryn Forbes is only 3,100, so he maybe is a guy I'd look at. But again, I think you can pay up for guys that are a little bit higher in the 35, 4K range, and you'll be okay.
Definitely. We're about to bring up the injury report for tonight's slate. It's a pretty packed one, I would say. We mentioned at the top of the show, Darius Garland, he's questionable. That sets up favorable for either Colin Sexton, who scored over 45 fantasy points in 2 of his last 3 games, or even running it back on the other side with De'Aaron Fox. And while he's at 9,100, so you have the leverage from there. Moving on, we see the OKC Minnesota game. A bunch of guys already ruled out. Lou Dort, Al Horford, basically been out, setting up for a situation where, you can have, if you want, Moses Brown as that kind of chalky value play, but maybe even look at Isaiah Roby. Isaiah Roby, he's just a little bit more expensive than Moses Brown, but I think he'll get a little bit less ownership because he's that much cheap. He's just that much more expensive. But then Alexei Kukusevsky, he's been playing really well lately. 4,900. He's someone that you should also consider for tonight's slate. I think he makes a lot of sense. He's a little bit cheaper than Brown, and he doesn't give you that foul trouble downside. And also, when he's in there, he's handling the rock, so he has the assist and kind of playmaking ability. Moving on, we've talked about LaMelo Ball. Sadly, he's going to miss the remainder of the season. But look at Terry Rozier. He's probable for tonight's slate. I like him. I think he has that upside because he is so cheap. But also Gordon Hayward is someone to consider there. Everybody's going to be on Devontae Graham, so maybe consider Malik Monk in tournaments. We touched on that. Then moving on to this kind of Houston-Toronto situation. They have a lot of guys that are questionable, available, out. But the biggest one, Kevin Porter Jr., his salary is, not even on this slate. I don't even know why Houston-Toronto.
6,500 tonight.
6,500. Kevin Porter Jr., his salary has come down, when you look at it from just the way that it's been. We haven't touched on this game. Toronto's favored by 9. It's really setting up where if Porter Jr. plays, I don't think you can play him, but it's on the second night of a back-to-back, so we could potentially see other guys sitting out. We've touched on this Milwaukee-Indiana game a bunch. Giannis is out, so look at that. Then we got this other additional bump here with Brogdon and Turner being questionable, so something you really need to keep in mind because that's a 9 o'clock lock, so you might not even get the information until after lineup says locked. And then moving on, Boston-Memphis. We touched on that. Kemba Walker resting tonight. Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum setting up really well. The last time Kemba Walker kind of sat, though, Jeff Teague started. And that's someone you might want to consider if he starts again. It's not somebody that I'm saying, hey, look at him play. But if Teague ends up starting or in place of Walker, that's someone to consider at 3,300. And moving down, Rudy Gobert, questionable. If he sits, that's another cheap guy you can consider in Derek Favors. I don't see Favors having a ton of upside, but if you need somebody cheap, that's someone to look at. And lastly, touch on Ibaka. Zubac is a good play because Ibaka has already been ruled out. Any other notes you got from here?
I wrote up some stacks earlier on DK Nation. You can check those out on the NBA page. One of them was the Raptors against the Rockets. Just because honestly, the thing that stands out the most to me is Nick Nurse is the kind of coach that's going to ride these guys no matter what the score is. So if Fred VanVleet, if Pascal Siakam, if Norman Powell, if these guys are going to get a ton of minutes tonight and they're going to go up against a Rockets team that's just sort of just a lame duck team. I know John Wall's back. Victor Oladipo isn't going to play. Eric Gordon's out. They're just missing a lot of guys, and they have a lot of young, inexperienced guys in there. And, if Kevin Porter Jr.'s out, that's another guy who's been playing well, who's not going to be in there. So you get a lot of good mid-range guys in Fred VanVleet, Siakam and Powell. They're all in the 7K range. I don't mind Chris Boucher that much at 6,100. OG, he's 5,600. I'm not sure how much he'll. I mean, he came back a couple of games ago and he's been getting minutes, so it looks like he's fine. So again, I don't think we need to worry too much about the minutes here. And the Raptors have lost 7 games in a row. They really need a win.
Yeah, this is the spot for them to get this win right here.
Exactly. This is one of those spots. Like they've been throwing around Kyle Lowry and Norman Powell's name's been in the rumor mill. They could get dealt before the deadline. So with all that uncertainty and like the Raptors needing to get a win to sort of, just help themselves out. Yeah. Like, and maybe sort of get back into the playoff chase. I would say I like them as a stacking kind of option, and they have some value plays that aren't that bad either. If you look down there. So that's sort of what I would make of that game. As far as all the other notes, I mean, the Bulls Jazz game is interesting from a betting perspective. The Bulls are 8.5, plus 8.5 at home. The Jazz haven't been playing well, and they're not a good road team in comparison to how they are at home. So, each of their last 6 losses, I think, have been on the road. They've been to pretty good opponents generally, but the Bulls, again, they're playing better basketball. They're not that bad. They're in the playoff chase, so they're going to be a little motivated here. Zach LaVine's a guy who can fill it up. The line's already moved to 0.5 point since this morning, so I kind of like the Bulls on the spread tonight. It's a little risky, but it's a spot I'd maybe be looking at if Rudy Gobert is going to be ruled out.
That's a really good call, because just mentioning that their road record, they played their last 4 games now in a row on the road, and they've lost 2 of those: Washington, Golden State, and going back down a little bit earlier, Philadelphia, New Orleans. They're losing games to teams that are not really all the way there. So playing down to their opponents on the road, if Gobert misses, you can hit that line at 8.5. I like that call a lot. Nice one.
No, yeah. It's just one of those. It could be tough too, because I mean, again, the Bulls are sort of inconsistent. Especially on defense. The thing is, Zach LaVine's just been so good on offense that I feel like if he has one of those games, he could keep the Bulls in this. And the spread is pretty high again for a team. Yeah. The Bulls are decent, decent enough. The Jazz just haven't been playing well overall lately, I think. Yeah. That would be one of the betting spots that I would look at.
Very nice, very nice. Before we jump off, just want to let you guys know that Terrelin will be hosting the rest of the Dream Stream tonight, and Panthers and 49ers are coming up next with Rossi and Kenny. Kenny ditched us earlier, but he's coming back just to hang out with you guys. I'm going to have to leave before he gets here.
Oh, come on, man. Oh, man.
Jumping back into the slate, this Boston-Memphis game has the lowest total. So when you look at games like that, do you look at totals and consider guys to maybe not play as many options from the lower end of the spectrum from scoring, or is it something where like we have to overrule it because of Kemba Walker's injury?
I mean, if we're looking at the Celtics, I think we know which guys are going to get most of the usage and most of the touches on the Celtics. So I think it just has more to do, not so much with the total, but like where the minutes and where the touches are going to lie more so. So I don't worry too much about what the over under is. Of course, it's really low, but if we look at, if you're gonna play the Celtics and you're gonna play Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, that both of them are capable of, making up about more than half of the scoring for the Celtics. And even if say like even this total, right, it's at 219.5. So that means like on average they expect the Celtics to score around 110 points, right? Yeah. If it's a lopsided game for the Celtics, they could end up scoring more than that. I don't necessarily think that's the way it shakes out. I think you won't see as much scoring, but again, you're going to see most of that scoring come from guys like Tatum and Brown. Maybe I look at a guy like Tice. I don't like that play that much. I'm not crazy about it, but Tristan Thompson's out too, so. If the Celtics really need to win, if the Celtics really need to win, the spread's only 2 points, so they expect it to be close. So if you take that into account with the over/under, then it could be a game that gets over 100 points each. Then like I can see you can make the argument for using guys on that in that game. There's 8 games though, and there's a lot of higher totals and there's a lot of value we went over. So I don't see a problem fading that game, honestly.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, we do know that some of the ownership will go in that direction just because of that Kemba Walker news, but it makes sense due to the low total, due to the Celtics playing on the second night of a back-to-back. There's a lot going on in that game. Then we have Kaufman jumping in the chat. He's like he ended up coming so late, missing out all the news and notes. I heard that Kaufman needs some help though. He needs some help on his head-to-head lineups.
Head-to-head, who's been I don't know. I don't know what he's doing with these lineups.
Yeah,
but I mean,
he needs some help.
He used to come to me for fantasy hockey advice, and that just got thrown out the window. So I'm kind of hurt from that. I don't know if I feel like giving him any basketball advice. I don't know. We might have to leave him hanging, especially after Syracuse beat West Virginia.
Let's leave him hanging. Move to the question. We have one more coming from the chat. What do you think about Svi coming in for the Thunder? He's played 2 games so far. 1 game he scored 2 fantasy points. 1 game he scored 26 fantasy points. If he plays 20 minutes tonight, 3,600. Svi for 3?
Yeah, I mean, he's a heat check kind of guy. So I don't mind it because he can fill it up and he can shoot. And it's a good matchup against the Timberwolves. So yeah, I mean, in GPPs, I'm about it. He's probably gonna have no ownership tonight.
Yeah, I like it. If you guys need a really cheap guy, he has that upside scoring and whatnot. And if he catches fire, plays 25 minutes, he can score 25, 30 fantasy points. He's already shown that just a couple games ago.
Yeah, I don't mind that play.
Oh, show. Appreciate you, Ben. I know it's short notice. Hopefully you keep racking them packs. We need some more packs. I got one earlier too, so let's make it happen.
Yeah, I'm on a hot streak, man. Thanks for having me on, though. Always fun, and yeah, good luck. Good luck tonight, guys.
Everyone, have a good one. Take care.
What's up, people? Welcome into another work week. And while no one is happy the weekend is over, we can all be happy that the DraftKings Dream Stream is here to help make things a little bit more enjoyable. And I'm here to give you some laughs and put a smile on your face. I'm Tara Azak. Over the next few hours, I will be your host for a 3-game late slate of Madden Sims and some of the best DK content has to offer. Those Madden Showdowns are featured in our Madden Stream 5K Monday Night Special. This classic contest is $10 to enter and features 5K in prizes, including $1,000 going to first place. Let's take a look at tonight's schedule. So first at 6 p.m. Eastern, we got Kenny Ducey and Jason Rossi. They're going to bring you a matchup between the Panthers and the 49ers. Then at 8 p.m., we got Adam Kaufman. He's back again. And Tom Carroll, they're going to join the Dream Stream as they hop on the mic for the Broncos at Packers Showdown. Finally, at 10 p.m. Eastern, Tommy Freeze Pops, he's going to stick around and join Moose on Madden After Dark. They will call a game between the Indianapolis Colts and the Pittsburgh Steelers. So all of that is on the way for you. But first, here's what else you can find in the DK lobby and on the DraftKings Sportsbook. The NBA has 8 games on the main slate tonight. It locks a little later than usual at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. That means you have a little extra time to get some lineups into the NBA 450K shoot-around contest. That's a classic contest with a $20 entry fee and a top prize of $100K. Over on the ice, let's check at the 10-game NHL main slate. Locks at 7 p.m. Eastern, and those games are featured in the NHL 70K Sticks contest. Just $11 to enter and a top prize of $20K. And of course, the NCAA tournament is underway, people. So check up to the minute odds for that, as well as odds and lines for the weekend and events and NASCAR, UFC, the PGA Tour on the DraftKings Sportsbook. And while you're building your lineups for the NBA and NHL, why don't you listen to the silky sounds of Jason Rossi and Kenny Ducey as they bring you tonight's 6 p.m. Eastern Madden Sim between the Panthers and 49ers. Take it away, guys. See you back here after the game.
Oh, thank you, Tara Lynn. I'm just sipping
Silky
on my
sounds. People don't say I have silky sounds coming out of my mouth. People don't like to hear my voice.
She started with
very
me,
nice.
I'm just saying.
Very nice. Okay.
Listen. We're both silky.
The
smooth,
silky sounds
baby.
of Jason Rossi, and then also Kenny Ducey. That makes sense.
Listen. I like chunky peanut butter. Sometimes I like smooth peanut butter. Either way, we're gonna get the job done. Tara Lynn, enjoy. You know what? I want a new thing to be done on the Dream Stream. What does Tara Lynn do during the game? Because she just disappears, right? She just disappears.
That's true. She can't go far, right?
I can't go that far. Things could crash, and we'll need her in here. I'm dying to know. One time, I'm gonna put a GoPro on her, and that's what we're gonna follow. So instead of seeing us in between sims, we're just gonna see what the heck is Tara Lynn doing. Could be Jesse, whoever. But nonetheless, it's Tara Lynn tonight. But appreciate it. Appreciate you all being here. What's good? It's a feel-good Monday because the weather is high. I'm feeling right. I'm hydrated. I'm with Kenny.
The weather's
Ducey.
high. Yeah.
Yeah, the weather's high, dude. It's in the 60s.
Yeah. The temperature's high.
No, the weather. That's how it works. Mother Nature is just sky high. Anyways, Kenny, how the heck are you, man?
I'm good. I've been really enjoying this March. It's been a great tournament so far. I've been enjoying my first day back. I had a great sim with Glash before. He stood up during the sim. That's how you know it was a good one.
Oh, was it a big play? Did something crazy happen?
No, the door behind him. Well, I don't know. It depends on your version of crazy. The door behind him was open, so it was really upsetting me. And I was saying, "Hey, could you, I don't know, maybe shut the door behind you?" Is that too much to ask? And he did. So that's very nice of him. But so that's sort of where the day is right now. It's been a fun day, and looking to keep it going here. Got some coffee just brewed. I'm gonna be working till midnight tonight, so you know.
Ooh, midnight oil.
Ready. I'm ready.
Love it. All right, we got Panthers, we got Niners, we got Michael, our producer. Technical director is TP, Tom. We got Frangelico on ops, Kenny Ducey at Kenny Ducey. Check him out for all the picks to help make you a gajillionaire. He was hedging some of his bets from earlier, telling you what he wish he did. But he also can help you with advice on DraftKings and across the world. So make sure you follow him at Kenny Ducey. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. You can check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver if you're into crazy things. We did a whole thing about happy songs, Kenny. Songs that just instantly boost your mood this recently. And then we're going to be doing
I got to take a listen to that. That's like right up my alley, man.
Because you need it, right? You need something that makes you feel good, like a catch from George Kittle to start off. We could talk all about it.
Oh, there it is. The first catch curse, Rossi. That's it.
Now he's done?
That's it. He's done. That's the first catch curse.
We'll be seeing it. I love the first time playing Fortnite. It says hashtag Ducey Murder Cabin. No, right. Dude. This dude is in the killing it cabin, if you want to say it, because that thing is looking good. He explained a little bit about it, but I'm sure you already talked about it with you guys, but we got Garoppolo throwing darts in the ground. Who wants to trade for me, he says. Did you put a lineup in, Kenny, for this magnificent
Of course
contest?
I did. And by the way, let's track Kittle because I'm telling you, first catch curse.
All right, I like it. I'm on board. So what's your lineup look like in this one?
I'm pulling it up.
Yep.
I know for a fact that I captained Deebo Samuel, Mr. Debo.
Honk honk.
Originally had a Samuel stack because why not? But I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, so I took out Curtis, and then here's what I did. I knew I wanted Deebo. I knew I wanted Mostert, McCaffrey because you just have to have them in these sims, especially these offenses are not good. They're not. And I had DJ Moore. I like DJ Moore. I think he's good value, always in Panthers sims.
Oh, look at this.
Look at this.
Get in! Touchdown, 49ers. It's your boy, Captain Deebo, 55 strong to start the game.
3.2% captain, criminal. Speaking of the killing it cabin, criminal captainship on Deebo, man. Put some respect on this man's name. Anyway, so DJ Moore, and then I was gonna go with the little high-priced, guy with the punt play, Rossi, like you do sometimes in your lineups.
Sure.
So originally I was like, okay, do I want like Pettis? Do I go lower than that? Maybe Manhurts? And I was like, no Manhurts today, no Manhurts ever. So I ended up going with two mid-range guys. I went Pettis and Ian Thomas, 5,000 and 5,400.
Good calls. By the way,
what about you?
Your Deebo call was great. I toyed when I created the contest earlier. When you create a contest, you kind of set your lineup then. And I was toying with Kendrick Bourne and Deebo Samuel because I had just enough money.
I too was toying with Bourne, but then I figured you're a Pats fan. A couple of the Pats Nation out there in the chat. I figured it's gonna be pretty chalky.
Well, I feel dumb because I had Deebo originally in the lineup. By the way, Robbie Anderson's my captain. Mostert, McCaffrey, Kittle with the one catch so far we're monitoring. 49ers D, and then I went with Kendrick Bourne over Deebo. Right now, kicking myself because, as we know, when Kenny's in the Kenny Killing It cabin, he is just crushing the competition so far, at least.
Can't fade Kenny in the cabin.
Nope.
Abilene Christian coming back in this game. You will watch.
Let's see if it can happen. I already said I want all double-digit or 8+ seeds in the finals. In the finals of each of their things. I don't know if I can officially say what that is.
I think Loyola's going to do it, man.
But that's a heck of a team, by the way. That was a bad draw
great team
for Illinois. That was a bad draw.
They are heavy favorites to win their next game and go to the Elite Eight.
Saw that. Here we go. Big catch here. So hopefully the Panthers looking to come back quickly on this. When me and Kenny are together, we're both wrestling dudes. We had a pay-per-view last night on the road to WrestleMania. We're well beyond. It's 3 weeks away, Kenny, from WrestleMania. So we'll
insane how close it is.
Yeah, it was really bad positioning to have a pay-per-view literally 4 weeks before. I didn't like that person. 3 weeks, should I say. But
that is why it's called Fastlane. They do it every year, right?
No, it's been a while since there's been a Fastlane, actually. They used to do like roadblocks, but then they tell you what happened. All right, I know. You want to get to the point.
I want to know what happened with my favorite wrestlers specifically.
Well, there was no Kevin Owens. Wasn't even on the show.
What? What do you mean? Why?
Kevin Owens right now looks like he's leading towards a match maybe with Sami Zayn, unless they do a schmozzy, long, big Intercontinental title match, like a 6-man ladder.
Did they just start that program with him and Zayn?
Like they've been having backstage segments as we have a deep ball.
Robbie!
Robbie with the touchdown. We got decimal points being broken, baby. Deebo scores first. Robbie right back. Both our captains. Don't fade us tonight. Ducey and Rossi. That's me lighting a match. I work on my sound effect. On fire. Wow. Just like the Fiend from TLC, we are on fire. 18th touchdown by our guy, Robbie Anderson. Thank you, Michael. Go producer. Just on the numbers. He's just ready. So quick draws here. Big scores to start this game.
That's what they're doing with Kevin Owens. I thought they might just maybe give him the title, and now no.
Yeah. I think that's where they're going. Obviously, it'll be an incredible match. Long story history between the two in real life and NXT. Did a little bit, obviously, in the main roster stuff. So we'll see. We'll see what they do. They have 2 nights to fill, and we only have like 4 official matches. So I have a feeling I would like to see that be a one-on-one match, personally. we'll see where that goes. But yeah, the big storylines coming out of it, title match, Daniel Bryan loses to Roman Reigns, but due to Edge hitting him with a chair. So it looks like we're going to get a triple threat there for that match. Kind of a wonky story to get there. We saw The Fiend return, burnt up crisp, looking like charcoal. Alexa Bliss defeats Randy Orton. That's right. Alexa Bliss pins Randy Orton. That is on the books forever and ever.
Wow.
Yeah, you have, there was a weird ending to the Big E Apollo match. Big E won, retaining his title. Nothing changed hands. Nothing like major happened. It was an entertaining show. 2 hours and like 20 minutes, which I always love. I love a short wrestling. Just give me all killer, no filler. Just like the cabin that Kenny's sitting in. Just like these Sims. We come in, we rock your world for like an hour, maybe hour and 10, depending on the game. When TP's here, we're hoping for a little less, but that's just personal because I'm selfish. And yeah, we rock it. And that's what you got last night. So, and obviously DraftKings, big part of it. Oh, I thought that, what? Thought that was intercepted for a second.
What was that?
Yeah, listen, it was the Fiend, dude. We're glitching out.
Lights went out.
Oh, there's Cough telling me there's a 7:30 lock. I'll think about it, Cough. I'll think about it.
Thanks, Goff. Thanks.
Oh, Cough, if you're here. If you're
Trying
here.
to take my money as well.
If he's listening. If I get the follow back, Cough, I'll think about it. There's been a beef between me and Cough about Twitter follows, which I'm not really big on. I don't really care ever, but it's just funny because
he doesn't follow me either. It's very weird.
Yeah, him and Buke's got a thing going on today, so I jumped in on it, and we'll see. I'll think about it. It's not even a guarantee. But anyways, hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, it was a heck of a night last night. I'll say that. Robes05 says, Rossi, I will pay you not to talk about wrestling. Robes, I will give you my Venmo, dude. I will give you my Venmo, but I'll still probably end up talking wrestling. Here's a handoff to Mostert. Going far. Just a 2nd and 9 here. Again, Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi with you. If you're just joining us, fireworks early. Debo, 55-yard tud. Robbie Anderson, long touchdown himself. That's where we're at, 7-7.
Rossi, how are you feeling about your Patriots? They're making a lot of big moves lately.
It's funny. I was thinking about our last conversation. We were talking about like draws and all that, and I told you they're going to have to pay. I'm feeling good. I still don't like the quarterback position. Like, as a Jets fan, like, I would still feel really good about, like, what your prospects are for the quarterback position, whether it's a brand new rookie, whether you get Darnold, whether it's trade for Watson. Like, unless the Patriots still have something up their sleeve there, which I'm not counting out. They're not making all these moves just for Cam Newton for the long haul, so. But I feel like much better, but there's still a big elephant in the room at the quarterback position. So you get a nice catch here. Like, Cam Newton just can't not be your game plan for, like, even the short, long term. Like, even if it's a rookie, that doesn't feel right. It just feels like they need to get, whether it's the Garoppolo rumors that are still swirling, whether maybe there's something for a bigger quarterback. I don't know.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that with these tight ends there now, do you think that maybe there's a chance that, like, the Patriots have some power run heavy offense where they just have these packages for Cam and it's like a big, run driven offense where they'll run a bunch of play actions and have the 2 tight ends, run short routes and just kind of get Cam's confidence back. Like, just that's what they tried to do mid-season last year, and maybe the tight ends are a signal that they're going to try to do that again, where it's like, okay, let's just get them comfortable. Let's give them easy passes to make, a lot of play action, a lot of running, and then eventually, like, that offense will open up. I kind of feel like that could happen.
I do too, but I don't think that's not a consistent way to win in today's NFL. Like, you can get to the playoffs. Like, let's take like the Baltimore approach, if you will. Like, that's kind of maybe where you could say, like, play good defense, control the game, run a lot. But I don't know. I just feel that there's still, you need to be able to pass when, like, you need to make that big throw. And I still feel that they're I don't know if Cam Newton can do that. And I know there's a million excuses that can be made, but for me, I'm that's just, as a Patriots fan, is going in as exciting as it is to watch your team spend money. I'm still not at the point where I'm like, oh, we're right back in like the real race, where I still think a notch below, in my opinion. And I said we because I am part of the organization. All fans are. If you don't say we in your household when you talk about your team, you're doing it wrong. Unless you're a reporter. Reporters can't do that.
Let me ask you this. What's your favorite band?
Oh, baby. I'll just tell you, my favorite band is Jimmy Eat World.
Right.
Like the Beatles, Bruce Springsteen, those are like my all-time favorites.
Right.
Like
So
my band is Jimmy Eat World.
I think that's a great answer. Have you ever been to a Jimmy Eat World concert?
I've been to probably 70.
So when you were telling your friends about it the next day, how great Jimmy Eat World was, did you say, "Man, we really rocked last night. We had a great concert. We killed it"? Do you say that?
No. I
So
do not.
why
No, I
why
say
is it
they.
any different? You're a fan of Jimmy Eat World. You're watching Jimmy Eat World do their job. You're watching Jimmy Eat World perform, succeed, excel at what they do, play sweetness like no one can, and then
Tell me more.
you're like, but they killed it, right? They had a great concert. So why is it we when it's sports, but like not we when it's not, especially because like I would argue that the fans actually have a lot to do with the band's success, whereas the fans, as we've learned the last year, have basically nothing to do with the success of the teams.
Oh, how dare you! The Patriots
Sick,
first year they didn't have fans. First year they make the playoffs a long time. Just saying. But I completely understand where you're going with it.
You know, I think that's a sound argument. I do.
And no, it is. Listen. I love the argument. I will just say there's no wins and losses in a concert. There's wins and losses in sports. And when I move my chair, Kenny, or I take a shower during the 7th inning stretch, or I, wear a certain shirt, I am contributing to my team's outcome, if you didn't know. That's the fan theory. So that's why it's me, in my opinion. And again, working years, whether answering phones or talking to people that call into radio, they always say it. Fans always say, we didn't get the job done. We didn't do this. And I kind of love it.
Yep,
and I love when people hate it.
Anyway, I'm just...
No, I completely agree.
It's not one of those hills that I'm going to die on, or also I'm going to tell people they're wrong, because I've said we before. I like to think that if you...
it's time, baby. Time investment.
You have your own... How can I say this? If you risk something on a team winning, if you put your reputation or anything else,
dollars, them hard-earned dollars.
If you stake something on a team winning, you have all the right in the world to say we. And that is my one exception to the we rule. Like all these people that just like these Cowboys fans, we need to get rid of Xavier Woods, or I don't know what they say. But I used to work with one. He talked my ear off. I don't work with him anymore. But that's different than like it's like almost like comical, like it's like a joke that like I'm saying we, like I never went to Abilene Christian, but tonight I'm like, man, we got to get back in this game, like it's like I'm a lifelong Abilene Christian fan. But
you are today.
Yeah. I think you have a good argument as well.
I don't care either way.
That's where I stand.
I just always laughed at it. It was one of those things. TP lets us know stats are updated. Shout out to Frangelico. Also, he says a team is like a family. It is. Sometimes you hate them, sometimes you love them, and you can't change.
Robbie Noble is saying that there's plenty of wins and losses in concert. What if one of your favorite? What if the guitarist falls off stage?
No, that's not a win and a loss. That's different.
Gallo Kane saying Xavier Woods is in the New Day. He is. Well, actually, they broke up, but also he also is on the Dallas Cowboys. There is a guy named Xavier Woods on the Cowboys.
Which there's great tweets from said WWE superstar Xavier Woods about it.
Yeah.
But just so you guys know, there is plenty of content. I got Steve Buchanan on the WWE Fastlane watch-along last night. So don't listen. The merger's happening. I appreciate I did a little preview last night. Some of the DK Sim fam came over and checked that out. It was fun. Maybe we'll do some after this, depending on dinner time. Maybe we'll do a Raw preview or something, just over on Twitter. It's good to connect. Like I see Kenny this week, like all the outlets you like. It's fun. It's good to have people.
Of course. So anyway, back to the Patriots. So you don't have any faith this year?
No. I would
not
not
get it done.
I don't want to say Cam could get it done. I look at it like most of these quarterback situations. Same thing like with the Chicago Bears. The quarterback is the most important. Now look at this. Look at just Teddy Bridgewater pulling a old Cam Newton there with the RPO. I look at it like if you have any team right now that doesn't have the quarterback, like a quarterback, it's tough. It's hard to win. It's hard to get all the way. Like Jimmy Garoppolo and what. Even people want to say he stinks or sucks in some people's eyes. Like, I don't think so. He got that team to a Super Bowl, but when they needed the big throw, didn't get it done. And I think that's for a portion of the league right now. You need to find out. You need that one throw or that one big throw or a couple throws a game. Is that intercept? No, almost intercepted there. That's just the way I look at it. Like, I'm like, from a Chicago standpoint, I would say, like, if I'm a Chicago fan, Andy Dalton's walking in, good quarterback, not great. Same kind of guy in Nick Foles style. Probably better than Nick Foles, to be honest. Kind of got broken last year.
Andy Dalton is better than Nick Foles, but he is not good.
But
let's put one thing on the,
I wouldn't, like, it depends on the fit, see what they're going to do as the system. But I look at it like, that is not what they expected right there. There's your guy again.
Ian freaking Thomas.
Don't fade Kenny when he's in the bunker. Listen to the man. Listen, Kenny, just spout. Just tell people things. Tell them what to eat for breakfast tomorrow because you're dead on tonight.
That's right, baby.
Kenny's smoking him right now. But you didn't have Bridgewater, neither did I.
True. I didn't have either quarterback, as I told you.
Same here, dude. I just didn't feel good about it. Dave says, Teddy 2 gloves. Yeah, how do you not pick? That's a good question.
Teddy ball game, man. Teddy ball game.
Teddy ball game. Carter says Bears will roast Andy after one bad start. See, I think they are going to, but here's the other thing. I also feel like Andy Dalton could also, and this is a prediction I had. I was talking with some friends that work in Philly, that he could also potentially be like, remember when Josh McCown had that really good year when Jay Cutler got hurt in the Tressel, whatever, not Jim Tressel. What's the guy's name? I can't remember. Whoever the coach was there, the offensive guy who went to like Canadian football, retired. Doesn't matter. It was like 7 years ago. But Josh McCown was lighting up the world with guys.
Thomas Tuchel, the Chelsea manager?
What is this, like a reverse Ted Lasso? He can't remember the guy's name. Somebody will pick me up here. But either way, he was really good with that offense, and he was just playing simple. He was just dishing the ball to guys like Brandon Marshall and a young Alshon Jeffrey, and those guys were studs that year. So I don't know if something like that could potentially be in play. Like maybe Dalton, we saw what he was able to do with a healthy AJ Green. Maybe he gets to revive some of that with a guy like, Allen Robinson. If they keep an Anthony Miller, maybe there's just a structured, more standard passing quarterback situation that you need. Tressman. Thank you, Tressman. Kane. Thank you. Sorry. It wasn't coming to me. I don't know what Jim Tressel. I don't know what I was going there.
Hey, by the way, have we heard from George Kittle yet?
No.
Told you, first catch curse, man. First catch curse. You never want to have the guy that gets the first catch. It's a first catch curse.
Yeah. CH is Kittle, please. Yeah. That Matt Forte. That offense was banging.
I'm sorry, CH, but I'm telling you guys, if the guy that you have in your captain spot or you spend up for, if he gets the first catch, it's like there's probably a few guys out there that are immune, but on the whole, man, you're cursed. That player's cursed. First catch curse. Pack it up and go home.
Call it a day. Yeah, I there's something that says maybe Andy Dalton can because I still think the Lions are going to be a very, very bad football team. Like they're right now as we stand on March 2nd, 2021. They will be the number 1 overall pick next year. That's my belief as of today. But again, I also said Carolina would be that, so I was well off. But right now, that's where I feel. I just don't see them winning a ton of games. I think that's going to be a disaster of an organization for another year or two. And they know that. That's why they gave their coach 6 years. I don't think you give a guy 6 years to be like, well, let's turn this around tomorrow. But yeah, I just, because again, it's the quarterbacks. It's you need to make some plays. And I think Dalton has more of a ability. Like if I, even as a Patriots fan, and you shouldn't feel this way, or depending on DK Simfam, who your team is, I'd rather have an Andy Dalton in a sense than a Cam Newton right now. Because I think you need to make that play, and I know what Cam brings off the field and why the team loves him, and in the NFL seems that everyone loves him, but you need a guy that can get you to make that play or two. Just don't know if they have it. But dude, so much going on. The NFL, literally the last week, it's almost weird how quiet. It's almost like they gave the March basketball their time, right? Like they took a big step back. They were like, all right, that's the way I want sports to be, by the way. I've talked about this many times here. I want every sport to give the other sport a little love. So like when baseball has its opening, I want everyone to just like, I almost wish like basketball didn't play and hockey didn't play those couple days. I know it sounds foolish and they would never do that, but I almost want like, just give baseball their time, give them those opening weekend, and then everything just like runs into each other.
I mean, basically it sort of feels like there's nothing else going on for me.
Well, yeah.
Feels like that's the only thing that's happening that weekend is baseball. I'm not even focused on. I mean, I'm probably going to be contractually obligated to be focused on the NBA.
I was going to say, you probably have to do some write-ups, but...
Honestly, I'm going to be doing a lot with baseball as well. So, I mean, to me, it's not... That's going to be my main focus, for sure.
And what are we, 8? When's opening day? It's close.
Yeah, a couple weeks away, I think.
It's right after Easter, right? I think they're dipping into the second week of April, I believe. 2 weeks, yes. TP. 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
I believe I'm going to be in Cooperstown for opening day. I'm going to be here for 2 weeks.
Is that true?
Yeah, that is true.
Oh, good for you.
Just got here last night, and it's going to be Tuesday. Oh, Mostert did it.
Look at this. Kenny gets into Cooperstown, and I'm telling you right now, I'm going to put myself in an uncomfortable position. Because right now, Kenny, everybody he's played has scored so far. 4 touchdowns.
Robbie Anderson. It didn't have Robbie.
Don't worry about him. We'll pretend that didn't happen. Scratch that. 3 out of 4 touchdowns have been scored by Kenny. He's been dead on with this pick so far. Maybe there's something about Kenny and Cooperstown, the Hall of Fame city. There's something there. I'm just telling you, people, keep an eye on him. Monitor him on DraftKings, on whether he's saying stuff on DK Live, whether he's writing things up about some lineups in the NBA when baseball's coming around. I'm feeling this Kenny and Cooperstown.
Maybe I'll have to play golf tonight. I am getting hot here. I got 3 for 3 on my college basketball so far today. Had some big ones last night.
That's a good, and with the Gonzaga, that was a tough one there. They pulled it out though. So wait, you had the untested Oregon as well.
Oh yeah, I also had them. I also have them making a run in my bracket. I've been on Oregon, getting healthy at the right time. I've been on them for a few weeks now. They've been looking great. Dana Altman, great coach.
So what I'm going to tell everybody is whatever you think of Kenny, throw it in the recycle bin because you might need it again later. But for right now, put it in the recycle bin because there's something going on here. The man has traveled out. He's lifted the alleged bunk beds and the bricks behind. The bricks are real, potentially. Bunk beds are not. He's confirmed it several times over.
El Paso saying he's just ready to demolish the Miami Open. It's coming up on Wednesday. Me too. It's not ridiculous to say Aslan Karatsev just wins again. If Aslan Karatsev wins the Miami Open, he will be at least top 15 in the world, which is insane considering he can't even qualify yet, or he can't even get into draws automatically. He's getting wild cards into draws. That he got a wild card in the draw in Dubai and won. He beat Andrei Rublev. This is one of the great sports stories. It's going to be regardless one of the great sports stories of all time. Like whether or not, there's something illegal going on with how he's been able to get so good so fast. That would make for a good story, or just the fact that this guy was not a top prospect in the tennis world. No one knew about him. No one thought that he was going to be good. Coming from a country in Russia where there were so many talented young players. And all of a sudden, age 27, which is very, very late to peak in the tennis world. It doesn't really happen that often. Just like all of a sudden, bang, qualifies for the Australian Open, goes to the semifinal. And I mean, really end of last year is when it started. He went on a heater, won a bunch of challengers. But I mean, it's he's been playing unbelievable. And already up to number 27 in the world, and I think he's going to finish the year inside the top 10, which is just ridiculous. There's hard to beat him right now. Sorry to talk about tennis, but I'm excited to watch him next week in Miami, or this week.
I think I say this to you every time. Don't ever start a sentence with sorry. You have no reason to apologize. People are into this stuff, all right? We talk wrestling, we talk stuff. Listen, this is what we're all about. Everybody is different. I don't know diddly squat about tennis, but I gather a little bit of info every time we're together when you say it. So, listen, I'm into it. Sports, baby. And it's on DraftKings.
I appreciate you saying that. I wanted to point out, again, first catch curse. George Kittle targeted there and pass interference, preventing him from catching the ball. It's just, it's not going well. Oh, there he is. Boom.
There it is, though. See, Kenny brings it into existence. He's on fire. I want
CH to eat. I do.
Don't want you to go hungry. Edward Pride says, first Rossi said Sam Bradford was pretty much better than RG3 before injuries. Now Andy Dalton over Cam. What a joke. Stand by both of those. Stand by both. Sam Bradford, all otherworldly talent.
Sam Bradford definitely was disrespected.
Oh,
I will give you that, but I also don't think that he was better than RG3. RG3 was the number 2 pick for a reason. The guy was
Sam Bradford was number 1.
He led Washington to the playoffs.
He did. I'm not saying. Listen, I'm not trying to. They're both. I'm a fan of both, but I still think Bradford. Injuries absolutely. And I know you could say about RG3 too, but Sam Bradford to me, like several times we saw big signs of this guy. Like, oh, this could be somebody, and just injuries crushed him. And right now I'm thinking today, Andy Dalton over Cam today. Yes. Just for the passing purposes. Maybe you guys didn't see enough of Cam like I did. The guy at the end of the year literally could not throw the ball. Do I think he can bounce back? Sure. Just like Deebo Samuel catching the pass there. But I'm always a joke. Let's be honest, Ed Pride. I understand that. That's
well, you know, it would be a great time for Sam Bradford to be in the league.
It really would. If he could just be healthy. This is the great. Listen, that was the joke about like all those like if Dan Marino played in today's league. It's like, it's true, but that's the way it goes. No, what are you talking about? By the way, Dr. Hawk, he says, why? Because he was the first pick and overpaid, Rossi? How is someone overpaid? There's no such thing as overpaying, by the way. I truly believe that. You get paid what teams believe you're worth. You're going to turn back money?
Dr. Hawk.
Yeah, that's what I want him to be Dr. Hawk. I don't like Mr. Hawk. I loved Fantasy Hawk. I think he's a doctor. Guy's a PhD. Play a hater's degree. There's a sack there. Oh, got the last time out. And Sam Bradford was never better than RG3, says Rich One. See, I feel like that's a lot of fantasy recency bias because RG3, with all due respect, I really like the guy, had like 10 weeks of good play. And Sam Bradford had a couple years there with the Rams. I know the team wasn't good, but look at his numbers. He was really good. And then he had that start with Philly that you thought, I was like, this guy, it's going to be an all-world. And then he just bummed out, shoulders, knee injuries, toast. If either quarterback got hurt, RG3 would have been so much better than Bradford. Maybe. I'm not going to die. I'm not against RG3. I was rooting for him this year when he got that start for Baltimore, and he just looked absolutely awful and then got hurt. And probably never going to see him again, unfortunately. Maybe he'll get a backup job somewhere, but I'm not sure. I think we talked about this before as we're heading to the half here. If you're just joining us, it's 17-14. The Niners, or should I say the Kennys, are hot because it was 2 touchdowns, both on Kenny's team. You got Raheem Mostert getting in for a rushing touchdown, a touchdown by Deebo Samuel. Garoppolo, speaking about hot in more ways than one. Jimmy G's got 208 in the first half, a touchdown. Teddy Bridgewater, no schluck. I don't even know what that's a word. Schmuck there. He's got 2 scores. Mostert, as I said, touchdown on the ground. 53 yards. McCaffrey, where are you, dude? 2 for 13. Barely seeing him here. Had the 1 catch, I believe.
Didn't even have the first catch of the game either. Still cursed somehow. Not a good game for Christian McCaffrey. DJ Moore also. Where's DJ Moore? $7,200. Man does not have a reception yet. Where are you, sir? Yeah, it's all Robbie Anderson and Deebo Samuel, man. It's just all about our captains right now. That's what it is, man.
Let's do a roll call. Where are you at right now, Kenny? I'm sitting at 51st.
I'm in 48th. 43rd.
Yeah, Frangelico's doing his thing. We have Bomber 44 rocking the top right now. Mostert and the captain, Garoppolo, Samuel, Robbie, Ian Thomas, Dante Pettis. Wes Dermer. I always have him call him Dreamer. But he says, Bradford looks like a serial killer. Seriously, look at any of his photos. He is lifeless with a serial killer dead stare. Don't you be disrespecting me. Oh, Prince of Darkness.
I thought you were about to say, don't you be disrespecting serial killers. And I was like,
no.
I don't know about that one.
No.
Okay.
Good if you like true crime docs these days. That's a popular thing. Bradford was good at signing contracts, says Prince of Darkness. He sure was.
Hey, man.
I'm jealous.
You know who else is good at signing contracts? Ndamukong Suh. You got to respect people who just know how to get contracts. Ndamukong Suh got paid 3 times. Like that, to me, that makes him one of the all-time greats to me. The fact that he managed to have such a great start to his career that I'm going to look it up on Spot Track just so I can put this in proper
financials.
Let me okay. So, and by the way, still got a 1-year, $8 million deal with the Bucks with a $5 million signing bonus last year.
Unreal.
Goes in, gets a 1-year, $3 million deal, or sorry, it's a $3 million with a $5 million signing bonus, $8 million for 1 year with the Bucks. He's a free agent. He's 34, and I would not be surprised if the man got paid again. But
He will.
yeah. Here's the thing. So let's see.
It's actually funny. Reed Steve, did you know, says Sue is like Debo from Friday. Everyone's scared of him. You might be right on that.
He has made $155 million over his career, which is insane. He's on his rookie deal for 4 years. Then he gets paid by the Lions. They tagged him for $12.8 million. Then he got the contract with the Dolphins, right? He signed a big. He had a $25 million signing bonus with the Dolphins. Racked up money there. He made $14 million over 3 seasons with the Dolphins with the $25 million signing bonus. So he makes $60 million there for 3 years with the Dolphins. He made $64 million for over 5 years with the Lions. Then he goes and signs with the Rams, gets paid on a $14 million 1-year deal with them.
Yeah.
So he got paid 3 times really, and into the age of 30, and then he comes back, and then he makes $8 million last year with the let's see, he made $9 million last year with the Bucks, $9 million 2 years ago, $8 million last year, so he made $17 million with them, and then he's gonna end up making. He'll probably get another $7 million deal this offseason. I mean, the guy just continues. And he doesn't even have an agent, folks. He is self-repped.
Well, I was just going to say, that was the big thing when I don't think he was always self-repped. I think that's when he left Miami. And so he made all of his money with the Rams. By the way, went to the Super Bowl. And he also won the Super Bowl last year, as you know. And you get money when you win. So, yeah, he is collected. And you hear that number. You said $150 million. That people will be like, that doesn't sound like a lot, because you hear contracts like Kenny Golladay, 4 years, 84. So like, oh, that's half of that in just one contract. But we don't know if that's all going to get paid out. This is money he has made. You hear numbers get thrown out there, like Taysom Hill's the famous one now, 4 years, 140. Right. He's not going to see barely any of that money. So just remember that this is through his actual earnings. Don't be fooled by the numbers.
Not only, as you mentioned, has he actually earned this much money, but he has not had to give, 12, 15%, whatever, to his agent. I mean, the man just knows how to get paid. Cater says that he still dislikes him. Totally fine.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't like him, but you have to respect the way the man has just gotten money. I mean, he's stomped on people's hands. He's dirty.
He's a jerk.
Yeah.
Mr. Hawk says it best. Sue is a maniac, just the type of player you need. It is true. If you want, like right now, maybe Kenny, let's play a little fantasy GM.
Sure.
If you're a team that's not there, you haven't won, and you need that, because we know how important the front seven is, and you feel like you have some players there, and you need that one just ferocious force like Ndamukong Suh to come in for a year. We're going to put it at $4.5 million. We don't have to look at numbers. I'm just saying that's probably realistic. What team would you, if you're the GM, you say, okay, 4.5, bring Sue in with the defense we have. He'll put us over the top in that position.
What team do I think would do that?
Yeah, or what team do you think he'd fit best in? Because I have a couple that come to mind. Defensive line, tackle, right in the center. A position that's really disrespected these days.
The Saints did just lose Rankins, so they could bring in Sue to replace him.
Rankins with your Jets.
The Buffalo Bills need to do work on that defensive line. They're a good team. They could be a great team with a good defense. So I could see him maybe going to the Bills. Let's think about other teams here for a second.
I'll give you one.
Okay.
Buffalo is one of them for me. The one that I think would actually put them to the point where right now they're already talked about as one of the better teams to get there. The Cleveland Browns. Look at those ends now with signed in. You put someone like him in the middle.
Definitely. I think that.
I feel like the swagger they're trying to build there on their defense, I feel like he would be a perfect fit for what Cleveland's building.
Definitely like that call, yeah.
I feel the same way about Seattle. I think Seattle has the layers of their defense. They're trying to be getting better in the front seven's a little questionable. Their backs are getting better, their D-backs, but I feel like he'd be a great playmaker for them there. And bring a little more of that edge. I think it's more like what he brings in the locker room compared to just what he brings on the field. But I like the Bills were the other one to me. I feel like you're right there. he would be wonders with that front seven. Hey, David said Browns as well. Who is Green Bay? Says Edward Pride. That would be interesting. I would love to see him and Rodgers on the same team having quote-unquote friendly conversations. Cowboys also thrown in there. Scotty Tuati talking about the Bonilla contract. Yeah, well, dude, that's the all-time greatest. That's a contract all of us want in life. I don't even care about the amount. Someone told me you make $10,000 and you still have another job, but you get $10,000 a year from this for the next 20 or what at the time is 30-something years.
Amazing.
It's $1 million.
Jimmy G, look at him.
That's
All right, let's get this ball into the hands of Deebo Samuel or maybe Dante Pettis. Dante Pettis has not scored yet, Rossi.
Nope, but I could use Kendrick Bourne or Kittle.
Oh my God, that's Kendrick Bourne. Yeah.
Get him in there. Oh, there's Mostert. Making his way against the first. Again. 2 minutes left in the third. Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi, producer Michael, TP, our technical director, and Frangelico, our ops guy, keeping everything fast and getting your stats updated. Yeah, somebody also said Seattle is a good fit. That was Mr. Hawk with his caps. People dropping some NBA stuff in here. We're having a good time. Smash that like, by the way. Really appreciate if you like what you're seeing here, liking all the extra content you're getting, and you... Oh, come on!
The curse. It's the curse, man. It's the curse.
Oh, I just woke up my cat.
Telling you, it's the curse, bro. He's cursed.
Stretch
he's cursed.
Big WWE fan himself there, George Kittle.
All right. It's going to have to be Mostert. It's going to be Mostert here. Kittle's not even on the field, guys, in case you're wondering.
No, he's not. Oh, no.
He is. He is on the field. I'm sorry. I didn't see the star underneath him.
I thought we were getting a vulture fullback there from the Juice, signed up a new contract. By the way, I always find it really funny how John Lynch has been the one tweeting about the contracts for the 49ers. Yeah. I don't know how I'd feel about that as a player.
What do you think, John Elway should be tweeting it out?
No, I think, just let the press do it, like everybody else. I don't think it's like he was like, the Juice is coming back. It's like, all right, it kind of sounds like a tool. I don't know. Would you want the GM tweeting all this stuff?
That's fine. There's going to be a holding on the.
And now it's going to Kittle. Watch. No, it wasn't Kittle.
No, Pettis. Let's see what they call here. Let's see.
Yeah, it's hold. He's throwing his hands up.
Yeah, it's going to come back.
Lee Riz says, let's go Mostert.
Well, let's see. You might get the ball here.
Yeah, Bandit, I thought we were going to get that fullback vulture. Look at this, looking for it. Jimmy G dancing, searching, looking.
Oh, no. Oh, no. And it was intended for Kittle.
Of course it was. First catch curse is the thing, says Dave, over on YouTube. So we're going to get a field goal attempt. Bring out the gold. Still holding on to first place by a lot.
Robbie Old. Robbie Old makes it.
Old greater than Gould, says Reed's T. Also, big shout out to all the kickers, punters, holders, and long snappers. Hope you guys all find jobs back. I know you're all watching the DK streams. People just getting absolutely railroaded. They're all finding jobs again, but man, you're out. We don't want to pay a kicker $4 million. So you want to play for one? It's like, no. Respect the kickers.
Anyone who appreciates them like you, it's you. Or if anyone appreciates him, it's you.
No, what you said the first time was actually more accurate. Because nobody. I was talking to that Jamoke, Brandon Cristal. He's talking about fantasy leagues abolishing kickers. I'm like, they're a part of the game.
Yeah, I don't like that. You got to have the kickers in there.
You have to. They're the wild card. And if you get a good one, great. If you don't, no big deal. Kickers can win and lose your games, people. They do every single year. They're a major part. What is it? There was a stat recently. I think it was on one of those ESPN stats and infos tweets. That was the kicker has caused, obviously you could go both ways with this, but they were saying has caused more victories than tight ends over the last 35 years or something like that. But of course, I know it's a dumb, you could say, well, duh. But no, when you really think about that, the tight ends are getting paid millions of dollars and are big time players. but their scores and impact have been less.
I'm not going to participate in this conversation.
Well, it's a dumb number, but it was one of those things that were out there, and it makes me feel like kickers are people too. And these are two people here. He's Kenny Ducey. I'm Jason Rossi.
They're barely people, but I mean, technically they're people. You know,
dude, they are sometimes maybe the greatest people. I'm saying it. Almost getting there is Jimmy G as we get to the fourth. 271. May he hit the bonus. We shall see. Mostert 67 and a tud. McCaffrey not even a carry in the third quarter. What's going on? Guy cost you so much money. You want more than that?
Tell you what's going on. Cost so much money. What's going on? Abilene Christian right now cannot hit a shot to save their life. Congo Cap says DJ Moore killing me. Yeah, DJ Moore has not had a catch so far, and normally, I mean, he's a superstar.
He is
in Madden. Normally, he gives you more, and he just has one attended, and he has not.
Yeah, Mr. Hawk says they aren't athletes. I hope you're talking about me, because kickers are. Oh, Mr. Hawk, kickers are totally useless. These people, you're all lame.
Get out of here.
Totally useless. Mr. Hawk, I don't know what your team is. I forget because it's been so long. We've been family so long. We've gone back and forth. But I will tell you right now, I guarantee you will take those words back sooner or later because you're going to have a game that your team is up or down and you need the kicker and he comes through for you and you're going to love him. Richard says, need DJ Moore to get a shout out because he's been a milk carton this whole sim. He has. Sitting on the sidelines.
He's been a milk carton or he's been on a milk carton?
He's been on.
What did he say?
He said on. Okay. I just read dyslexically. Actually, I just assume words are in there or not. I am currently sitting in 47th. As Teddy Bridgewater drops back. There's a catch. Is it?
Boom.
Nah, Samuel. That was DJ.
Samuel. You have the Samuel stack. You got a few more points there. Love a good Samuel stack, don't you?
I do. Didn't use it today. Should have. That Debo one's really kicking me right now.
Yeah.
Rossi's Fat Cat says Rossi's the Rex Ryan of DK. He loves dem feet. That's good.
Wow. That is pretty good.
With the kicker tie-in. That was a nice touch.
Nice touch.
It is.
Very clever. Very clever.
I'll be honest. We've talked about my feet before. They are brutal. They look like chicken nuggets. Calloused up, baby. Totally information you didn't need, but I just wanted everyone to have the visual of toes that look like chicken nuggets.
Teddy ball game. Oh, goes down.
Yeah, Reed Steve says Rossi takes his own kicker words back and forth like a tug of war. I don't believe I do. Pretty consistent on my love for kickers. Let's see here is 7 minutes to play. Down by 6 is Carolina. Bridgewater with the 3rd and 17. Look around McCaffrey. Breakout, dude. Throws the ball. Got it. Looks like DJ Moore. He's got an appearance in the fourth quarter. Some fourth quarter heroics, maybe.
Finally. It's a good reference there.
I'm digging it.
Yeah.
Always am. Anything with wrestling, you know, man.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Jack M says.
Tell you twice.
Jack M says McCaffrey will score a touchdown, and you better believe that. I think that is a wrestling show too. Wrestling show. Robbie, you're a weird man, and I love you. Nuke says, can we all agree that Justin Tucker is the best kicker in the NFL? I think so. Most consistent from deep. I actually really like Young Wei Koo.
I still think that he's the best kicker in the game. I definitely think so.
Yeah, because listen, and that's why he's a weapon on that offense. That's why that offense, I know they're star for a receiver right now, but they've been able to get to the position they've been a playoff team with a guy like Justin Tucker. Just, hey, if we get to like the 35, he's good.
By the way,
please,
want to bring up an amazing thing that just happened on Twitter. Kevin Durant, about 20 minutes ago, there was a tweet about Steve Kerr telling a reporter that he enjoyed last season when the Warriors went 15-50 more than Kevin Durant's final year with the Warriors. And he said the last year was tough. There was a lot going on, some that you know about and some that you don't. It was very difficult. To which Kevin Durant responded, "This is hilarious." I love our very online superstar responding to that one. I think it's very funny.
Regardless if we think of Kevin Durant, and I'm not, obviously we weren't there, I'm not going to supply or deny any of the allegations, but it's just a dumb thing to say if you're Steve Kerr.
Right. But I mean, Durant
you didn't even go to the
online.
bubble. Oh, yeah. Well, he's got his burner accounts as well. But I find that really funny. Like, dude, don't say that. Like, and you as a Warriors fan, see, I always look at it, don't speak from the fan perspective. You think the Warriors fan feels that way? No. You could say there were some difficulties. Hey, when we had Durant that last time around, things didn't work out the way we wanted to. Move on. Sometimes you just have to do it that way. But I also give people credit for being honest, so. I don't know. I would think that's, if I, as a fan, if I'm a Warriors diehard, I'd be really upset about that comment.
I don't know. I don't think the Warriors fans ever liked him. So what's the difference, or what's the big deal?
Well, because you were 15-50 last year. You were the worst team in the league. That's, to me, like, I never want to hear that was like, I don't know what the comment again, like, better year. No, it wasn't.
He just said he enjoyed it more, like coaching through it, you know?
Coaching a horrible team, not winning games. But I get what he's probably just because guys were listening to him and hustling. That's what it probably was. Which they're doing this year again, by the way. Scrappy team, those Warriors. See, even when they signed Kevin Durant, I never found them to be super unlikable. Even though I didn't like the signing for, like, their build. Like, they were literally built through the draft, and, like, Andre Iguodala was their big signing, but... Mr. Hawk, Steve Kerr is a jabroni. Just love when people use that. Jimmy Dree hits the bonus, baby. 311. Come original. Is Mostert doing his thing?
Unbelievable that he hit the bonus. Really is.
Really, he had that 55-yarder early. He's just been dominating, averaging great yards per pass. He is making it happen. He's the first to hit the bonus. Debo, you're up next, dude. You had 90 coming in. Samuel bonus, just as I say it magically happened, or I just wasn't paying attention. That's when Michael just slams me with more bonuses, baby. They're getting handed out like candy on Halloween.
So many bonuses. And you know who loves bonuses more than anybody is Michael. Michael loves bonuses.
That's why they call him Michael Bonus, the producer.
That's why he gets a bonus, because he loves them so much.
I wonder if he does get paid more per bonus. Could happen. Oh, bonus! Another one, Mostert! 3 bonuses, 3 slacks
What
in
are you,
a row.
Brendan Glass-Sheehan here? What's going on?
I'm all excited. I love a good bonus. You know why, Kenny? Can I be honest? The past couple sims, I did 4
You can
this
be
weekend.
honest, yeah.
Can I lie to you?
You can be honest, yeah.
I had 4 sims this weekend. They all stunk. I haven't had a bonus in like a week.
Nice.
And here's Mostert.
Hey.
Come on.
I feel you, man.
And listen, the Sim fam knows there's some struggles in these Sims, and this one's good. It's good to see it. Oh, Tennessee Titans. Wow, somehow jumping back in. D-Rod says, hey, Dominican Sue would be best fit with Tennessee Titans. Sure, dude. I don't know about that one, actually. Like, I don't see that defense is very, like, the playmakers around him. But, hey, we'll see. That could be a fit. Get Vrabel suit up.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely going to be a defense that people want to go to. It's a good defensive coach.
Yeah.
Good team. You know, you're going to be playing in the postseason most likely. I like that. I like that fit.
They made a great signing with Philip Lindsay, I thought, too. Oh, no, that was the Texans. I got that confused. I think it was the Titans. Should have been the Titans.
Texans
are loading up.
They're all the same.
Texans now, you got Ingram, you got David Johnson, Philip Lindsay. Who's getting carries there? And, Mostert tried everything he could. 3 straight runs up the middle. See, now we'll find out the importance of the kicker. Where do they go here? Oh, yeah, I did see that.
Reports of Sammy Watkins meeting with Indy. Yeah, interesting.
I know Baltimore he met with as well, or talking to him, because Baltimore's been starved for a receiver. They're like, somebody, please sign with us. Here's Robbie Gould, by the way, from 18 yards out. Knocks it through. Golf clap. Yeah, big
Robbie
bonus
Old.
drive. Don't you disrespect.
He's Robbie Old, man. That's his name.
So here we go. Up. The game is basically out of reach now. No timeout.
Right. You would
Carolina.
think so.
These are not. I will not call this a garbage time score if they do score. So let's see what we need. Who do you need here? Bandit already jumps in, says Robbie Anderson. Who else we guys there? Meeting with Indy after Baltimore, says Schefter, says TP. All right, we'll see. Michael letting us know, yep, that Ravens, I did hear that. So, listen, Indianapolis would be a great fit, I think, for Sammy Watkins.
Sammy Watkins has a lot still to give a team, I think. He's just got to find the right place. And I do think that the Colts are a very good spot. The Ravens are also a pretty good spot. It's very similar to Kansas City in the fact that, like, he can just kind of blend in with a good offense. You know, not necessarily like the Ravens don't necessarily have great receivers, which is why I think he could thrive there. But, you know, it's not like the pressure is really going to be on Sammy Watkins to make all the plays there, right? Like, it's not going to, you're not in a situation where it's like, you know, Sammy Watkins has to save us, like it was early in his career, right? And that's when he really struggled. Ian Thomas, speaking of saving people.
Yeah, getting the catch. So 111, making their way down. Yeah, I don't think Sammy Watkins in a position where, you know, he'll probably get a 1-year deal,
right?
I guess, wherever he lands. I think it'll be really fascinating, though, in Indy, the way they're restructuring that offense. Yeah, Robbie would be fine, says Jordan Lindenbaum. McCaffrey for sure. Let's see. I know McCaffrey, dude. Something. There's a catch. There's a catch by McCaffrey making his way. 44 seconds and counting. Don't know how much more plays we're going to get here. Have to maybe look down the field. D says I have gold as my captain. Kicker captain.
God. All right. What are you? What do you win? 147.
That's what I did when the Simper Bowl, the big event we had.
Oh,
come
there
on.
goes.
Come on, Robbie,
your man.
I don't know if we maybe get one more play here. Did he just hit the bonus? Did Robbie hit it?
No, not another bonus. I'm somehow in 33rd.
Woo! Robbie! Yeah, I'm not.
I'm somehow in 33rd despite having no
61st.
quarterbacks.
Last play. Will they get it? Will they get it? They get one. Come on. Come on. Last play. Don't drop it
Ian
off.
Thomas. There we go. Another point in 1.4 for Ian Thomas. Gonna vault me back up there. I was just getting a little concerned.
What a ridiculous play.
I was just getting slightly concerned, Rossi, that I might be falling too far to gloat. But instead, here he is, the man himself. Ian Thomas, bringing me back.
Screw you, Ian Thomas.
I should now go back up the line, I would think. Let's see where I am. I don't really know.
It doesn't matter. You didn't win. The winner of this one, just landslide to Bomber with that Mostert, almost 40 points in the captain. Garoppolo, almost 20. Debo, 25.7. Robbie Anderson, 26.1. Ian Thomas, Dante Pettis. Big ups to you in the Rossi Kenny contest, WrestleMania season. Big shout out. So who do you got here? You had 3 bonuses here. Mostert. I'm sorry, 4 bonuses. 4 bonuses. Mostert, Debo, Robbie Anderson, and Jimmy Garoppolo. Who will be your Kenny Ducey delectable player of the game?
Well, I can't give it to Mostert. Let's put that out there because super chalky, makes sense. Can't give it to Jimmy Garoppolo because just, didn't live up to the standards that your Samuels and your Robbie Andersons did. Now, Robbie Anderson, Debo Samuel, they had arguably the same day for all intents and purposes. Yep. Samuel with 25.7 DK fantasy points, Robbie Anderson with 26.1.
Yep.
So the deciding factor here for me is the considerable lower ownership on Debo Samuel and the fact
11%.
that you had to really to have some guts to roster Debo Samuel in this one at $7,000 was not an attractive piece, and you had to really make room in your lineup. You had to do something interesting with your lineup to get Samuel because he was defensive, but he paid off 25.7 DK fantasy points. For me, he's the player of the game.
I agree with that. I'm really kicking myself. If I had him instead of Kendrick Bourne, maybe we'd be talking top 20 finish, but woulda, shoulda, coulda. And who will be your TP producer, Michael Frangelico, Not My Kid Award?
Ooh, we're naming it after different people now.
If they're not here, they don't get names.
All right, so let's see. I want to give it to Curtis Samuel, but DJ Moore.
Yeah.
I think 1 catch, 11 points, or 11 yards rather, 2.1 points. I thought about giving it to Curtis Samuel as well, but DJ Moore more expensive at $7,200, and he has a superstar trait. And the guy is, you just expect more out of DJ Moore. He usually has a pretty high floor. He's a low ceiling guy, but he's a pretty high floor guy. He's usually going to get you like 8 to 10 points. 2 points. I don't think anyone expected that. So LVP DJ Moore. Oh, show.
There it is. You can follow him at Kenny Ducey. As Rossi's Fat Cat says, good call, guys. Have a good day, Deuce. Rossi, feed me. Time to pounce for a bit. Meowt. I love it. I think I should just say meowt every time.
Peace me out.
Peace me out. At Kenny Ducey, follow him. Get all the picks. Get that money in your pocket and stop wasting it on cheeseburgers. All right. That's my advice to you. On behalf of technical advisor TP, Michael, our producer, Frangelico, all of them did a wonderful job. Rest of the night looks a little bit like this. Well, at least the next one. Broncos, Packers, Koff, and Tom. Enjoy those guys. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. A pleasure to be with you. As you know, as always, stay hydrated, smile more, say positive things on Twitter, unlike, what's his face there? Like now he can't even. Steve Kerr seemed like that was a dink thing, even though he didn't say it on Twitter, but still dink.
Right.
But Kenny, this was a pleasure, man. We can't wait.
No dink zone. Yeah. It was a great pleasure to be with you, Rossi. Lovely as always.
A great time. Here is, I forgot to say this. Someone reminded me earlier. I think she only goes by one nickname now. The gorgeous one, Taralyn Azak.
Why, thank you so much, guys. Peace me out. Still to come at 8 p.m. Eastern, the Denver Broncos are in action as they head to the frozen tundra to take on the Packers in Sim Green Bay. We got Adam Kaufman and Tom Carroll. They're going to be on the call for that showdown that's featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker contest. $5 entry gets you a shot at a $150 top prize, and the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool with $25 going to first. And I am sure many of you were focused on the tournament this weekend. And coming up, we got Julian Edlow. He's going to look ahead to tonight's slate games, including an intriguing matchup between third-seeded Kansas and the sixth-seed USC in the West region. And while college basketball has taken up most of the headlines over the last week, we got NFL news machine. It's never stopping. Free agency has been exciting so far. And one guy who cashed in was QB Ryan Fitzpatrick. He signed a 1-year deal with the Washington football team. Earlier today, our good friend Ross Tucker caught up with Fitzmagic on the latest episode of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
All right, so we got to start with this. All right, Ryan and I are recording right now at 6:30 a.m. Eastern time. And this was Ryan's request because you've got daddy duty with school drop-off this morning. So just give me, I know you have 7 kids, dude. Give me the daddy duty school drop-off breakdown. How many do you have this morning?
Well, it gets, Monday's tough because there's band practice too, They got to go to school for band, but we've got the get them there by 7:40 or they're closing the gates and they're late and you've got to do the walk of shame out of the car and with the late slips. And then I come back home and then we've got the 9 a.m. preschool. And after that, we'll have the middle school kids in the car and we'll whip around and we'll get there by about 9:15 to middle school. And then we're home and my 2-year is sitting in a van by himself. Like, okay, where did everybody go? But then everything picks up again at 12 for the pickup routine, which is crazy in itself.
That is, you love it though. I mean, you're loving every second of it.
It's the best. And when I was in Miami this past year with COVID and protocols, and I missed all of it. And so I could only imagine every single day, my wife, like, where is this guy? I need a little bit of help. But I'm doing as much as I can right now, and it's absolutely incredible to be sitting in car line. It's definitely a fun thing to do as a dad.
That is awesome. So I know last week you talked with the Washington media, and you said you had several different suitors. You picked the Washington football team. Why? Why Washington football team over the other ones?
Well, I mean, everybody has all the things they want to paint and make it beautiful. I mean, money is always a factor. I mean, it's always, I think for me at this point in my career, that part of it is more a respect thing, just in terms of sizing yourself up versus other guys around the league and what they're getting. I was really excited about Coach Rivera. I think I've heard so many great things about him, and just getting a chance to sit down with him when I was out there the other day and talk, you can tell early on that he's going to command the room, that he's got the respect of the team and all his peers, and that was exciting for me. And then opportunity to play. I mean, I wanted goal number one for me was to find a place where I would have an opportunity to go out there and compete and play. And this is a team that fit that, and it also fit the fact that they're in the playoffs last year at 7-9, but they are a young team. The team I just came from was very young, and I feel like I had a big part in kind of bringing them along, and I'm really excited to try to do the same thing here for Washington.
So between Washington adding William Jackson and Curtis Samuel, and what I believe is a big upgrade at quarterback in you, I think you guys are now the favorites in the NFC East. How would you react to that?
Well, it's a new division for me, so I've got to kind of figure that out. I've been in the AFC East a ton. I haven't spent a whole lot of time in the NFC, other than Bucks and Rams, I believe. So it's something I'm going to have to get a feel for. But I know there's a lot of excitement in the building, and it's a very young team. There's a ton of energy, so I'm looking forward to getting to work with the guys.
Do you know where you would have gone if you didn't go to Washington?
There were a couple other places, but I usually try to not go somewhere where I've gone before. So those possibilities are dwindling now as I've entered my 9th team, but I usually try to stay away from the repeats.
Why do you say that?
Just something new adventure, new journey, new place. And so one of my mentors for sure was Gus Farrat, the guy that we were in St. Louis together way back in the day, 2006, and I think he repeated once in his 15-year career with his 7 or 8 teams. But I don't know. It's something I've always wanted to stay away from.
So it feels to me, now you've had some really good moments in Buffalo, really good moments with the New York Jets, but on some level it felt like over the last couple of years that you're playing you had good moments with the Bucks as well, but it feels like you're playing arguably the best football of your career. Do you think that's fair?
I do, Ross. And part of it for me is just an understanding of who I am as a quarterback, being able as an older guy to voice that, to have my voice heard in meetings, to, get stuff the way I want it to be done. All that stuff is really important as a quarterback. And as you get older, it's a little bit easier, for me in switching teams every other year, basically. Then it's a new team, it's a new coordinator, sometimes going in as a starter, sometimes going in as a backup. Some of that stuff is difficult.
NCAA tournament well underway at this point, obviously, and with Julian Edlow from DraftKings, I am Adam Kaufman. Just a wild start to this tourney. Upsets galore, double-digit seeds moving on to the Sweet 16. It's been a ton of fun, Jules. Looking back on round one, though, which upset surprised you most?
I mean, I think Oral Roberts was the one that surprised the most people, just being, a 16-point dog. I honestly, if anything came close to it, it was watching Texas lose to Abilene Christian. And Abilene Christian is a team that is, fantastic defensively. I liked them a lot. But once I saw that draw against Texas, I just figured it was going to be too tough, and they proved me wrong. So if anybody is up there with the run that Oral Roberts is on, Abilene Christian really impressed me.
We've got Colorado and Florida State among a few games a little bit later on tonight still need to be played, and FSU narrowly favored, just 1.5 points as things stand right now. How do you feel about it?
I like Colorado here. The Pac-12 has been doing fantastic in the tournament, and they've been on a terrific run. The Buffaloes coming into the tournament. So there was that loss in the Pac-12 championship game along the way, which happened to come to the Oregon State Beavers. And people took that as a bad loss at the time. Well, look at it now. The Beavers are heading to the Sweet 16. They are one of the hottest teams in the nation. And Colorado's won all of its other big games recently. They had some bad losses early in the season, but Oregon State's their only trip up, and it doesn't even look that bad anymore. I think they're playing really well right now. Whereas FSU, kind of cakewalked by UNC Greensboro in the first round. They had a terrible loss to Notre Dame towards the end of ACC play. They lost. They looked right past Georgia Tech in the ACC championship game. I think the Buffaloes are going to be more ready for this game.
Just before 9 Eastern tonight, you have a 10-seed Maryland and, of course, the 2-seed Alabama. Now, this Maryland team took advantage of UConn, got the upset in the opening game for them, but now 6-point dogs going into this one against Bama. How does it play out?
Yeah, I faded Maryland in the first round. I got UConn at a good opening number of 2. I felt good about it, and UConn just couldn't hit a shot. Maryland can bother teams defensively, but Alabama is a whole different level when it comes to offense compared to what the Huskies do. So I really do lean to Bama in this one. I think that they're going to get this win. The 6 number is a little big for me. I don't know if I'm gonna lay the 6 points. But I do like Alabama a lot in this game. It's going to be Maryland's going to have to play even better defensively to slow down this type of offense.
In the West region, last game tonight, we've got the 6-seed USC, 3-seed Kansas. It's actually the lower seed, the 6th seed, that is favored in this one by just a single point. How do you think this one goes, and do you have a favorite bet from this game?
Well, and we saw this on Sunday, too, with 3-seed Arkansas sitting as a 2-point dog against Texas Tech, and chalk held in terms of brackets, but the underdog won that game in Arkansas. I think this one goes the other way. I think the favored USC Trojans in the 6th seed get the upset over Kansas and advance. Kansas is, coming off the COVID situation, they came alive in the second half against a good Eastern Washington team. They're getting Wilson back, who was out as part of the COVID protocol situation. So Kansas is a good team. This isn't going to be easy. I think this is going to be a lot like the Arkansas-Texas Tech game, which wound up coming down to the last possession. But I think USC does get the win here.
Of the few games remaining tonight, after obviously a busy day of college hoops, is there a total you'd want to lock in?
I'm not really looking much at the totals in this tournament. I've been playing almost all sides, but we do obviously have a crazy trend going with unders, and even more so with first half unders. Just desperation. When teams need it, they're going to lock in. They're going to dive for loose balls. They're going to tighten up in big moments. Points have been tougher to come by in this tournament outside of a few different games, a few different teams. So I would just keep an eye on the first half unders. I like more than the full games. I don't necessarily know if there's a game I would play it on here. Maybe USC Kansas, maybe Maryland Alabama, because if Maryland has a chance in that game, they have to start slowing down the pace, fewer possessions for Alabama. But I'll probably be off the totals.
Who's your favorite bet tonight?
Favorite bet tonight is the Buffaloes. You can take them with the 1.5. You can take them at a small plus money, plus 104. It sits at right now for the money line. I think that Colorado is the real deal. I looked past them in that first round in terms of betting them because of the loss to Oregon State and because Georgetown was running kind of hot, and those turned out to be a good loss for Colorado, and Georgetown turned out to be kind of a fluky run in the Big East tournament. So I think this Colorado team is for real, and FSU is a team that you can catch sleeping, kind of a weaker year for the ACC, unless you're Syracuse and run your zone and just automatically win games. So I think that Colorado gets it done.
Heartwarming. It felt good right here for the alums.
They don't deserve to be in, but they're in.
If you want more on Jules' picks, make sure you check him out on Twitter. Thanks a lot, buddy.
Now for my favorite part of the night, the part where I tell you about the DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. So listen up. The PGA Tour is switching it up this week with a match play format for the WGC Dell Technologies match play at Austin Country Club in Austin, Texas. You can get in on all of the action with the PGA 600K Resurgence Contest. A $10 entry can get you a shot at a $200K top prize. That contest locks Wednesday morning, which is a day earlier than most PGA Tour contests, so make sure you check it out in the DK lobby. And as I mentioned, there's a different format this week with match play, which means different scoring rules on DK. So to break it all down for you, I got Emerson Lazia with Reed Fowler.
The PGA Tour delivering its own version of the NCAA men's basketball tournament this week. It's the bracket-style WGC Dell Technologies Match Play Championship. Wow, I got it out of my mouth. DraftKings' golf bracketologist himself, DK contributor Reed T. Fowler is here with a fancy little preview. How are you?
Good, man. I am matching the drapes here with my T-shirt. You're matching it with your hat in the backdrop there. So things are good. And let's not forget about the women's, too. NCAA women's tournament as well. So
that is true.
Yeah, this is something that is exciting. It's our version, right? The bracketology, it's our version. So let's get it.
All right, so 64 of the best players, right, in golf going at it. It begins Wednesday at Austin Country Club. This is a lot different than a normal PGA Tour event. Can you please explain to me and everyone at home how this works?
Yeah, so it's match play. So we all know the bracket style format from a match play, right? And how it's different in golf is that it's a round robin, or the grouping stage is their first sort of iteration, right, that these guys have to go through. Seeds 1 through 16 were already set based off the overall world golf ranking. And then the selections were made earlier on Monday and just by random, who would play in each of those groups, right? And so the top 16 again were already set, and then now you fill in those places where guys who we'll get to in a little bit have to play against Dustin Johnson. Maybe you get a bad draw there. Guys have to play against some of the other players who are pretty hot on the PGA Tour. In terms of scoring, it's a little bit different in DFS, but in match play, it's different because each hole is just worth a point. In stroke play, we know that, right? Birdies and pars matter a lot more, or are very different than triple bogeys in match play. Match play, triple bogey, if you and I were out there and you get a quad bogey, which is usually what you do, and I get a bogey, your quad isn't as bad as it is in stroke play because you just lose that hole, right? So it's a lot different in that sense.
Dustin Johnson, by the way, highest priced player right now on DraftKings, 11.5. So how should people be spending the money here, and how is DFS scoring different for this event?
Yeah, so DFS, it's different in terms of it's not necessarily getting the birdies, pars, bogeys, right, which how the points are allocated. It's holes won, halved, which is if the hole is tied. Yep. It's a fancy way of saying the hole is tied, and if the hole is lost, right? So that's how you get points from a sort of a general terminology, right? A general position of how you're gaining points from your golfers that you select. If a golfer finishes, let's say, like Dustin Johnson wins his competition or his match 3 up with 2 to play, those 2 holes that weren't played, he also gets points for those holes who weren't played. So you want to get guys who finish off their match early because you can get a bonus. The same way we have birdie bonuses, birdie streaks, it's the same way you can get those type of bonuses on those holes. And so you start to take a look at, okay, well, who does well in this match play format? Is it a guy like Jon Rahm? Is it Dustin Johnson? Is it Bryson? Or who are guys who are playing well? This week specifically, right, you can kind of throw out those traditional strokes gained categories or statistics out the window a little bit and say who does well in this format. A guy like Ian Poulter, who's lost 7 straight tournaments through approach, is one of the best players in match play. Where we see it all the time with the Ryder Cup, which is the Ryder Cup this year, that he's one of the best, right? He's not playing well, but he could be someone that you could potentially get in there at a cheap price, even though he's not playing exactly that well currently.
Yeah, and I know golfers are seeded 1 to 64, and according to the World Golf Rankings there, you mentioned that. Who is a lower seeded guy or underdog that you like to come out of their group?
Yeah, so Scotty Scheffler is not necessarily lower seed, but if we're taking away the top 16, the favorites, I think Scotty Scheffler, who has to get through Jason Day, who won the match play in 2016, and world number 6 Xander Schauffele, that's in his group stage. He also has Rory McIlroy, Jon Rahm, I believe, in his quadrant, so he's going to have to get through there to get all the way through. But he's someone that I would be interested in considering this week to get out of his group and to advance down to the round of 16 and so on and so forth. He's a guy who's from Texas. He played his college golf at the University of Texas. And so he has familiarity, with this type of course. And while he doesn't have match play experience on the PGA Tour yet, you take a look at what he's done in his early stages, right? He beat Aaron Wise in the 2016 NCAA finals match, like his singles contest. He beat Aaron Wise. University of Oregon ended up winning that, but he won in that final stage in his singles contest. And he's someone, again, who kind of goes under the radar, right? In these bigger fields, we've seen a guy like Scotty Scheffler and do well on Pete Dye courses, which is what this is. He's someone that I have my eye on. A guy at the very, very bottom, which we'll get to in a little bit, is also someone that could be a big upset.
All right, well, Scheffler, $7,900. So if you nail that, I mean, that sounds like a lot of value there. And I know over on the DK Sportsbook, Bryson DeChambeau, Dustin Johnson, Justin Thomas all have plus 1,200 odds to win this thing. We're talking DFS here too. Those are the top 3 players on DraftKings. So I know this style of event kind of increases golf's like already inherent unpredictability here. So who would you go with out of those 3, or is there someone else with longer odds you really enjoy?
Yeah, I mean, look at the past 2 winners, or excuse me, the past 3 winners here, right? 2 of them, Dustin Johnson, Bubba Watson, long hitters. We know Justin Thomas just won on a Pete Dye course at TPC Sawgrass, and so he is someone that you could definitely think about considering. But there's 2 guys, really, Emerson, that I really like. I think one is Tyrrell Hatton at plus 3,300 on the DK Sportsbook. Again, what you want to see here, right, is these, especially from these European golfers who maybe match play a little bit better, right, than the United States guys and the American guys. That's not something that you could consider because Dustin Johnson, you look at the past 3 winners at this course, they were all from the USA. But like you start thinking about, okay, Tyrrell Hatton, if we know his experience, I believe he's 9-6-1 in his career in singles matches. I think he was top 10 here in 2019. I think it was a T9. And you take a look outside of that missed cut at TPC Sawgrass, he's someone that has been playing extremely well dating back to November of last year, no worse than a T23 worldwide in his finishes. And so he's someone that I'm really, really honing in on and focusing on. And Abraham Answer, talk about a guy who's done extremely well on Pete Dye courses, ranked 2nd tee to green on Pete Dye courses over the previous 24 rounds.
Hatton, the 8 seed in the same group as Wallace, Westwood, and Garcia. Finally, bracket style. We love the upsets. We love Cinderella. How about a long shot you think could surprise everyone and win the whole stinking thing, dude?
Yeah, so surprise out of left field is Robert McIntyre, Bobby Mack. He is a Scottish young professional from Scotland. And this course, Emerson, I think it has a lot of similarities to the link style layouts that you see in Scotland, right? And so when you take that into consideration and he's going to have to get through a couple of guys. He's going to have to get through Dustin Johnson, who's a world number 1, and Kevin Na. Kevin Na is a guy who plays match play extremely well. That is a tough a tough group for Bobby Mack to get out of. But if you take a look at what he's done on the European Tour over the last handful of months, he's got a win last year, a 3rd place already this season. We've seen him a couple of times. We haven't seen him a lot on the PGA Tour, but we've seen him a couple of times at WGCs and some of the majors. He's a guy that can really, if he's able to get through just that group, right, you're going to start to hear his name thrown around a lot more. He's someone that I'm really interested way down the board, way down the odds board. Look out for Robert McIntyre.
You know what they say, Reed? If the slipper fits, wear it, right? Hey, man, love you, mean it. Really good seeing you.
All right, bud.
right, our next Madden Sim is coming up in just a few minutes. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. So the NBA main slate is locked. You can still play a 2-game turbo slate at 8 p.m. or a 5-game night slate that locks at 9 p.m. Eastern. That slate of games is featured in the NBA 120K fadeaway contest. A top prize of $30K is up for grabs with a $15 entry. And then you're going to have to wait a little bit longer to get back on the ice, as the NHL has a 4-game late slate locking at 10 p.m. Eastern. You can play in the NHL 10K Sticks contest for just $11. That entry fee to this classic contest gives you a shot at winning a first prize worth $2K. And of course, the NCAA tournament keeps on rolling. So check out up-to-the-minute odds for that one, as well as odds and lines for the weekend events in NASCAR, UFC, and the PGA Tour on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Time now for our second Madden Sim of the night. This one takes place in Wisconsin as the Packers host the Broncos. For the call, here is Cheesehead Kaufman and Tommy Freeze Pops. Take it away, guys.
Sarah Lynn, thank you so much. She's not just being clever, she's being observant. With Freeze
Indeed.
Pops, Tom Carroll, Tom Ace. He smells terrific. How are you, buddy? Unmute. You're muted.
I am muted. Wow. I feel like
we're off to a rip-roaring start.
I feel like a 75-year-old man right now trying to Zoom with his grandkids.
You look like a 1995 baseball player, though.
Got my bat as the free roll was named, so I figured I'd break it out. You get the cheese head going.
Yeah, this is the prime time. This is my cheese head. That's Tommy's bat free roll. Very original title that we went with here for this sim that we've got with lineups locking here now between the Broncos and Packers. Let's dive on into it. What's yours look like here?
I went Packers heavy, although I went Broncos in the captain spot. Noah Fant for, let's see, that is $9,900. Sorry, that was really blurry to me. I think I need to get my prescription upgraded here. My eyesight getting worse by the day. And then the Packers the rest of the way. Funchess, MVS, Lazard, Aaron Jones, Aaron Rodgers. So
nice.
Big old Packers stack. Large stack of cheese on this Sammy tonight.
Steven says Matt Stairs. You know what's so funny about that? Steven?
Yes.
I honest to God, that is exactly the name I was going to throw out at Freeze
Love
Pops.
that.
He's got his Matt Stairs impression going on full force. I went with Cortland Sutton in the captain spot here for this one. Not something I do often, but like the opportunity, good points per dollar value opportunity in order to pay up elsewhere. Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Jones, Devin Funchess. You got to have bunches of Funchess when the pack's involved. Alan Lazard is a punt play, and Jerry Jeudy, a guy who's priced down compared to what he normally is. At least it felt that way. $5,200. Let's pull up his game log. Oh yeah, big time discount. Normally 65, 68, 7K. In fact, I'm scrolling back through his game log now. He hasn't been even in the 5K range in like 30 sims. Not an exaggeration. So you got to take advantage, baby. Let's hope it pans out all right.
Hey, good for you for realizing that there was so much value there, and shame on me for not doing so.
Well, we'll see how we do. I'm looking forward to it. We are obviously underway in virtual Wisconsin. 2nd and 7 from the 26. There's a completion and a good first down there for Green Bay as Aaron Rodgers. Perfect. That was his first pass, of course, but has himself 11 yards. And it was the aforementioned Devin Funchess. Producer Mike says he went heavy on the cheese, too.
Yeah, you got to go heavy on the cheese here, man. I mean, the Broncos are such an unpredictable team in Simland. It has a lot to do with their quarterback, who's unpredictable in real life as well. Maybe just predictably bad at this point, we can say. So not surprised if we see a lot of Packers ownership as the numbers come in here.
So let's see what we got here in the Chat Kings conference room. The bat's awesome, Tom, says Mike, and I'll show you a little something during the first quarter break as well. Choker says, whoa, you dudes are lit. The Louisville Sluggers epic. You gotta love the Slug, man. I mean, they are just Justin over there, lights out.
Crushing
that
it.
Dude. You gotta love him.
Yeah, it's the coolest thing I own. I said it on social media the other day, and I'll reiterate it. I don't have anything cooler in my apartment than this custom Louisville Slugger.
Mr. Hawk says it's a sick Louisville Slugger. Let's have a great sim in Wisconsin says Tara Lynn, who's in Florida listening somewhere. Kaufman 3, Mavry 1. I like tonight's matchup to get to 2, if not cough up 4-1, says Mike. We'll see what happens. That ball caught. Flag on the play. Will we have an Adams touchdown, or is this coming back?
The one Packers receiver I don't have.
Well, I think it's probably coming back. Well, let's see. We had some interference on the defense. Well, never mind.
We are going to decline that, and that's going to be points for Devontae Adams.
That's a nice one. Well, I didn't have Devontae either. I thought about it. I went with Aaron Jones over Devontae Adams, and we'll see how that plays out. But in this very moment, I regret it. 7-0 Green Bay leads a couple minutes into the sim.
I'll take the Aaron Rodgers points, I guess. Trying to look at it with the glass half full here.
Who else we got here in the chat? Let's see. Buddy Lee, cough with no glash? I can unmute for this one. Come on, buddy.
Did you guys do a sim earlier?
No. I think he just means he likes to mute when Glash.
He just likes to mute Glash.
Which you don't mute Glash. I love listening to. Sometimes I tune in just to hear Glash.
I turn it up when I have Glash. Are you kidding me?
I want to know what's going on. And you know what? For anyone wondering, Glash, he's done his 2 for today. You've actually got Freeze Pops with Geoff Ulrich, Moose, for Colts Steelers Madden After Dark coming up after this one.
Yes. Love working with Moose.
Undercover Boss Tom says Skip Perkins is still his favorite, by the way. Skip or Chip? Did Chip ever come to life? Or is he not emerged?
Unclear.
Yeah, I don't know. Matt says, "Cough, funny you mentioned Stairs. Still remember being in the stands and watching that guy crush one off of Broxton." Matt Stairs was like living proof you didn't need to necessarily be an athlete to be a major
country strong, baby.
Player. Yeah, just seriously, like lumberjack toughness, muscle, strength. I mean, like thick, but could swing a bat 1,000,000 miles an hour and drive the ball that much farther.
The definition of a Canadian baseball player.
G says, "Cough, you need a Bronco head." Where would I find such things? eBay, probably. Amazon. Our guy BK, perhaps.
Top of my head, greatest Canadian baseball players of all time: Ferguson Jenkins, Larry Walker, Jason Bay, and then I think you got to go Matt Stairs. That's the top of my head.
I would go Matt Stairs over Jason Bay.
Really?
Yeah, I'd have to pull up the numbers, but I think you got to do it.
I mean, just without looking at the numbers, I feel like Jason Bay's peak was higher than Matt Stairs.
I won't disagree with that, but I think it was a very brief peak. I'm going to pull it up because this is very important to a Broncos-Packers simulation.
100%. We need to know
Jason Bay's career statistics, the pride of Trail Canada. He played
at the very least
Pittsburgh, the Mets, of course, Boston for a couple years after the Manny Ramirez trade, San Diego, and Seattle, where he wrapped up his career. So taking a look here,
he won Rookie of the Year.
He was a thrice-time All-Star. He was a Rookie of the Year. In his, obviously it was in his first full season, second cup of coffee in the majors, but he was the Rookie of the Year. He had 4 30-plus home run seasons. He drove in 100-plus 4 times as well. Those were, coincidentally enough, all those same seasons. He was a career .266 hitter. How about this? Let's look at it this way. If you're an OPS plus person, if you're one of them nerds, the advanced stats, OPS plus, he was a 121. And let's just for giggles, we'll look at his WAR. Career WAR 24.7. Okay, now I'm going to pull up Matt Stairs because, again, super relevant to this simulation that we're doing right here. Oh, Drew Lock. Sutton stuffed at the 1 off the 23-yard gain. My captain could have used that, man. My captain could have used that. All right, Matt Stairs.
Okay, Michael dropping in a few really good Canadian baseball players before. I mean, obviously, we still want to know Jason Bay versus Matt Stairs, but Freddie Freeman, apparently from Canada, as is Joey Votto. Both of those guys would jump Jason Bay and Matt Stairs in these rankings. Regardless, we need to know who wins this specific matchup.
So 19 years in the majors till the ripe old age of 43 from Matt Stairs.
Crazy.
His OPS plus 117, so just a touch lower than Jason Bay's. His WAR 14.2. Okay.
Yeah.
I can't disagree. Jason Bay was I mean, I knew Bay had the higher peak. I wasn't going to dispute that. But the overall tenure still goes to Jason Bay.
He's probably smiling somewhere.
Oh, he's listening. He's probably in the chat. Jason,
congratulations.
Listen, if we can have Eric Winalda, and we can have Morton Anderson, and we can have Spice Adams,
yep,
and probably not really them, but people who go by James Kimmel and Eric Decker, I have to believe there's a chance Jason Bay is in the chat. Third goal from the three. Wide open. Cortland Sutton finishes the job. Captain, my captain, touchdown, Denver.
That's your boy right there. So there we go. Mount Rushmore of Canadian baseball players: Ferguson Jenkins, Larry Walker, Joey Votto, Freddie Freeman, and then honorable mention just off the mountain, Jason Bay, with Matt Stairs looking over at the mountain fondly, wearing a Canadian Mountie outfit. Proud.
Tony, Koff, just use my one like. That's what we love to see. Hit that like button, folks. I mean, I don't care if you want to hit it bright and early when you tune into the stream, or if you want to hit it when your favorite commentators are on, or just somewhere along the day when it's convenient for you. So long as you smash the thing, tickle the like button, make it feel good, and show it that you're here. We appreciate you. Hit that like, hit the subscribe button. We got north of 300 watching the Dream stream, and that is just on the YouTube. Never mind the thousands more across all our other platforms, including Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. It is, of course, Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman. We got undercover boss Tom here with us, our technical director here for the evening. Mike, our producer, Frangelico, who told me I looked Gouda earlier before we came on. He is, of course, hanging out in Game Ops, and you heard from Tara Lynn earlier. You will hear from and see her again in between streams. We have one more after this, Madden After Dark, as mentioned. Tommy will be coming on back. 7-7 game, Packers with the ball. A couple minutes to go here, opening quarter.
If I have something to bring to the Canadian Baseball Mount Rushmore Committee that I would like for a review here. Okay. Freddie Freeman was born in Fountain Valley, California. Both of Freeman's parents are from Ontario. His mother is from Peterborough, while his father is from Windsor. Those are both Ontario towns.
But does he
cities.
have dual citizenship?
Because Freeman's parents were both born in Canada, Freeman holds Canadian citizenship along with American citizenship, but he grew up a fan of the Los Angeles Angels, and he grew up in Orange, California. So he has Canadian citizenship, but was not raised in our neighbors to the north. Just holds the Canadian passport here. So are we thinking that is a knock against him, against these guys like Jason Bay and Matt Stairs, or do we think that, his association with the country alone keeps him in that top four? What do we think?
I got to say, I think there's only one way to answer this, and I don't have the answer because I don't know him personally. So maybe we can do some research into this. Maybe it's on his Wikipedia page. Does he play hockey?
Great question. You know what? Yep, I have Jason Bay's number. I'm just going to text him right now. What do you want me to say?
Where would you... Hey, Jason, it's Tom.
Hey, Jason.
Where would you rank yourself among Major League Baseball's all-time great Canadians?
Okay. I'm going to compose a more thorough text than that. You cover for me.
Okay, sure. 7-7 game. Final 30 seconds of the opening quarter. Green Bay ball, 1st and 10 from the 27. Rodgers has time. The X Factor lit. Completes a pass and inside the 20. Aaron Rodgers up over 100 passing. It's Devontae Adams who has the touchdown earlier. Busy again. That'll be the final play of the quarter as we get ourselves to that first quarter break here.
You know, when you have Jason Bay's number in your phone and you've never used it, there's no better time than to use it right now.
But what are you? Do that. How are you identifying yourself?
That's what I'm constructing right here.
I'm assuming that if you've never used it before, you just happen to have his number, if it's even still the right number, and he doesn't know who you are.
This is the excitement of this. We don't know who's going to respond here.
Okay.
I'm just letting him know who I am.
Sure.
why I'm messaging him.
Fair.
I have your number from X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
And now we're going to get into it. We're
I'm
talking
just talking about you as people do in mid-March 2021. Sutton 4 for 77, a touchdown. My captain's doing great. Adams 2 for 73. He has a score to his credit. Taking a look at where things stand here in this primetime contest. Fittingly, I am 14th as my captain wears the number 14. 174 entries in the primetime. This is my cheesehead. That's Tommy's bat free roll. Jay Soros is hanging out in front by 3/4 of a point right now with the Broncos DST in the lineup. Also has Sutton a captain, Adams, Jones, Locke, and Judy. So taking advantage of that Locke touchdown pass as well. But unfortunately, those of us who don't have Adams, which is about 40% of us, losing out right there. 1st and 10, Rodgers, end zone, Adams again! Jay Soros making it rain!
Touchdown.
12.5% of you, the captain Devontae Adams, and the 62% very nearly who rostered him overall in our smaller, more modest free roll. Good for you, and especially good for you if you got the stack with Rodgers, because you are just cashing in points.
So I'm giving him all of the nominees, and then someone dropped Justin Morneau in the chat. I did not know he was from Canada either. If he is, I think that's worth mentioning as well. Guy won an MVP.
Sure.
Let's see. Yeah, well, he's a member of the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame.
So I'm just Googling, and this article came out about a year ago. I think it's close enough. The best Canadian MLB players of all time. This is from ranker.com. Over 200 Canadian baseball players have played in Major League Baseball, featuring some of the best MLB players currently playing today and greatest baseball players of all time. This list of MLB players from Canada includes World Series champions, Hall of Famers, and baseball legends. Who is the best MLB player from Canada? When ranking the best, we have Joey Votto, Larry Walker, Russell Martin, definitely in the top 10. Other good ones include Justin Morneau, Fergie Jenkins, Jason Bay, and how do you forget Ryan Dempster? So here is how this is ranked according to ranker.com. Larry Walker, obviously, Hall of Famer. Ferguson Jenkins, Joey Votto, Justin Morneau, Freddie Freeman, Vlad Guerrero Jr. How about that?
That's a loophole.
It is a loophole, but it counts. Russell Martin, Eric Gagne. He had a strong peak there with the Dodgers before he flamed out. Jason Bay, Ryan Dempster, James Paxton, and then you start to get into like Tip O'Neill, Terry Pull, obviously Matt Stairs, who we talked about, Jeff Heath, John Oxford, remember his stash. The list goes on from there. Eric Bedard, Paul Quantrill, but we hit the big names, obviously. So,
Okay, so I'm going to throw a bunch at him.
Don't overwhelm him. Remember, you've never talked to him before.
That's okay. I'm going in throwing 100 miles an hour right here at Jason Bay.
Well, I guess we're going to find out if he can still
hit
it.
Like, if you're going to go, you might as well go all out.
Go hard. Feel it.
Here we go.
Robbie Noble, Adams captain, hashtag Gouda Grinders. Steven says, what are the odds that the text reply is just, please remove me from your contacts?
I've gotten texts like that before. I remember I was trying to text, who was it? John Lackey. I was texting who I thought was John Lackey. The person replied, I know nothing about baseball and this is not John Lackey. Please delete my number. Now, was that actually John Lackey and he just didn't want to come on my show here in St. Louis? That's
entirely possible.
That's probably more of a 50% chance that that's actually the case. Okay, this is what I'm going to send to Jason Bay. I don't need to get into the intro text part. I could say, here we go. We're talking about the Canadian baseball Mount Rushmore, and we are trying to place our top 4. Here's the nominees. Listed a bunch of them. I said, who's in your top 4? We'd love to reveal it on our DraftKings live stream on YouTube as we speak. Thanks for your input.
Rodgers completes a pass to his left. Couple minutes gone by, second quarter. It is 14-7. Green Bay in front. 3rd and 9 from the 21 on the way.
We'll see what happens. Just fired it off. I'm just going to continue to look to see how many Canadian baseball players I have in my phone here.
Guys, what a time to be alive.
I have Ferguson Jenkins' number. Gonna text him as well. I'm just going to edit the text here.
I happen to have Fergie Jenkins' number as well.
Yep.
Listen to all the BK names he's dropping right here.
Yeah, I am 100% stealing BK's bit right now, but
you are.
You know, you just acquire these numbers over time and you never use them. And now I'm feeling like I want to use them right now.
Now's the time, apparently.
This is a fun situation.
He's in.
All right, here we go. Ferguson Jenkins receiving the exact same text. Gonna send that off. I'm feeling more confident about Jason Bay than I am Ferguson Jenkins.
Sure.
Okay.
Close for you.
Let's see. I'm gonna look at that list, see if I have any of these other Canadian baseball players. I don't have Justin Morneau. Don't have Joey Votto.
Matt, good looking out. I did see that. El Paso #1. Gotcha.
I have Larry Walker's email.
Yeah, Larry, if you're not doing anything.
Larry Walker, I wish I could read his email right now on the air. I'm not going to, but it's hilarious.
Is this happening again?
Devontae.
Devontae Adams has 3 touchdowns. 36-yard score. I mean, just give him the Krusty Koff player of the game right now. Just do it right now. Are you kidding me?
He goes off when I have Packer Sims, and I always fade him, but I shouldn't. I need to start playing Devontae Adams.
Still the first half. 3 touchdowns. The bonus. Devontae Adams potentially en route to a Madden 21 record-setting day. And I'm not talking just for him. I mean in general. This is ridiculous. Producer Mike says, you can tell Larry we're doing a Broncos sim right now.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Larry, I don't know how familiar you are with Madden commentating, broadcasting video games, if that's...
I'm going to guess that he's not familiar at all.
Right, probably not.
Subject line, Canadian baseball Mount Rushmore.
You're one of those you send... Oh, this was an email. I forgot. I was going to say, do you send text with subjects? That's something my aunt always did.
Oh, I didn't even know you could do that outside of like a group chat situation.
Yeah. That is it is a possible thing.
All right, we just emailed Larry Walker. So we have asks out to Jason Bay, Larry Walker, and Ferguson Jenkins. Let's see what else I got in here.
Can't wait to hear what you hear.
I bet we go 0 for 3, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's a fairly safe bet, actually.
Do I have Ryan Dempster?
One can only dream.
I do. Okay, we're texting Ryan Dempster. Oh, I almost just copy and pasted Larry Walker's email and blindly sent it to Ryan Dempster. I had the wrong thing copy and pasted. Okay. You don't need Larry Walker's email address, Ryan Dempster.
But maybe he does.
You know what? I feel like these guys all have each other's emails already.
You think they know how to get in touch with one another?
There's definitely some sort of like unspoken Canadian baseball thing, you know?
Mike is voting Dempster would be the one to get back to you, and I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Okay.
Seems like a really good, down-to-earth, fairly easy to reach for a Major League Baseball player guy.
Also, I could tell him I'm a Sox fan. He was a special part of that 2013 run.
Sure. Sure can.
Okay, let's see.
4th and 21. Here's the punt from Denver. Back running away with this thing right now. Good punt.
All right. Ryan Dempster has been reached out to. All right, we've got a lot of asks out here.
There's a lot happening.
Let's see which Canadian gets back to me.
Bruce says a Bundy on BK's Broncos. Yikes, hope he's not watching. Oof. Don't go too far, Aaron Jones. We got to set up Davante Adams for a fourth first-half touchdown.
All right, what have I been missing?
Nothing important. Just people upset they didn't roster Davante Adams. Smash that like button. We're almost at 300, folks. Let's get there. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Greatly appreciate you. 1st and 10 from the 30.
Wow, 21-7. Davante Adams having a half, huh?
Boy, you really are just coming up for air, huh? Yes, he's doing quite well. Let's see, in the free roll here, man, even with, I mean, you have to, it goes without saying, you have to have Davante Adams here in the sim to even be remotely, not even in contention, just like in a respectable spot. I've got Sutton, I've got Rodgers, I'm still in 96th out of 174. Antisocial, who seems to always do well when I'm around, is in first place by about 2.5 points right now. Rodgers in the captain spot where he's got 31. Adams at 42 in the flex. You kidding me? And then Jones, Sutton, Packers, DST, and Tim Patrick, the punt play, who more than likely is not going to do anything for you, Antisocial, but you know that. You know what you're doing. You paid up, and you're taking the hit. And right now, it's okay. It's not hurting you.
That's what these punt plays are. They're punt plays. Oh, Jason Bay responded.
Oh, God.
We have breaking news. Jason Bay has responded. He says, "Hi, Tom. Interesting question. I'd have to say Fergie, Larry, Votto, Gagne."
Give it again.
Fergie, Larry, Votto, Gagne.
That's his Mount Rushmore. That's
Jason Bay's Mount Rushmore for Canadian baseball players. I'm going to say thanks for letting us know, Jason.
So you've been very helpful. If you would like to discuss this on the stream with us in more detail, we're just hanging out. LJ, thank you for applauding our chemistry. Speaking of baseballs, this has been sent to us. A Dodgers fan, for anyone who didn't see this earlier, put up paid a lot of money, however much it was, to put a billboard up on Brookline Ave in Boston, right next to Fenway Park, that says, "Dear Boston, thank you for Mookie Betts. Sincerely, Dodger fan," and I guess included his Twitter handle here.
That makes me really upset.
I actually respect it. I respect the move.
That really, really stings. I'm surprised he went with Eric Gagne there, but I guess the run that he had when he was just closing out
Fergie,
games.
Votto, Gagne, and Walker. Aaron Rodgers with a touchdown run.
So you got the two Hall of Famers in there, the Canadians that are in Cooperstown with Jenkins and Walker. Votto, who will likely, I'd say, be in Cooperstown one day. And Eric Gagne.
So I mean,
who's one of the best closers of all time, I
Justin
guess.
Morneau, Freddie Freeman, those are really the notable ones he left off.
Yeah, yep. Two guys that have won MVP. Eric Gagne, though, was at least a Cy Young winner once.
Yeah.
So,
not easy to do, obviously, if you're a closer either. I mean, he was elite, as we know.
He had like a season and a half run where it was just automatic.
I mean, you could not hit him.
It was over 80 in a row, I think.
Appearances, yeah. Or saves.
Saves. I think
yeah.
He got up almost to 90. Let's see. '84.
Yeah, he was absurd. No doubt about it.
Who's more absurd, Eric Gagne or the half that Devontae Adams is having?
Adams. I'm gonna respect the sim. Nothing but respect for the sim.
Respect that.
Respect the sim.
Totally respect the sim there.
Gotta respect the sim.
Michael bringing up a good point. Adams is all natural.
That's right.
We know Eric Gagne had a little help.
Yeah, not so much. Not so much.
Yeah. It was a different time, kids.
It's a different time. Freeze Pops, Cough, Mike, Tom, Frangelico, all hanging out here with you. 28-7 here late in the opening half. What a whooping Green Bay. Mike, I believe the number is in the mid-40s, if I'm not mistaken. But do you happen to know, looking back through our Madden 21 award spreadsheets and whatnot, what our sim high is for points? Because we could threaten it today. And I think if I'm not wrong, if I'm not mistaken, not only do I think the record is, 45, 46, 47, something like that, I think it was actually Green Bay that did it. Pretty good. Brings us to the half, 28-7. Pack in front here in this one.
Wow, action-packed first half on a lot of levels.
Really was.
I'm really upset that I didn't put Devontae Adams in my lineup.
Let's see. Varder says, I don't know. Aaron Rodgers having a pretty good half. Might be pushing Adams for the Krusty Koff player of the game. He's got a 4 right here. 3 passing, 1 rushing. Doing pretty damn good. You can't deny it. He's been awesome. He has been absolutely awesome. Bad Boys of Pop. Is it Hamler time yet? I'm not sure it's anybody on the Broncos time other than hopefully my captain Sutton getting some more done. But
I will say Hamler was a guy that I thought about because he's a guy that's liable to go off every now and then.
We'll look at some of the numbers. Let's get ourselves to 300 likes, by the way. We're getting awfully close. Just about there. Appreciate you. We'll look at some of the stats, passing, rushing, receiving, all that good stuff. So Rodgers at the half, 273 passing, 3 touchdowns, 18 of 19. He has just been ridiculous. Of course, the perfect QB rating. Drew Lock, 98 passing, a touchdown to his credit so far. We'll take a look at...
that's good for Drew Lock. Like, let's applaud that.
Yeah, he's doing okay. It's just, those are not bad halftime numbers for a normal sim, but compared to Aaron Rodgers, he looks like he should be demoted to, the fan challenge football league or whatever that thing is called. Adams 7 for 165, 3 touchdowns. Funchess 5 for 66. Sutton 4 for 77, a touchdown for him as well. And then we got some other guys that are, into double digits, but not threatening for a bonus just yet. While we're here, by the way, let's not go back to the game just yet. I want to show you this.
Oh, yes.
Mine has come as well, baby.
Let's see it.
Courtesy of Justin the Slug.
Wow.
You gotta love the slug. All right, let me
give me the slow pan here.
Yeah, the slow pan. Okay.
Wow.
Right, yeah.
That's a beauty.
That maple. I think it's maple. I don't know if that's
true.
TKC.
Yeah, give it a sniff.
And then,
wow, the Mike Man.
The Mike Man.
I love it.
Pretty cool, huh?
That is sick, man.
Did you have, he didn't ask me, not that I would want to be consultant on it. I think it's more special when you're not. I didn't know what he was going to write there. Did you assume Tommy Freeze Pops, I think is what yours says? Or did he ask you?
Yeah, it was already kind of decided by him.
Yeah.
And yeah, I couldn't complain. That's sort of the name at this point. So
yeah. What do you think Glashes says?
The mouth.
I almost kind of want to ask Justin, actually, like just out of curiosity, what does Glashes say? I'm just curious. Glash might even know because I saw a picture before I received the bat, so he might already be aware. Actually,
That's a good point.
Yeah, awesome.
And the reason why I say the mouth, Lamarca was trying to. I think it was Lamarca the other night.
Trying to start something.
No, he was placing like where each DK commentator was within the human body, and I think he placed Glash as the mouth. Oh no, I think he had you as the mouth because you have an incredible radio voice.
Ah, thanks.
And he had Glash, I think, as the heart. Or did he have me as the heart? I don't remember. I don't remember. We kind of went all over the place with it.
Sure.
But that's why the mouth just came to mind for me. Because I think it's a great nickname.
Yeah, a lot of people commending the bats. They're gorgeous. Nice
gesture.
The incredibly nice gesture. I said to Justin, I was like, can I give you some money for this? He's like, man, this is just, a big fan of what you guys do. So incredible. I mean, it just smells great. I'm thinking about, I might have to get a case and put it on the wall.
Yeah, I'm definitely buying
just so the kids don't damage it,
Yeah.
Take it outside and use it or something.
This thing's a display piece. There's no question. It's beautiful. And honestly, if anyone ever asks me like, yo, that bat's sick, I'm like, dude, just got to head up Louisville Slugger. Awesome custom bats.
Second and 14 from the 17. A completion for the Broncos. Moving the ball down to the 34. 17-yard pickup there. Noah Fant, third catch. Who got them the bats, says Roland. That's our pal Justin, who hangs out in the chat with us from time to time over at the Slug, Louisville Slugger. Just incredibly kind, and I don't know if he's even here listening in this moment. I know he pops in from time to time, and so if you are here, Justin, thanks again. Really appreciate you. Very, very cool.
We love it. Lamarca was a little jealous of the bat. I can't lie.
Should be.
Yeah. He then was jealous when I told him later on in the sim that Glash's mom made me a freeze pop holder. He really wanted his own freeze pop holder.
I mean, who wouldn't?
Yeah, Michael, you should give him a visit there. And I do want to check out that museum down in Louisville. Michael has told me it's a really cool spot where you can watch them build the bats. They put the wood in the machine and it spins it. That's only about 5 hours from here in St. Louis. That's been on the old weekend trip once the pandemic goes away.
On the radar.
List. We got Louisville on that list, Memphis. We want to get back out to Kansas City. There's a few different places. Chicago. Why are you running backwards?
CEH had written, look at Denver just tanking for draft picks in this sim. It's true. I don't know what's happening here. Broncos just not up to the challenge against Green Bay this time out. Bill says, Koff, is your bat 2 of 3 or 3 of 3? That's true.
Oh, good call.
Freeze Pops was number 1.
Love that.
I am 2 of 3. That makes Glash 3 of 3.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But honestly, 1, 2, 3. I'm happy to be of 3. I don't care.
We're top 3.
Yeah.
If there was a Mount Rushmore, we'd be in the 3.
Yeah, whatever. I don't care if I'm one of, all of us.
Right. Yeah, one of 100. As long as I get the cool bat.
Right. Kicking Club says, I hope Lamarca was just joking around, not seriously jealous. I'm sure Lamarca was just.
He was more jealous of the freeze pop holder than he was of the bat.
I can see that.
There's no question about it.
I can definitely see that. And she says, love the hoodie, Cock. Do you know if it's available in the DK shop? I honestly have no idea. I would encourage you to go look. I'm sure if not this one, there are some other cool ones available, but I do not know if this one is in the shop. It's very comfortable.
I'll look right now.
Mighty comfy. Justin's with us in the chat. Freeze Pops, Cough. What's up, guys? Justin, maybe you can tell us. We were just talking about how, we were showing the bats off. He says, just got in the chat. Well, scroll on back. You can hear us talk all about you and showing off the bats during the halftime break there. We were talking about what the bats say. And we were wondering what Glashes says, if you could share in the chat, or maybe that is, for that's for him to unveil the big surprise. But we're, obviously we got the Mike Man, we got Tommy Freeze Pops. We were just curious what
I am looking at the DK shop right now on my
app,
and I do not see that specific hoodie on the app when I'm looking at the DK shop, but there is a lot of cool stuff on here. Never looked at this. I got to get me one of these T-shirts.
Yeah.
Oh, I like these. They're like fantasy specific. Yeah, I'm into this. This is good stuff. I'm going to use some of these crowns.
There you go.
I don't think I have enough crowns yet, though.
So you know what I've been doing? And you may not even be aware of this, and it's too late for you now, so it'd have to be a target for you next year. So I'm sure a lot of people out there know this, but the reason that I play NBA literally, as our friend Rob Lowe would say, the reason that I play every day is because if you play X number of days, and it's not full on every day, but it's all but like a handful. It's basically every day.
Mm-hmm.
If you play NBA or NHL, it doesn't have to be NBA, obviously, but if you play every single day or X number of days, whatever it is, during the season, during that 7-month time or something like that, you get 25,000 crowns. So I am building my way toward that. And I don't think I'd use them in the shop. I'll probably just use them to enter free contests, as opposed to using actual money. But it's just a cool little perk to reward you for playing all the time that DraftKings does. So that's I had never made that a goal to achieve that before, and now I'm chasing down actively every day these 25,000 crowns here.
You've got a goal in mind.
I do.
It's always good to have a goal in mind.
Yeah. Justin says his quote is the dream stream. So it says DK Sim Fam, then Brendan Glasheen, the dream stream.
I love it.
There you have it.
Very cool stuff, man.
Really,
and
awesome.
It came out great. Like they're just beautiful.
Oh, God. Gorgeous. And they're all the same, right? Like your bag.
Yeah, I got that red mahogany color.
Yeah. Same look.
It's a pretty bat, man.
Justin says his original quote was the Gleam Machine. He didn't like it and asked me for another one. Beggars can't be choosers, Glash. At a certain point, you just got to take what you're getting. You're getting the free bat after all. Yeah, I don't like that. Could you switch that up for me?
You know what, though? I almost respect it, right? Because he knew that it was going to be such a sick bat that he was going to want to have it. Like, we're talking, you display this thing. He wants to make sure that it was something that he was into. I get it.
What if it had said, like, Brendan Glasheen, Sarah's boyfriend?
Yes.
Like, that... Yeah, Sarah's
roommate. That's so good.
Cover Boston. You know what? Justin says he asked for his bat to be changed twice.
Oh, man.
What was the other time? Oh, I'm on this now. This is the best. Now I want to text him. I won't, but I love it. All right, so we had the Gleam Machine. What else? Oh, James Farrell says, hey, Koff, let Tommy know he made his 10 p.m. sim tonight for tomorrow night. You may have created a contest in the league for tomorrow. You may want to check that out.
No. Is that guy sure?
Wait, so Justin says the Dream Machine team. So, all right, let me go back.
Oh yeah, today is Monday, huh? Yeah.
Let me go back.
Yeah, you're right, guys.
Because I'm dumb now. I got to think of it. So it said the Gleam Machine, and then it said the Dream Machine team, and then we landed on the Dream Stream. Correct on that, Justin? If I'm connecting all these dots properly? Don't worry, guys. Freeze Pops is going. He's fixing this up for you. So you've got an hour plus to jump into a new contest for Madden After Dark.
Is there a way for me to delete that contest?
Just leave it for tomorrow. What's the big deal?
Well, I want to make sure it's labeled correctly at the very least. Can you change the names of these things?
I don't think so. I think once it's there, it's there.
I fat fingered it, guys.
That happens. Congo Cab says, Adam, stop it. You're so petty. It's no, I think this is fun. Who doesn't think this is funny? I'll tell you, our entire production and ops crew finds this hilarious.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
Justin says that's why it is 3 of 3. Yeah, Bill says, what if Glash's bat said the man that did not get Sarah a cat? That's true. You know what he would have loved, and but I'm glad you didn't do it, because now like he gets what he gets after changing it 17 times. But if it said like Brendan Glasheen, Meowster's owner or something like that, then Sarah would have had to go out and get the cat. That would have been pretty funny.
Oh man, I'm sorry I messed up this free roll for you guys.
Don't apologize. We've all been there. Accidents. It can be, especially when you're in a rush.
Yeah, exactly. I was behind. It's on me.
Tom says lost to Noah Moon because of Meowster. Some people talking about the lid here. Can we call it a lid? Probably not. The giant cheese head on my. It's making me hungry though. I want
to give you credit. You've kept that on the entire time.
It has not come off. It's not like on just for the breaks. When you see us, it has been on the entire time. It's kind of giving me a headache, if we're being honest. But,
is it heavy?
I mean, it's not. Is it heavy? No, but it's probably. I have no frame of reference. Now I feel like I need to put it on a scale.
Have you ever put on a football helmet? Is it heavier than a football helmet?
I haven't put on a real one. I put on replica ones. It's probably. It's probably I bet it's 2 or 3 pounds.
Okay. That adds up over time.
How much does a Packers cheese head weigh? Let's see if I'm even remotely close about that as I Google it. It says the classic one, which is not licensed by the NFL, weighs about a pound and has 25 depressions or holes and measures 14 inches on each side, runs you about $25. I feel like this is more than a pound, but whatever. I'll trust the internet. Touchdown, Denver. Cappy,
all right, everybody.
26-yard score. Cortland Sutton, second of the day.
A new contest has been created for everybody. Go check it out.
TJ's a Packers fan. Says, Koff, I won't even wear one of those. Roland says, Koff, can you tell Tommy I want a refund for the one I joined for tomorrow's mess up?
I'm sorry, guys. I can't refund your free entries.
Yeah, you exactly. Let me give you a refund on your free money. I'm in, Tommy, says James Farrell, the one who told you to
Thank you.
Advised you to fix it. I mean,
I'm gonna try and delete this one.
I've never been to a Packers game, but I can't see myself like wearing this to a game or anything. But it's, although maybe if I were seeing a Packers game, obviously not against the Patriots, maybe I would wear it. But then I also, you can't see it behind me, but I added a Rodgers bobblehead to the collection because I was just so pro Rodgers. Obviously, over this pandemic year, I felt like he had to join the party.
I respect that.
DeMac Line says, Koff, like I said, anyone being covered by King is going to go off. You did say that earlier, and it's true. Monster says it's a pound until it soaks up the sweat from your head. Then it's about 2 or 3 pounds.
Yeah, that would be the disadvantage of wearing a cheese head to like a winter game up in Green Bay when you're dealing with all the snow.
Yeah.
Got to avoid the cheese head in that situation.
Gotta avoid the cheese head. Oh, apparently, this is from Pro Football Talk. Rodgers and the Packers are working on restructuring his contract. Well, I mean,
there you go.
Probably wants to bring some more weapons in. I get it.
That's good. I say that's a positive update if you're a Packer fan. That shows that there's dialogue between two sides that seemingly had some friction after that NFC Championship game loss. So that's good.
Freeze Pops, Koff, Undercover Boss Tom. We got Mike here, Frangelico, all hanging out with you. We're 10 likes away from 300, folks. Let's one big push. Let's just get us there. Bad Boys of Pop. Freaking Sutton again? You betcha. How do you suppose Glash says to this free offer for this beautiful bat I would like to send you and only 2 other people this engraved Louisville Slugger bat that costs who knows how much. How do you, like, what does the DM look like? What's the dialogue that says, do you mind if we change that? I don't like what it says. And then does it again.
That's the best. Yeah, the ×2 is fantastic. I'm assuming the
I want to see the chat.
The first one was probably like, hey, this is what I did. What do you think? And then Glash was probably like, oh, why don't we do this instead? And then the follow-up, though, is, wait, no, I thought about this. Like, that's one, I'll give you, but 2, that's just crossing the line, man.
I just can't imagine, like, I'm being serious, and I'm not even digging at Glash deliberately. I can't imagine what my bat would have had to say for me to go back to him, to go back to Justin and say, could you change that? Like, all of you know at this point in time, you've been around long enough. All of you know how I feel about the whole, like, crusty thing. If my bat said, like, Krusty Koff, like Adam Kaufman, Krusty Koff, DK Sim Fam, or, Louisville Slugger. Like, if that was, instead of the Mike Man, it said, like, Krusty Koff. I mean, it would still, like, that's a part of the dream stream, man. That's like, not what I would have chosen necessarily, but is he going to do it again? Holy goodness. Devontae Adams stopped short of the 24, but he's up to 205 passing. Wow. Or receiving, I should say. I can't, like, even that, like, it wouldn't have been my favorite, but it would have been totally fine. I wouldn't have said anything. I can't imagine what the bat would have had to have said for me to say, as Tom says, I'm just not feeling it.
Oh, man. So you're anti-crust? I know that you don't like, that's not the question. I know you dislike pizza on the whole.
I'm not,
but I'm saying the nickname crust, you're not big on it.
I just think it's so stupid. like of all, there are, and I'm not alone. Like, there are plenty of dumb nicknames that some of us have inherited or even I've bestowed upon people that have caught on. Like, but there are also some that just are like they're fine. You know what I mean? Or maybe even desirable. Like, maybe for all I know, and I'm just spitballing here, I have no idea. You could ask them. Maybe Reed likes sweet tea. I know that when Zweiman was with us, he was into Benny Bandana. Maybe Zach likes Professor Z.
Professor Z is a great nickname.
Yeah, like Jeff has bought in on Moose, that's for sure. There are plenty of nicknames that have come up along that are just so much better than, like, Krusty or Crust. Like, it has such a negative connotation to it. Like, I feel like I'm a generally nice guy who doesn't come.
Krusty feels like an Oscar the Grouch.
Yeah, it feels like I'm just uptight all the time or something like that. Here he is, being all crusty again, which I'm sounding as I tell this story, obviously. But it's it took off on a life of its own with the fictional restaurant and the menu and the Krusty Koff player of the game. So I've embraced it in that sense. But would I choose it for, like, a nickname that, like, would I walk around, like, introducing my would I want them to start calling me that, like, in the office when we're back to like, I'd lose my mind. I would I'd have to say something like, no, this needs to end.
Well, the thing is, you already have a great nickname.
That's perfectly, Koff. What's that?
You already have a great nickname. Koff is a good nickname for Kaufman. The same way Glash is a great nickname for Glasheen. Right. You guys have awesome built-in nicknames.
They're just easy anyway.
Yeah. No, I think they're great names. You guys are in my phone, respectively, as Koff and Glash, because I love those nicknames.
Love it. You're in my phone as Tom Carroll.
Wow. Not as fun, but I respect
it. Touchdown! Did he do it again? Bunches.
No, different bunches of funches. But Koff, on an iPhone, you can put the person's full name, and then you can add the nickname line, and that's where I added Koff and Glash. So you're still labeled as Adam Kaufman, but if I search Koff, you come up.
But just, honestly, like, so you don't, or you or anyone else don't feel a certain way about being in my phone as the full name. My wife is in my phone as her full name. Not only that, she's in my phone as her maiden name.
Oh, that's hilarious.
So it's not like I didn't change it from when we met and started dating. Am I just gonna like rename her wife at some point? Like, no. Then I'm gonna screw up looking for it, like until I get used to it. No, I know where to find her.
At a certain point when I was dating Morgan before we were engaged, I did change her name in my phone from Morgan last name to just Morgan. And then I was like, okay, but it feels anticlimactic to have her in here with just her name. So I added the flame emoji next to her name.
Sure.
So she gets Morgan flame emoji.
Fire.
Yeah. So that's how she's listed in my phone.
We got Steven says Glash is a great name. Koff deserves to be called Glash.
Yeah, you guys should just swap nicknames. Problem solved.
Oh, man.
I will say, I forget who said it on YouTube here because it was a while back, but for your bat, it would have been cool. And I'm not saying that you know Justin didn't do a great job, but for your nickname or just whatever would be in quotes, if it said "buy stream trash,"
sure, also
would have been cool.
Totally appropriate, no doubt.
I also think the Kaufman.
Yeah,
Adam the Kaufman.
I do
That'd
feel
be
like
cool.
I need to start to bring the buy stream trash to Twitter. I need to bring the game to the Twitter stream.
You got to you got to branch out with that thing, man. It's good stuff.
I think it's fun.
I might steal
bonus, by the way. Good for my captain.
I might steal it. Make it my
Terrell
own thing.
says, if I'm not listed like that in my future fiance's phone, I will dump him. Thank you, Tom.
You know, you gotta throw the fire emoji out for your gal or guy.
Yeah, Brother Phil says, let's face it, Koff. The only other Krusty we associate with is a clown. And while we like his character, he's a bit of a dirtbag, so don't blame you there, buddy. That's what I'm saying.
By the way, for those wondering, Jason Bay, still the only Canadian baseball player to respond to my request here.
You don't say.
No responses here from Ryan Dempster, Larry Walker, or Ferguson Jenkins.
We'll be patient, though.
Hey, if there's any updates, I'll let you guys know on Madden After Dark, where I will be with a Canadian.
Yes. You're going to have to ask him. Got to get his thoughts on this.
Love this. Okay. Didn't even really put two and two together that we had him on deck here, too. So this is great. This carries.
I got to tell you, by the way, with the I know you haven't done anything. You've been preoccupied texting Canadian baseball players as it's 35-14, about a minute and a half left here in the fourth and out of bounds at 5. Broncos trying to get in again. The amount of times with some of the news that's broken over the course of the NBA evening and late swaps, obviously, the number of times just during this sim that I have changed my NBA lineup is ridiculous. I mean, like I've just so many things I have changed in my lineup, and I'm hoping that inevitably I didn't just overthink everything, and my original build from 2 hours ago was fire.
Wow, Drew Lock. Plenty of time. So is it because there were injuries? What?
Yeah, either guys ruled out or more value plays, became enticing or what have you.
Okay. Do you mind if I asked who you removed from your lineup without me having to dig to find news?
I didn't remove anyone of substance. It's value guys
gotcha.
that I switched in and out.
Okay.
Jason Tatum was ruled out. I'm happy to tell you that. I don't know if he's in your lineup.
He's not.
He was not in mine. Tom says in the pocket for 22 seconds. Yeah, I don't think that's an exaggeration. He was living there. Pretty wild.
So LaMelo Ball, huh?
Yeah.
Sad.
It is. Although, big ups to DraftKings for saying the company is, we got a touchdown here. Not Sutton this time. The Hamler getting it done.
There he is,
It's
man.
Hamler time. Still
I'm telling
rewarding
you.
people who obviously wagered on him being Rookie of the Year. So they win whether he wins the award or not, because he was just such a runaway favorite, which is really very cool.
He's a beast.
Absolutely.
I hope he comes back and is healthy, man.
Yeah. Same
I know it'll be a while, but he was so fun this year. So I'm seeing that Tatum was ruled out because of an illness. Do we have any
yeah, I guess it was
further updates on that?
I don't think it's anything COVID related.
Okay, that I didn't want to say that, but yeah.
I think and he's already had COVID, keep in mind.
Correct, yes. But it could, further complications. Who the heck knows?
Nothing that has been reported, I'll put it to you that way.
Okay.
I think it was I think it was just under the weather. Who knows? Bible says Koff head-to-head. What are we talking about? Late slate? When do you have in mind?
Just send Koff anything, and he'll accept.
See,
you guys need to learn this.
I thought that was true until, and I don't mind telling this little story here as wrap up final minute. So I get and most of you guys, when you send me head-to-heads, it's for $1, $2, $3, $5. Like I think it's max. Maybe there was the occasional 10, but it's generally maxed out at 5. The head-to-heads that I get from you guys. So I will usually accept just anything. Let's play. I get a $20 head-to-head last night at about it was like 9:30 or something like that, and I looked to see what it's for and who it's from, and it's from Ducey for the Lakers-Suns showdown last night.
So no LeBron, no AD.
Right.
Lakers-Suns showdown.
Right. A $20 head-to-head for a game that I couldn't have less interest in.
Yeah.
And obviously, as we know, there's so much, variance in showdowns, especially. They don't there's a little less work or strategy that goes into a classic build when you're considering an entire slate versus a showdown, obviously, where it's like, man, I hope I pick the right captain and don't screw up from there.
Yes.
And then he messages me and it's like, I just sent you, because I will, as I do you, often send him contests, and he never plays me head to head.
Huh.
And then he sends me this $20 showdown.
Out of the blue, just completely out of the blue.
Right. And he even says, I deposited money in my account for this.
What the heck?
And I write him back and I said, no, I'm not playing this contest.
So random.
$20 on a game that I could not, begin to, as I said, give less of a poop emoji about. And so I said, but if you want to play Classic tomorrow, we could play Classic tomorrow. He's like, I'm less confident in Classic. I like showdowns better. I was like, well, fine, I'll play a showdown with you at some, but not for $20 for a game that means nothing to me. Like maybe if it were a Celtics showdown or something like that, but I'm $20 on a Lakers Suns show. Get out of here. No thanks.
Unreal. That's so random.
So I only tell that story because Tommy had said Koff will accept anything, which I thought was true until I received that.
Of course, it's Ducey to just ruin everything. Multiple people asking quickly what the origin of my nickname is. So I'll give a very quick version of it. I worked at ESPN when I first.
Before you do that, let me just give the numbers here.
Sure. Okay.
358 passing. A Bundy, 4 touchdowns. He actually had 5 because he rushed for 1. He was awesome. Locke did flirt with the bonus, came up short, 258, 3 touchdowns to his credit, so very nearly a Bundy for him. We will give you the rushing and receiving numbers as well. On the ground, nobody did anything. A touchdown for Rodgers. He was practically your leading rusher, 3 for 27. You had Aaron Jones, the other Aaron, go 11 for 33. Melvin Gordon, 9 for 8. Lindsey, 5 for 22. But it was all about the receivers here in this one, folks. And we'll give it to you here. So Devontae Adams, 10 for 209 and 3 touchdowns. Cortland Sutton, my captain, 8 for 188 and 2 scores. Just amazing days for the both of them. Funchess 7 for 86. He had a touchdown. Fant topped out at 41. Mercedes Lewis had 49. And let us just quickly look at our projected, winning lineup to see if ultimately we have, I tell you, you fade Devontae Adams, you have everyone else basically of importance. You still don't, you barely finish in the top 50. 174, I'm 43rd with 139 points. Dallas God is the projected winner here with 173.42, with Sutton in the captain spot, where he was about 3% owned and had 63 points. As great as Adams was and Rodgers was, we might be staring down a Sutton award here. Rodgers goes for 42. Adams goes for 53, or 52, pardon me, in the flex. Fant just below double digits. Judy goes for 2.7, a real disappointment here in this one. Mason Crosby for 5. Where did you finish, by the way?
152, not good. Sutton gets the Krusty Koff Wooden Nickel Award here. Not, if he's ever in town, he gets the ice cream cone free from Lion's Choice Roast Beef here in St. Louis. And the Babysitter Billy Award going to Aaron Jones. Just not showing up in any way here.
Definitely didn't. And he was... I can look right at my lineup. He was 61% owned overall, 15% in the captain spot, had 9.7 points. Just terrible for that $9,600 salary. So pending any stat adjustments, those are your final scores and your projected winner. But yes, the origin of Tommy Freeze Pops.
Very quick. I worked at ESPN when I first graduated from college. Was within the first few days I was there. I packed the green room freezer with Freeze Pops, fired off an email to what I thought was just my department, telling people I threw Freeze Pops in the freezer. Turns out, sent that email to ESPN Radio all over the world. People responding from Brazil, Los Angeles, Honolulu, Chicago, New York, and thus became my nickname, and it has stuck with me from here on out. Tommy Freeze Pops.
Love it. I love it. On nicknames, by the way, Brewster said, and that's why Freeze Pops are always in his freezer at all times. Brewster B says, Koff, you need to have fun with Krusty. My last name is Kaufman, and I tell my wife, who has no idea what it means, let's invite our friends to the Krusty Kaufman. She thinks it's funny. Awesome. Have you shown her the menu, though, Brewster? I guess that
menu is sick.
Oh, the menu's great. Absolutely. Justin's still chatting with the people, talking bats in the chat. Awesome again from Justin. I know you've got yours. Look at this guy. Oh, that's right. I didn't have to change the mic man 3 times, Glash. Nope. No, sir. How great was that? Well, all right, let's pose so Tara Lynn can put something on Instagram. Here we go.
Yep. I already.
Is this my baseball card? This is my baseball card.
I already took a bozo picture of you guys.
She already took a bozo picture.
Of course she did. All right.
But that was a good one. I should have got that one.
Well, here, I'll pose again. Break up.
I kind of like the candid approach, though, here.
Okay, let's just try it. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3,
Should I mean mug?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Wow.
Matt Stairs mean mug the thing.
Yeah. Matt Stairs,
okay,
baby.
Madden After Dark is on
All
the
right.
You can talk Canadian Mount Rushmores with a Canadian. Geoff Ulrich will be on with Freeze Pops here. Tom Ace always smells terrific. It'll be Colts Steelers. I'm back with you with Professor Z, Zach Thompson, for a couple of sims tomorrow, 2 and 4, the Madden Matinee and the Early Bird Special. Our thanks to Mike, our producer, undercover boss Tom, Frangelico, who finished top 15. Good for you, sir. And Freeze, love you, buddy. So much fun.
Love you,
Justin. Thanks again. TL, to you.
Yeah.
All right. Krusty Cheesehead will get you out of here. Freeze Pops, go freeze some more, whatever you're doing over there. All right. Freeze Pops is going to be back at 10 p.m. Eastern, this time with Geoff Moose Ulrich. That duo is going to call the matchup between the Colts and the Steelers on Madden After Dark. That game is featured in the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest. That's a $5 entry for a shot at a $1,000 top prize. Also, the free contest for that sim features a $250 prize pool with $25 going to the winner. Earlier, you heard part of Russ Tucker's interview with the new Washington football team QB, Ryan Fitzpatrick. Time now for more on that conversation, including a dive into why people are so intrigued with the fact that Fitzmagic went to Harvard.
You know, I know you don't really listen or watch much of it. I guess the thing that bothers me in general about NFL players, but in particular about how people evaluate you is there are some people that they've put you in the box of journeyman, inconsistent, and they're not going to let you out of that box no matter how well you played the last couple of years. Does that frustrate you? Do you sense that? Do people tell you about that? It's almost like they can't. I had on the Even Money podcast, Steve Fezzik. He had you as the 14th best quarterback in the NFL. He said, do people realize how good he is? But it's almost like people have already made up their minds over the first 15 years of your career or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you look at my career, for me, it's almost like the tale of two careers, and I took me a while to kind of find my footing, and I got my first chance really in Buffalo, and really learned a ton about myself and playing the position through the experience of playing there. But when I got to Houston in 2014 with Bill O'Brien and George Godsey, that was kind of the rebirth or the beginning of the second half of my career, where they just showed me a different way to think about the game, and I was able to apply all that experience that I had in Buffalo with some of these new ways to think about football. And from 2014 on, I feel like I've been a much different quarterback than I was before that, and I think statistically it probably shows that, but people have their minds made up, which is fine. I know it frustrates the hell out of my dad because he talks to me about it all the time. That's usually where I get a lot of my news. But I like going in, meeting new guys, and doing whatever I can to help the team.
So the other thing, Ryan, that's really been noticeable over the last few years is your personality, and the post game attire and stuff like that. So the question is, are you just now letting people see your personality? Is this how you've always been going back to the Harvard days? Or has your personality changed in recent years?
No, I mean, I think people have just seen more of it. And the Deshaun Jackson post-game attire, that kind of took it to a new level where people just kind of got to see a little bit more of who I am and the fun with the teammates and all that. But I think as you get older in the league, it's a little bit easier to be yourself. Whereas, when you're younger in the league, 7th round draft pick coming in, I'm just trying to do, everything and not cause a stir, not bring any extra attention to myself. And as you get older, you can just be a little freer, even on the field, just play a little freer, be a little bit more of yourself. And I think that's kind of what has happened with me in my career.
So the other thing is, in terms of the personality, which, by the way, it's been fun, because I think it's kind of a running joke. I'm sure your dad's told you that the fact that you went to Harvard, and I don't know why, like there's other Ivy League guys, but it's like every announcer, every game has to say it 5 times. Jay Fiedler went to Dartmouth or whatever. So I want to ask on the record, are you aware that you went to Harvard, that Ryan Fitzpatrick went to Harvard?
Yeah, I got it. And you would think after, going into my 17th year that it would die down a little bit. But it's still kind of the first thing that everybody wants to say and bring up. And I mean, I've been staring at that Princeton helmet in the background, just not real happy right now. I agreed to come on this.
So, but why do you think it is that, there have been other Ivy League guys. So why do you think it is that they make such a big deal about the fact that you went to Harvard?
Well, I was the first Harvard quarterback to ever throw a pass in the NFL. So I think it's an unlikely story. And it's one everybody makes light of it, and I do think it's funny the amount of times it's brought up, but it's also something when I speak to younger kids, and I'll go for coaching basketball team or speaking at a school or something. I like to talk about it, not the fact that I went to Harvard, but the fact that when I was in high school, I didn't really get recruited, but because I took care of everything in the classroom, allowed all those doors to remain open for me to play football in college, which led me to obviously making it to the NFL. But it's an important part of my story and one that I like talking to kids about, not because I went to Harvard, but because the academic side of it and, actually really putting a lot of your attention and focus into school is very important. And it led me to playing in the NFL, which is kind of a backwards way to look at it.
How about a little puck talk with Geoff Ulrich? I'm Adam Kaufman. Moose, you got a whole bunch of games going on in the NHL tonight, obviously, but focusing specifically on what is happening after 10 Eastern. You got 4 games locking in at that point, and some compelling ones out west. And naturally, when it comes to talent, you're talking about Nate McKinnon, you're talking about Max Pacioretty. It's the usual suspects here. DraftKings has a great contest in the lobby. It's the 10K Sticks contest, 2K going to first place. Who are you going to pay up for?
Yeah, look, I mean, McKinnon, Pacioretty, obviously we know these guys are really good. You know, Pacioretty going up against, the Blues, which could be an interesting matchup. St. Louis has definitely allowed a lot of goals. Their goaltenders haven't really played that well. If you're looking at players under there, though, I'd really take a look at the Kings and Anze Kopitar. You know, he's available for 6.8K in this 4-game sort of slate. And as the player is averaging 13.5 DK fantasy points over his last 10 games. He's got Dustin Brown back on his first line too, which really just gives him a little bit more upside. But Kopitar's really just had sort of a bounce back here. I mean, he's really consistent. He's producing on the power play for the Kings. And realistically, this is also just a kind of a matchup play. I mean, the Sharks, they're bottom 5 teams in terms of shots allowed. They allow a lot of scoring chances as well. They're just not a very good team 5-on-5, quite frankly. And I think that helps out a team like the Kings, who are also a little bit weak at creating scoring chances, but quite frankly, I've just been the more quality team than the Sharks. So I like Kopitar tonight. Again, I think you can pair him with Dustin Brown, get actually like a really nice cost-effective sort of mini stack there.
What about value? Who stands out?
Yeah, I mean, this slate is actually interesting. We got Jaden Schwartz coming back from injury for the St. Louis Blues. They've got Tarasenko back as well. And they've reunited Schwartz, Tarasenko, and Braden Shen kind of on that line that they sort of rode, a few years back. Now, look, you can't be expecting too much from a guy who's just returning back from injury, but you like this spot. You like the fact they've got their 3 big guys reunited, and you really like the fact he's under 4K in price. That's the main thing here. 3,700 on the slate tonight. This is just too cheap for a guy getting first line minutes, power play exposure, all the good stuff that you want. So for forwards, I don't think there's any better value out there than James Schwartz, but I'd also like to mention, like on the back end, we don't talk about the defensemen enough in these segments. Josh Morrissey, 4.5K going up against the Canucks. Morrissey's averaging 11.3 DK fantasy points. He's averaging over 2.5 shots on goal. He's just producing. He plays over 24 minutes a night, and he's just way too cheap. He's producing numbers, you expect to find a guy in the 5K range. So I really like Josh Morrissey as a cheap D play too.
If you're someone that likes to build your hockey DFS lineups from the goaltender on out, is there a specific matchup that you're going to target here, a goalie that you want to make sure you roster?
Yeah, look, I'm talking about the Kings a lot in this segment. It's for good reason, though. And their goalie's playing well, too. Cal Peterson clearly outperforming Jonathan Quick right now. He's probably going to get the start tonight, but it's not confirmed, so make sure you check that. He's 7.5K on this slate. He's got a .926, save percentage on the season now. He's allowed 1 goal in 3 of his last 4 games. And again, going up against the Sharks offense, that really isn't going to scare anyone here. I like paying down for him. I'm not even really sure why the Kings are underdogs here. We'll talk about that later. Thatcher Demko is another good young goalie. He's playing really well. He's 7.6K, so a little bit more expensive, but he's got a .921 save percentage right now. It's a tougher matchup with Winnipeg, but I think Demko more of a GPP play. Peterson, if he starts, he's fine for all formats.
Let's go to the DK Sportsbook side of things. Looking at these 4 games specifically later on tonight, again, starting at 10 Eastern, is there one team in particular you really like on the puck line?
Yeah, absolutely here. I mean, look, the puck line isn't something I'd necessarily be diving into tonight. I do think that, the Kings being the underdogs, you could look to them at the plus 1.5 or whatever. I'd rather go to the Kings money line personally at plus 110. I mean, you just look at these teams, and I'm just not sure why the Kings are underdogs here. You might even be able to go to the alternate line and get the Kings on the alternate puck line at really nice odds. But even just at the money line, the Kings are plus 110. You just look at the goal differential between these teams. The Kings are plus 4 on the year. The Sharks are minus 20. The Kings just beat a tough Vegas team. They've got wins over the Blues in Vegas over the last 3 games, and the Sharks are coming in on a 4-game losing streak. I could go on and on, but even in goal, again, Cal Peterson playing clearly the best of any of the goalies involved here. I don't know why the Kings are underdogs here, but I definitely like them as a play. Again, you can go to the alt puck line if you want. You can dive into the DraftKings Sportsbook, or you can just take them on the money line at plus 110. I like that bet.
Which game total catches your eye here tonight?
Yeah, for me, the one that sticks out the most, definitely going to be the over in the Blues Vegas game. 5.5, it just feels like a little bit low here. I mean, again, St. Louis goalie's not been playing that great. Their offense has been a little bit hit or miss as well. But you look at Vegas too. Their goalies have regressed a tiny bit too. They got Robin Lehner coming back from injury. He doesn't look 100%. 5 of the last 7 Golden Knight games have seen 6 or more goals scored. You like that trend. St. Louis is kind of on a little bit of a similar trend. They've basically been hitting 6 goals or more, at a kind of a 500 rate. And again, Blues offense back to full strength. They got Schwartz back, Tarasenko back. I just look at 5.5 with the way these two teams are playing and the trends right now. And I would much rather be on the over, sitting at minus 120 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. So I like taking the over in the Blues Vegas too.
4 games left tonight. Favorite bet. What do you got?
I mean, look, it's got to be the Kings money line, as you probably know by now. I mean, plus 110. It just feels like the Kings are just a better team than the Sharks right now, and they're just getting discounted for whatever reason. I guess because they're on the road, but they got Dustin Brown back. And while we're talking about Dustin Brown, if you want a player prop, taking Dustin Brown over 2.5 shots on goal tonight, it's minus 167 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Again, Brown is averaging 3.7 shots on goal over his last 10 games. The Sharks allow the 3rd most shots against per game in the league. I really like that bet. Dustin Brown, take the over on his shots on goal total tonight on the DraftKings Sportsbook.
All right, Moose. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks a lot.
All right, peeps, listen up. Time once again for the play of the day here on the Dream Stream. So the PGA Tour is switching it up this week with the match play format for the WGC Dell Technologies match play at Austin Country Club in Austin, Texas. You can get in on the action with the PGA 600K Resurgence Contest. $10 entry can get you a shot at a $200K top prize. That contest is locking Wednesday morning, which is a day earlier than most PGA Tour contests, so make sure you check it out in the DK lobby. In with the new format comes some new scoring on DraftKings. So for match play golf, you still draft 6 golfers and have a $50,000 salary cap, but scoring will be based on holes won, halved, and lost. And be aware that each match is up to 18 holes and can end early if it's impossible for the outcome to be changed. So keep those new twists in mind as you're filling out those lineups this week. But one guy who is usually talking golf right about now is Pat Mayo, but he took some time off from the green to react to some of the latest NFL free agency news with his buddies Tim Anderson and Jeff Feinberg. Let's take a look.
I want to quickly run these by you. So we talked about Jared Cook going to the Chargers. You could have had Gerald Everett, who went to the Seahawks. Feel like that was a better signing.
I like that. I would have been down for that. Yeah.
None of them were as good as our signings, but.
Well, Tim, run us through the Jet signings. Remember how pumped you were for the brief moment it looked like Juju was going to sign with the Jets, according to you and the message
I would have
boards?
been happy to have him. I would have been happy.
You not only would you have been happy, can you walk us through the excitement that you had and how good Darnold was going to be? You had like a good 10 minutes where this was.
Well, that would have been a USC connection. They're both young guys that haven't really tapped their full potentials, and they could have. They played together in that famous Rose Bowl where Darnold played great and Juju played great. So I had visions of, because now I'm to the point where I think 95% likely the Jets are not taking a quarterback in the draft in the first round with that 2 pick.
Is this a reverse curse you're going for?
No. I just think that if you read the way they built their free agency, I think it's likelier than not they're rolling with Darnold this season for good or for ill. So I don't know. That would have been another tool, but I think Keelan Cole, who they end up signing instead in his stead, is a perfectly fine player. But
so you learned his name now, so he's no longer Keenan.
It was a
Cole?
typo. It was a typo. I was checking out a new grocery store in town when the news came out, and
what's a new grocery store?
Yeah, there's a new superstore that opened that I wanted to check out, and I couldn't find something. But I also didn't want to.
You went into a new grocery store that's like a chain grocery store.
But it was supposed to be like new, and it's brand new, and there's all kinds of. It's the first one that's been open like 16 years around, 17 years around here, and it's supposed to be a little more different, a little more hip than other ones. Although it really isn't. But I couldn't find something I was looking for, but I also didn't want to ask the people working there because I like they've only been working here like a week. They're not going to know the inventory well enough. So, but I was walking around and I got the Keelan Cole news, and I meant to write Keelan, and I wrote Keenan. It was autocorrect order with caps, but. He'll be fine. I mean, the coup de grace was Carl Lawson, who's just a marvelous pass rusher.
Tim found out who he was.
I knew who he was.
No, you didn't.
And I think that's exactly the type of rusher that Saleh needs for his defense. And the guy we picked up today, Sheldon Rankins, that guy is a great player. That was a really nice signing. And then the other guys that we let go, that we got. I mean, I'm a fan of Corey Davis. I have been for a while. He's not a star receiver. He is a top tier wide receiver too. That's, I think, the top of his potential. But that's fine, right? When you put together him and Crowder and Cole and Mims, like that is a respectable wide receiving core. That that there's no superstars there, but given that Miami doesn't have anybody who can catch the ball. The Patriots have a tight end who doesn't play and another tight end who isn't very good and a receiver they spent way too much money on outside of what Buffalo has. And really, Buffalo has one receiver I'd even consider that I like in Diggs.
Well, all you did was praise when they signed Colonel Sanders.
Oh, I forgot about Sanders, right? That's also a very nice signing. So I guess the Bills do have the best receiving core in the division. The Jets definitely have the second best. But what is it worth? It doesn't matter when you have a 4, 5, 6, 7 win team. It doesn't really matter. I like Corey Davis. I think he's going to be fine. I think it's a nice signing. We got Jeff's boy to play offensive line, Feeney. I'm very excited about him. I think he's exactly the type of – he will provide some structure and some skill to an offensive line that's starving outside of a superstar tackle.
Structure and skill?
I think so. That's what I'm expecting from him.
What do you know
Jared-
about him other than he's got a mullet?
Well, I mean, I've been watching YouTube highlights of all these guys.
From
Jared
college?
Davis, who we signed. Jared Davis, who we signed.
From college?
And from the Chargers.
There's a Dan Feeney highlight pack from the Chargers?
There's a highlight pack for everybody, Jeff. That's the one thing you learn when you scout by YouTube, as I do. Is that there is a YouTube highlight reel of everybody. Jared Davis, who we brought in, and Justin Hardy, who we brought in from Davis from Detroit, but Hardy from New Orleans. I'm very excited about him. He just seems like a leader of men, which is what we need. And then we brought in LaMarcus Joyner, who is a solid veteran who will play safety for Saleh, who I expect will be able to sort of play in the same way that he took Sherman, who was older and sort of a little bit past his prime, sort of rejuvenated him for a bit. I bet you that LaMarcus Joyner has a Pro Bowl style season playing safety for the Jets if he stays healthy.
So Tim's great on the Jets free agency. A+, it sounds like.
No,
everyone's great.
It's not an A+. I would say it's an A-. B+/. When I used to to mark papers, if it was in the middle, I'd give someone an B+/A-. And I'd write 79.5 on their paper. And that's what I would give this draft. B+/A-.
I always appreciated, Tim and I had a professor in college, and he had no real metrics to what he was up to in terms of grading. He would just read the paper and he'd give it a grade. He's like, that seems like a C paper to me. And then he'd read it again and grade it harder. Be like, nah, it's more like a D paper. And that's how he gave out grades.
I like it.
He was great.
What I used to do is I would read a paper the first time and say, okay, this is an A, and I realized after reading it, this is an A, B, C, D, or F paper. Then I read it a second time and decide, is it a good A? Then it's an A+. Is it just an A? It's an A. Is it a bad A? It's an A-. And that's how I would come up with grades when I read them. That's just the metrics that I use. That's just how I approached it. But so this was with it, B+/A-. So we did get Carl Lawson. It was one of the biggest free agents to grab. So I'm excited about that. But there were guys I would have liked, and it's fine. I mean, this is not a team that's going to make the playoffs doing this year.
I give it an A. It's fine.
No, I didn't give it. I think they did a good job. I think Douglas is competent. I'm very excited to see what he does now with the pick.
I want to quickly run these.
right, my people. Madden After Dark is coming up. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. There is still one game remaining in the NBA that hasn't tipped off yet, and that's a matchup between the Hawks and Clippers. So that means you can still play in the NBA Showdown 150K fadeaway contest, which you can find right now in the DraftKings lobby. A $50K first prize and an entry fee of $15 for that showdown contest locks at 10 p.m. Eastern. And the NHL has a 4-game late slate locking at 10 p.m. Eastern as well. You can play in the NHL 10K sticks contest for $11. That entry fee to this classic contest gives you a shot at winning a first place prize worth $2K. Of course, the NCAA tournament is underway, so check out up to the minute odds for that one, as well as odds and lines for weekend events and NASCAR, UFC, and the PGA Tour on the DraftKings Sportsbook. All right, it's time for me to call it a night, but that doesn't mean that our business is done here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Duh. It's almost 10 o'clock on the East Coast, which means it's time for Madden After Dark. Let's send it out to Tom Carroll and Geoff Ulrich as they bring you the Madden showdown between the Colts and the Steelers from virtual Pittsburgh. Good night, everybody. See you back here tomorrow night.
All right. Thank you, Tara Lynn. Have a great evening, and welcome into Madden After Dark, folks. It's me, Geoff Ulrich, here on a Monday night. I'm back. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Woo. And I'm on the late slate. I got Tom Carroll here. Everybody's dancing. It's fantastic, fantabulous. You might even say. We got the Steelers. We got the Colts. Tom's giving me brain busters about Canadian baseball players before we even get on the air. So that's where my mind is right now. But Tommy, quick, we got 15 seconds. Who's your captain?
Ooh, good question here, Jeff. My captain is none other than, drumroll please, Eric Ebron, the tight end from Pittsburgh.
All right.
$10,500 in the captain spot, 11.9 per sim. I don't know. He seems to always do stuff for the Steelers, so I threw him in there. Then I went with Hines from Indianapolis, got Washington and Johnson from Pittsburgh, so I avoided Juju, and Zach Pascal, $5,800, and Big Ben, threw him in there. Why not? Haven't had him in there in a while. Figure I'll give him a chance to redeem himself here in my book because he's burned me a few times.
All right. Our lineups are somewhat similar. I got Eric Ebron and Ben. I got Juju in the captain, Nyheim Hines, Paris. Take me to Paris, Campbell, and Chris Boswell, the Boz. So, I played Juju. Yes. I figured let's give him a little bit of respect. I always play Juju in the captain when it's the Steelers. He can just go off for those 10 reception games. So, and let's give him a little respect. The dude took less money to go to Pittsburgh, so put him in the captain spot. Why not? But these are two decent sim teams, I would say. We could definitely get a decent game here, I think. I hope so for Madden After Dark. I see we got over 300 likes. I see we got a bunch of people coming in the chat. And, let's have a good game. Let's have a good nightcap here, people.
Love it. Jeff, you and I rarely work together during weekdays. What does a typical weekday look like for Geoff Ulrich?
So Mondays are easily my busiest day.
Okay.
I get up and I got to start thinking about golf right away. But then I also do usually at least one NHL thing. So an NHL video or something for DraftKings, sometimes for something else. But then I got to start researching my golf article. I got to get into the odds. I got to prepare for a golf show around noon. Then I got to finish my golf article. Then I got to do golf blurbs. Today I did an extra golf show along with all that stuff. So I actually talked with Pat Mayo for an hour as well. And then sometimes we'll mix in a Madden. So Mondays are just go. I got no time to do my usual, messing around and just throw it in a couple episodes of whatever's on the Disney Channel I feel like watching or whatever. So Mondays are all business here, Tom. All business.
I like that. Getting the week started right.
I like throwing in the little Madden nightcap tonight. I'm not gonna lie. If I'm being dead honest, as Ben drops back here to Pats, since we're on the topic of my schedule, my Mondays actually used to be even more crazy because I used to have 2 golf articles. I used to do the one for DraftKings and one for another site, and that one I'd stay up till 2 a.m. doing every Monday. So my Mondays have actually gotten less crazy, which is kind of nice because then I can fit in this, and this is honestly much more relaxing than writing another golf article. So.
I feel that. 100%. Yeah, because we're just having fun here, man.
Oh, totally. And I get to hang out, get to chat. Tara Lynn, our producers, and stuff like that. So
Get to hang out. Yeah, you see all the pals. See all the DK Sim fan peeps.
Oh yeah. Deontay Johnson over the. Oh no, sorry, excuse me. That was Jalen Samuels. Jalen Samuels, number 38, still heavily involved in the pass game and the Madden Sims.
Steelers moving the ball here in the opening drive.
What about you, friend? What's your Mondays like? Mondays busy there at the Tom household, or is it
Yeah, Mondays are a little jam-packed for me because we're putting together sort of our content plan for the week as far as promoting the podcast. So I'm getting in touch with PR people about outreach and putting together clips and talking with my video guy who lives in Serbia. So, we deal with a time difference there. He works on U.S. hours, but it's East Coast U.S. hours, and I'm Central Time Zone. So he's always a little frustrated that I pop on, Slack around 8:30, 9 Central. He's already been on, ready to go on the East Coast time, waiting for me out in Serbia for some direction. Every Monday we have the same conversation. My day starts an hour later than your day, but he's like, I've been up for X amount of hours because Serbia way, way ahead of the United States when it comes to time. So, we bang all that stuff out. We do some social media stuff. We do some planning. Sometimes we record some interviews, all sorts of fun stuff. And then I usually get 2 Maddens in at night. I'm like you. I like to end my Mondays with a Madden.
Yeah, so Mondays sound like kind of like mine, just busy, go. I mean,
busy, baby.
It is nice to kind of front weight it. Like I don't
totally.
I don't want to say I dread Mondays, although when I was doing like the 2 Rolf articles, I would actually start to dread them because it's like
you'd get the Sunday scaries.
Yeah, what I would do is just start working Sunday night because if I didn't, then it like Monday just turned into.
I've been there.
Monday turns into Tuesday, and then that's just terrible. So, yeah, front of the start of the weeks. Here we go. Ben back to pass. I'll shut up for 1 second here. Red zone. Oh,
he's getting sacked.
Gonna get sacked.
He's getting sacked.
Down goes Ben. Big sack there. Down back to 16. Gonna be 2nd and goal still, but that was a bad sack. Usually those veteran QBs will get rid of it there. Ben though would have had his back turned, so I guess actually makes sense that he wouldn't have seen. I'm not even sure who that was.
I like a nice flexible Friday, Jeff,
Oh, totally. You know what? I'm already looking forward to Wednesday because, like, my Wednesday is, like, I can do whatever the heck I want. So Wednesday's going to be great here. I got some stuff to do tomorrow, but it's not quite as bad. So, again, you front load it. Then the Wednesday, the Friday, whatever. Those are the days you want off, and nobody wants a Monday off, You just feel guilty if you're not working on Monday. So you might as well front load it. I mean, I would
load the heck out of it.
Normal people would feel guilty. There's Ben. 3rd and goal. Got to go all the way. Oh, he went for it, but that wasn't even close. So a nice drive by the Steelers there to start off, but not coming away with the touchdown like it looked like it was going to be guaranteed there. Over 4 minutes off the clock. We're going to get the Boss onto the field. I rostered the Boss, so I'm kind of happy. But
love the Boss. Great nickname. Stolen nickname, but great nickname nonetheless.
So I saw a couple questions in the chat just related to golf. Guys, as golf show's back again tomorrow. It's going to be after the 2 p.m. sim. So make sure you stay tuned for that. We'll get some golf questions. I mean, look, if there's a few in the chat today, I'll try and look. But obviously, I'm trying to give you guys the updates, the play-by-play here, the Marv Albert treatment if I can. But I'll still look. Don't worry. But definitely tune in.
That was actually a pretty good Marv Albert.
That's like one of my other good ones. I'm like okay with. I can do the Irish. I can do Marv Albert.
Not bad.
Everything else kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie.
Glash's Marv Albert is actually good, but when he does it for an entire sim, it's just mind-numbing.
Yeah, Marv Albert, you only want to do in like a couple words, like from 40.
Yes.
And that's it. You just walk off.
For a whole sim, it's just all right. We get
it.
Yeah,
that would be that would be hard, and B, nobody really wants to listen to Marv. Well, I mean, Marv Albert's a great announcer, but we don't want him on the Madden Sims. Stay with basketball.
I don't need Glash doing Marv for a whole half.
Okay. Colts D. Colts D is going to be good next year. I disagree with that.
Agreed.
Rivers. The question on the Colts is, what is... Oh, that was caught. I thought that was going to be overthrown.
Nice.
Went up and got it. Trey Burton. 22 yada.
Trey.
Yeah. Well, you got any thoughts on Carson Wentz next year for the Colts?
I am buying Carson Wentz stock because it can only go up. I don't see him getting worse than he was in Philadelphia. He's going into a team that has more talent on both sides of the ball, for my money. I don't even think that's a hot take.
No,
and
definitely not.
Frank Reich is a guy who he has history with. So if Carson Wentz doesn't work in this system, he's done. He's clearly not a starter in the NFL anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at what he's coming into in Indy. Got a bunch of indoor games. That always helps. So I don't know. I'll ride the Wentz wagon for a little bit, see what happens.
Yeah, it definitely is. If Carson Wentz doesn't work out here, he's not going to get a starter's chance for a while, if ever again. So it's an interesting situation. The Colts also, they made a good signing, whatever it was. They can essentially walk away from him if he just doesn't play well. So, oh wow, that's bad sack. Rivers.
A lot of yards there.
Rivers always takes his bad sacks. Ben, I was a little surprised he took the bad one, but Rivers always getting sacked in this game. So not surprising if you've watched Colts Sims, to be honest, and I've seen quite a few. The Steelers defense also pretty good. But yeah, no, I'm kind of with you. Like, I don't love Carson Wentz. I've never really loved him since he came out, but I do recognize, the one, wow, bounced off his helmet. Anyways, 4th and 18. The one good year he had, it was really good. I mean, his best year was, right up there in MVP conversations. So, the upside is there. The dude can kind of do it all. He's a big guy in the pocket. I do feel like with Wentz, though. Oh, is that going to be short? The Blankenship, Tom.
Yes,
What?
Rodrigo.
Just by a Lee Cotton. The Blankenship. I need more power. Wow, that was a weak
Missed
attempt. Need to bring that baby back to the dock. James Conner. But yeah, anyways, back to Wentz. I just feel like his injuries may have caught up with him. He's a big guy. You get ACL, basically a fractured back.
Yeah.
These are not easy things to overcome. So maybe maybe a year, maybe one more year. Maybe the Wolverine healing powers will kick in this summer. I don't know, but maybe a year removed from the ACL helps. I don't know, but I do feel like that's got something to do with Carson Wentz's decline the last couple of years.
Yeah, there's no question. The guy has dealt with a lot of injuries. And, if he hadn't gotten injured the year that you were talking about, the year the Eagles won the Super Bowl, he would have won the MVP award. He was the runaway favorite, 11, 12 weeks into the season. And because he didn't finish it out, they just decided to give it to Brady. All the voters were like, well, there's no other clear-cut guy. Might as well give it to Tom Brady. I honestly would have still voted for Carson Wentz for the 12-game body of work that he put in. But, that's just me personally. And I love Brady, but Wentz was so good to start that season. More than halfway through the season. So, he just hasn't been the same guy since then. And it's been a few different types of injuries, too. That's the troubling thing. So, if he can stay healthy, and obviously the Colts have a good offensive line, but losing Anthony Costanzo doesn't help.
Yeah, that's true.
Regardless, they have a good wall in front of him. He's got all the pieces here, man. If he can just step in and be better than he was in Philly, Colts will be fine.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, he doesn't have to be Superman for the Colts to have success. It's a really good point. I feel like sometimes he tries to be Superman too and tries to do too much. So I think that's the Carson Wentz problem. That can you actually coach that out of him, where you just have to be smart in there, use your skills, kind of like Big Ben does. Don't do anything too crazy. Obviously you can move around the pocket a bit, but just be smarter. So we'll see if like Frank Reich can get him going again. I do agree. Like, if the Colts O-line regresses a little bit, it could be trouble, but it's definitely going to be a better situation than last year. So, but I said this to people too. Not much to go on in the stats here for the first Q guys. So no big deal. Juju has 2 catches, so that's nice. But, like Jalen Hurts came into that Eagles team and like his first game, he took 0 sacks.
Mm-hmm.
Like Carson Wentz had 30 sacks last year, and I can't remember how many games he had. I don't think they were all O-line related, if you're asking me. Like, I
when
think
it's that many sacks, it's not.
Yeah,
it can't.
Exactly, right? It's
especially when the next guy doesn't get sacked.
Yeah, right. So, again, I think part of the issue definitely Eagles regressing last year. There's no doubt about it, but I also think there's a Carson Wentz issue. So, man, this game, there's like no positive plays all of a sudden. A sack, a run for a loss. Anyways, we do have 2 pretty good defenses here, so maybe we shouldn't be shocked. But
Problem Kid Gaming asking if I still do underground rap battles. No, never was actually my thing, so you might have the wrong guy here.
Didn't you do a rap on the stream once? I think that's maybe why.
Maybe? I don't think so.
Was that you? Maybe it was.
I've done a lot of these things at this point.
Yeah.
But I think I
remember.
remember.
I may have done that at one point, Tom. I'm not going to lie. So
I think I'd remember it. But no, that doesn't ring a bell to me.
Yeah, Wentz also got Jonathan Taylor back there, looking down the stretch like a legit, one of the top 5 rushers in the NFL kind of thing. Wow, we're gonna get a Rivers. Oh yeah,
oh,
you knew that was gonna end bad, folks.
Yeah,
Rivers RPO decided to keep it, had a little open field, and then Phillip, instead of sliding, decided, I think I'll take it upfield. Although if we're doing the real Phillip Rivers voice, it was more like, I think I'm gonna take it upfield, Sonny. Didn't work out.
Dang, Nabbit.
Old man Phillip Rivers.
I'm gonna miss Phillip.
He was good. He was a competitor.
Just a goofy dude.
Just a guy you could not figure out how he threw the ball downfield either.
Yeah. How did that guy have such good arm strength for such a long time?
It's just his throwing motion is. I mean, it's legit ridiculous. Like
he threw the ball like Byung Kim.
I mean,
deep cuts Diamondbacks reference there.
Yeah, no, for sure. Oh man. Anyways, yeah, the Rivers, he's in the league for a while, man. It is gonna be weird not to have him in there.
Long time. He'll be in the Hall of Fame, right? You think he gets in?
I do. I think he's one of those guys who, I've said this before, like people don't have bad things to say about Phillip Rivers. Like, sure, didn't win a Super Bowl, MVP, no, but like, there's nothing that people think. They think about him. They're like, he was on good teams, he played well, he was competitive, his teams made the playoffs, he was a competitor. Juju kind of eating it up here, by the way. A couple more catches for him on this drive. Yeah, he's up to 4 already, over 50 yards, so keep an eye on that. But I just feel like, again, a lot of the Hall of Fame voting is popularity contest, it's political, and I think Phillip Rivers is sitting on the right side of that, with the media right now. So, and he's going to continue to, right? Because, again, this is the
he
guy
might go into TV. I could see him going into TV.
Totally. I'd much rather listen to Phillip Rivers than Drew Brees. I mean, nothing against Drew Brees. I mean,
no.
Sure.
Drew Brees is like a media-trained, robot, Phillip Rivers will actually say something, Yeah.
And maybe Drew Brees will end up being better than I think, but
I'm sort of with you on that. Yeah. I'm not – he's always been this way, very cookie cutter,
very
says
Captain
the right
America.
thing. Yeah. We'll see how that goes. He's just very likable. That's why all these networks wanted him. He's a big name,
Yeah.
It's the same reason why Peyton Manning probably gets overtures every offseason. And I know he does that show for ESPN, but all these networks want that guy in the booth.
Yeah, CEH in the chat makes a good point. Colts did re-sign Mack, brought back Naheem Hines. I mean, look, you need running back depth. And look, Ooh, I thought he was going to get the corner there, Jalen Samuels, but he got stuffed. You need running back depth, so I'm not shocked they brought back one of those guys. But, yeah, we'll have to see how it works out. Mac coming off a pretty serious injury. But I just can't see the Colts not giving Jonathan Taylor the rock next year. I don't care if Mack and Hines are there. I mean, there's a pretty clear talent gap there. I'm sure Frank Reich will figure that out. I do think you'll see them involved a little bit, but, like, you got to get Jonathan Taylor 20 touches a game at this point, and I think that's probably how it'll still play out. So, but, I mean, why did they bring them back? Again, it's running back, man. Like, you got to have...
Well, they're talented, too. I mean, they have value.
Yeah, Mack's not terrible. Absolutely. I like Marlon Mack before he got injured.
Yeah.
I just like Jonathan Taylor a lot more. So
Right. He's clearly a one back in this league. Roland Catet, I think is how you pronounce that, says, hashtag too soon to mention Drew Brees after Ducey's rant. Do you know anything about this, Moose? Anyone on our production staff know what he's talking about here? Was there an anti-Drew Brees rant from Ducey?
No, maybe Tom's going to give us maybe in the chat here. Looks like he's typing vigorously, so we'll see.
Just getting question marks. I like it. Apparently there was an anti-Drew Brees rant of some type from Ducey. I don't know what you can say negatively about that guy other than that he didn't win in the postseason.
Yeah, completely right. And I mean, you can say that about a lot of quarterbacks. So. I think with Drew Brees too is this little slant over the middle. I think with Drew Brees too is you're getting a guy who really maximized. Like he was never like the biggest dude. Obviously, he had a lot of doubters coming out. He dealt with injuries early in his career. So, I mean, does he get? I don't even think he's a guy who gets like overrated. Like I think Drew Brees was just a really good quarterback for a long time. And you can make arguments like, well, he doesn't deserve to be involved. With the top of those guys, but like how you can't really downgrade him much off of guys like Brady and stuff like that either. So and Peyton.
So we're getting a few different updates here on this Breeze rant from Ducey. Our man TP saying that he had a rant about this a couple days ago about how he really didn't want Breeze as a commentator like Romo, but we did agree he would be a good analyst.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. So like a studio analyst, Drew Brees would be a lot better than in the booth. I agree with that. And then a lot of people on YouTube saying that Ducey was mad about which day of the week Brees retired on.
I think
he did retire on a Sunday officially. That is sort of annoying.
I think he did it though because it was like 15 years to the day he became a Saint or something.
Yeah, no, it was cool. Yeah, and I guess it doesn't matter when the dude retires. Like,
of course it doesn't.
Who cares?
I would assume Ducey was joking, but you never know with Kenny. So, anyways.
What a clown. He retired on a Sunday.
Can't believe it. February 28th.
Forcing all us media folk to whip out the laptop and work on a weekend.
Should have waited till a leap year. Done it right.
Should have retired on a Monday.
All right, we're going to get a touchdown before half. Minute 20. Colts 2 timeouts. They're at midfield. Team Hines there on the catch.
You know, when Rossi and I did the Chargers Mount Rushmore within the last month or so, he didn't allow me to have Phillip Rivers on the Mount Rushmore for the Chargers.
For the Chargers?
Yes.
Just for the Chargers on as far as their best players on their team?
So we did. So every time Rossi and I do a sim together during the offseason, we do the Mount Rushmore for either like both teams or one of the teams, depending on if we've done them before. And the Chargers were up. And our Mount Rushmore ended up being Kellen Winslow Sr., we had Junior Seau and LaDainian Tomlinson. Those were the 3 locks. And then he
between Fouts and Rivers.
Well, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
But he wanted Antonio Gates on there, who was great. Don't get me wrong. But I had both Rivers and Fouts ahead of Antonio Gates. But whenever it's a close call like that and we can't decide, we leave it up to the chat. And for whatever reason, the chat was very pro Antonio Gates that day. So our official Chargers Mount Rushmore has Antonio Gates on it over both Phillip Rivers, who's 5th all-time in passing touchdowns and 5th all-time in passing yards, ahead of, and also Dan Fouts, who was like one of the greatest passers of all time when he retired. Was a MVP candidate for like a decade plus. Maybe not that long, but regardless, Dan Fouts was amazing. But Antonio Gates, who was great, but no, Fouts never won a Super Bowl. Chargers have never won.
Yeah, that's what I thought that was correct. But I'm double check.
Yeah.
So we had Seau, and I agree, Seau's got to be on there.
Seau, Tomlinson, and Kellen Winslow Sr.
Kellen Winslow Sr. is interesting.
I mean, a lot of people throw him in the GOAT tight end conversation. He was sort of the first modern day catching the ball tight end. And I know there's been more iterations of that guy as time has progressed. Tony Gonzalez really even took it to the next level. And now we have guys like Gronk and Kelsey, et cetera. But Kellen Winslow Sr. was like the first real, this dude can play receiver.
He was real good. Him and Gates were both real good. Like I don't discount that, but I would put Fouts and Rivers on there over those two guys. I'm like 90% sure. I'd have to maybe go back and look at Winslow's stats and stuff, but just from what I'm remembering, and I completely agree. Like the dude could easily get on there, but I'd probably
Gates was amazing. If there was a top 10, he's obviously in there, right? But we're talking top 4.
Yeah, I think you got to give it to the QBs. I don't know. Maybe it's a bad take, but
you would put both QBs over both tight ends?
I think I would.
Yeah. I'm totally there.
Close one. That's a real close one. Like that's a tough one.
It's a tough Mount Rushmore because those guys you can make a strong case for.
Yeah, I'm sure. Rossi had a pretty good. Reason for wanting Winslow.
Winslow, we both agreed on. Gates was the one that I thought needed to be replaced with at least one of those two quarterbacks.
It's pretty hard to leave Fouts and Rivers off. Like you kind of got it.
Right?
Like those are their two premier quarterbacks.
Yeah, and my argument was quarterback is the most important position in football.
Well, and
they have two guys. Yes.
Yeah, he's in the Hall of Fame, isn't he? Yeah. So
you got
as a Hall of Fame quarterback,
right. You got to have at least one of these quarterbacks on the list.
I would tend to agree,
but unfortunately, I was outruled.
See, I wouldn't even want to do this with these two teams. There's too many Steelers to think about.
Oh, so we did the Steelers. It was incredibly difficult.
Yeah, it would wreck my mind. Like I don't.
And because we also consider like coaches and owners and GMs too. So we have Art Rooney on here. We had Chuck Noll. We went with Mean Joe Green, and then I believe we had Franco Harris. That was our 4. And you could make 3 different Mount Rushmores for the Steelers, maybe even more.
Like I'd probably try and get Troy Polamalu on the first one. I just feel like he was like, potentially the best safety ever. So there was a case made for him.
I think Rossi made the case.
You can make cases for like probably 3 other guys on there as well. So
it's crazy. I mean, Bradshaw didn't even come up in the conversation.
Well, and I'll say this: the Steelers are one of those teams where, like, I know they got Bradshaw and Ben, like. I wouldn't have a problem leaving the quarterbacks off on a Steelers.
Yeah, we didn't. We did not have either quarterback on there. But I mean, the list goes on and on. Hines Ward, Jerome Bettis. I mean, generation after generation, you could make a legit awesome Mount Rushmore for this team. And then the Colts were a little bit easier. We had Unitas, we had Peyton Manning, Marvin Harrison, and John Mackey. Those were the 4 we settled on.
Lance Allworth is a great call for the Steelers or the Chargers too. Excuse me.
He was in the talks for sure, but we ended up discounting him a bit because he did play in the AFL, so it was a lesser competition, right? There was only 10 teams in the AFL, and the game was just different back then. And look, he was one of the first really good receivers Yeah,
but
Allworth was a beast, Lance Allworth.
But being a really good receiver back then is different than being a really good receiver in the modern game, you know?
Yep. Another Boswell kick here, folks. This game is just, it's flying by, and we're getting a lot of kicks. So if you like kicking and you rostered Chris Boswell like I did.
Yeah, good for you, man.
What am I in? I was in 16th last time I checked. I'm in 5th. So Chris Boswell just carrying me 10.1%.
I was going to say.
Oh, no, Tommy, I'm in 1st.
Oh!
First place, right up there. I got Juju in the captain spot. Chris Boswell, 10% owned. I got Paris Campbell's got on a catch. Ebron, actually 4 catches. So it's been all Ebron and Smith, my 2 pass catchers. And I got Naheem Hines as well. So, yeah, I'm your leading lineup. That's
Cookie saying that we did not mention Lance Allworth. That is not true. Go back, check the tape. We did mention him.
Maybe he was just talking about tonight.
Maybe he's talking about right now. Yeah, good call. Justin Cravens, our friend from Louisville Slugger, asking to see the bat at halftime. Jeff, I assume you've heard about this bat.
I saw this thing. This is insane.
Look at this.
Who said it to you again? I completely
So Justin Cravens over on the chat sent over this amazing custom bat from Louisville Slugger. I'll give you the slow pan for those that haven't seen it. A lot of people probably have at this point because I have been on the sim a bunch of times over the last few days here, but got this sick custom bat. But Justin's watching and he made the bat for me, so I'm gonna show it for him.
It's completely sick, man. It's
thing's
amazing.
sick. We love it. Koff got his in the mail the other day, so we both had the bats out on the previous sim. It was a good time.
All right. That's a beauty. Let's talk about some stats here. We can get it up. There we go. Connor not doing much on the ground. Mac, 27 yards. Neither QB, a ton of passing yards, obviously. Jalen Samuels, 4 catches, 22 yards. Juju Smith-Schuster, 4 catches, 51 yards. Ebron, 4 catches, 55 yards. T.Y., 3 catches, 28. Hines, 3 catches, 20 yards. Those are your leaders, folks. No touchdowns yet. Not much passing going on. Not much running going on either. Bunch of sacks on either side. So close game. Still a 1-score game. Maybe we will get a touchdown at some point, Tom. Maybe
2 really good teams, and yet we still have not seen a tud from either one. But like you mentioned earlier, 2 good defenses.
Good defense. It's true. Like there's a lot of talent on both sides of the ball. So it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, the Steelers haven't really signed anyone in their backfield. I thought they might go after someone like a free agent, like a Kenyon Drake or something. There's still time. They could still pick someone up, but it'll be interesting to see what they do. They still do have Jalen Samuels, I think, under contract, and they still have McFarland, who they drafted last year, and Benny Snell. So maybe they'll just go with those guys. I mean, I definitely don't mind the idea of going with a low investment RB, but just something to bring up, see how they end up next year.
Bruiser B asking if I've bought a bat case. No, I have not, but I think I'm going to buy a bat stand, like one of those tea type things. Sort of keep it up like this, sort of one on the front end, one on the back end, prop it up.
It's a beauty. Absolute beauty. She's a beaut.
Gorgeous.
Right. Second half fun, folks. Like I said, not many points. I'm in the lead right now. That's how few points there are. That's how bad the sim is going. I'm winning.
Yeah, but you have a kicker, man. I mean,
I know.
Dominating. You went full Rossi here.
It's true. Barely play the kickers, so finally paying off for me. Philip Lindsay already signed there in the chat. He signed with Texans.
Yep, Houston. Yeah, I'll be curious to see how Philip Lindsay's career ends up. Looked great his rookie year, but maybe that was his athletic peak. Some of these guys that come out and flash that are undrafted dudes, they're really good early in their career and then you just don't hear from them. We've seen it happen, especially at the running back position.
I think Lindsey's pretty talented dude. Obviously, came in as a free undrafted free agent. A little bit of injury issues. I think the Broncos haven't. They brought in Melvin
Smaller
Gordon.
guy.
Yeah, smaller guy, so better working as a tandem. But I like his skill set. Because he can run kind of a little bit in between the tackles too.
Totally, and he can catch the ball.
Very good as the pass catcher too. So maybe he'll get some chances. He definitely could be an interesting fantasy play next year. I know there's a lot of bodies in Houston, but I'm not sure how much David Johnson has left necessarily, and David Johnson also gets injured quite a bit. So
always injured. Just a quick reminder: one of the worst trades in the history of football.
It was pretty bad. Yeah, still not sure what was going on there.
I don't think we'll ever know.
No. The Texans just going to finish last. If you had to, they made a bunch of signings. No one really good though, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
If I had to, make a pick right now, who would be finishing last place in that division, I would say the Texans.
Yeah. Yeah.
Devoid of talent, dealing with a lot of off the field problems, bad recipe, first year head coach.
Yeah.
Not good. I think it'll be bad.
Certainly won't have Deshaun Watson. So, I agree. It's hard to see anything that comes of it. Maybe you get a group of guys and they come together or something and outperform their sort of pay grade, so to speak. But I think the only thing they have going for them is their division isn't that good. The Colts definitely a quality team.
Titans are hit or miss.
Quick hitter over the middle. Jacksonville, I like the moves Jacksonville made this offseason, just from bringing in Urban Meyer. Obviously, they're going to get the first pick, so massive upgrade there. I think the Marvin Jones signing is fine. There was talk they were going to move DJ Chark, but who knows? If they go with Chark and Jones, I think that's a good combo. Brought in a little depth at running back. I don't think anything they did was outrageous or even bad, though. And just adding Trevor Lawrence and having Urban Meyer there. I think Urban Meyer is a guy who he just wins, it sounds bad. He's got a little bit of Belichick in him. It feels like, maybe he's not the nouveau kind of coach, the flashy guy, but he just knows kind of how to build winners, and he's kind of done it his whole career. So I actually think that move could work out really well for Jacksonville. But obviously having Lawrence helps, but oh my God,
I'm very curious to see what he does at this level.
It definitely, again, one of those things that's kind of going under the radar because everyone's talking about Lawrence and other teams, but that is going to be an interesting situation there in Jacksonville to see Urban Meyer, one of the more celebrated college head coaches, legitimately trying to make it now in the pros. We'll see how that goes.
And I think a lot of people have said Urban Meyer, he always runs his program like a pro system. Mm-hmm. And I've always found that to be interesting because it's not like Urban Meyer came from the NFL, right? He's been a career college head coach. So, does he run his system like a pro system? I know he has a lot of pro players in the league. Florida and Ohio State were factories for, the entirety of his tenure at both schools. Obviously, Alex Smith at Utah. Those Utah teams were good too, had a lot of NFL talent. So, I don't know. If you have NFL talent on your college rosters, does that automatically mean that you run a pro-style program? I don't think so. The last time I checked, Tim Tebow's college offense didn't necessarily work out for him all that well in the NFL, right? He was one of the most dominant quarterbacks in the history of the SEC and college football, and then it gets the NFL. Oh, wait, you can't really throw the ball consistently. So that's going to be a problem. So I'm not ready to crown him, but I'm certainly fascinated to see how it all plays out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting situation to watch. See a couple of questions in the chat. Somebody wants me to turn off the stink button on this game. There is no stink button. It's just stinking itself. Roland wants to be an American hockey player's Mount Rushmore. That's an interesting one.
Ooh, American-born hockey players.
Think about that. First guy that comes to mind is Mike Modano.
That was the first name I was going to say.
Get in there? No, it doesn't look like it. Marlon Mack came up short. So, wow, that was a turnover. That was fourth down. I thought it was third down. Okay, Steelers ball. And, I thought, wow. Oh, okay. I thought James Conner was going to break it there because he was gone there. That could have been a 99-yarder. But, anyways, nice rush. That was a quick turn of events there, folks, as I was finally catching up on the chat. And the Colts decided to turn the ball over. So, we cannot get a touchdown in this game. There's no way.
We can't. It's not. They're not letting us
The
have a
stink bomb is
touchdown
locked.
here.
It was absolutely locked.
Is Patrick Kane on that list, even though he's a little bit younger?
Yeah, I think Patrick Kane is already on the list.
Yeah, I think so too. So that's
I'm just,
two.
Comparing him to guys like you got guys like a Zach Parise, like Phil Kessel. Kane's better than those guys.
I think he might be. I think he's almost a lock.
Yeah, at this point in his career, I think it's pretty safe to say. Brett Hull, this is I should know this. Brett Hull wasn't born in America, was he?
Brett Hull's not. If he was, he'd be number one.
Yeah, he'd be on there for sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
So we got two that are locks. I'd say
those guys are locks, Modano but there's a lot of other names. Like there's some really good defensemen, like Chris Chelios,
Brian Leach. Yep.
Mike Richter as a goalie, I'm pretty sure was American. Yeah, he was. God,
I think how high would you rank Austin Matthews already?
Yeah, I know it's tough. You can't put him on right now, but 5 years from now, he'll probably be a lock, right?
Yeah.
You could leave a space open for him. I think Chelios has to be on there.
His staying power was crazy. So those are three
for a while. And even when he wasn't like elite, he was good. It's kind of like the Frank Gore thing. I think you ought to get him on there.
So that's three. And then what about Pat LaFontaine?
Pat LaFontaine was hell of talented. I really like that guy. Ooh, there's a nice catch over the top there. Looked like T.Y. Colts getting the ball right back, moving it at least. They're moving the ball. They're just not scoring. He's hella talented. I don't think you could put him there because he did have some injury issues that kind of kept him out for a while. So, going up against guys like Kessel and stuff like that, I don't think I'd put him in there in the last spot. That last spot's interesting.
What about Keith Kachuk?
Oh, Keith Kachuk. That's a good one.
Big Walt.
At this point, you could probably go with Kachuk as your fourth.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a bad choice. But there's a ton of names you could kind of consider there. Pretty sure Kachuk, though, like a 500-goal scorer, if I remember correctly. I got a fumble. Pittsburgh got it back. You going to go get a defensive score? No. TJ Watt. Not sure if TJ Watt made the hit, but he got the fumble.
So Kachuk spent much of his career here in St. Louis. So I've done this segment on the radio before. Why isn't Keith Kachuk in the Hockey Hall of Fame? And it's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. He's in the American Hockey Hall of Fame. But his resume certainly should have him in Toronto. Maybe one of these slow years they'll get him in. As his kids both continue to be great in the NHL, that only helps his Hall of Fame case in a weird way, I think, because it just keeps his name out there. But I think Keith Kachuk eventually gets in Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, 538 goals. Here's the case against him, I guess. Kind of a one-dimensional player, less than a point per game player. Don't think he ever won the Stanley Cup, which again, I don't think is a big deal. I don't think should really be like a huge determining factor in the Hall of Fame status.
It shouldn't keep you out, I don't think.
Exactly, right? But unfortunately it is. So in the Hockey Hall of Fame it can be a little bit more finicky than some other sports. So that's pretty much what's keeping him out. I also think his era. I don't know. I shouldn't say that. He kind of, I think he was in the dead puck era for a bit. So his numbers are pretty solid. like for when he played. So I don't
A
know.
lot of love
really
for Brian Leach here on the YouTube chat, though.
Brian Leach was really good. Like I'd almost say just put Chelios and Leach in. Like I think if you're talking pure hockey player, Leach is probably better than Tkachuk, but it's a 500 goal scorer. Like, you know, there's not too many American 500 goal scorers. So anyways, that was an interesting question. I'd go Modano, Chelios.
He's the obvious one. Chelios, Kane, and then we're going Brian Leach.
Patrick Kane. And then I think for me, I would go Leach over Tkachuk. But like I said, that last spot, it's definitely up for debate, 100%.
I love it. I love these conversations.
Consider like Mike Richter there. Like, I mean, he was a really good goalie for a while. So I don't know. Anyways. TY, 5 for 75. Samuel's up to 5 receptions. Use Samuels. You're in a good spot too. Juju stuck at 4 catches. That's not going to help me. I need more Juju. Naheem Hines, 4 catches now. Ebron still stuck at 4. Campbell stuck at 4 catches. Vance make him dance. Caught 1 for 12 yards. So, I mean, look, this one is, it's just, you know, we got to answer the question. Are we going to get a touchdown or not?
It's a slog here, man.
I don't think we're going to get a touchdown.
No, at this point, I don't want there to be a touchdown. I want the Boz to keep kicking field goals. Give me 5 for 5 from the Boz. That's what I want.
5 for 5? I mean, I would not hate that. It's 10% out, so not many people use them, though. Just reading the chat here.
That's what I'm rooting for.
We got a Phil Housley mention. He was good for a while. I think I'd put Leach above Housley, though. So, again, hard to make that argument. But, yeah. This one is rough for scoring, folks. You need the kickers. Absolutely. Oh! Jalen Samuels you might need, too. He's got 5 catches. Now a big run. So Jalen Samuels pounding up the leaderboard here for people. Leading lineup, I'm no longer in first, so that's pretty sad. The leading lineup does have Samuels, 23% owned in the free roll. Got Naheem Hines in the captain spot. But, like, the leading lineup has 12 points in the captain spot, so this is definitely one of the lowest scoring sims.
I think the Boz is my early favorite here for the wooden nickel.
Oh, it's got to be. Ebron, finally getting some more Ebron action, but stops short. So we're at the 10. I feel like we have been in the, like, it's not like they haven't been in the red zone in this game either. We have been in the red zone, Tom. We just, like, there's an invisible force field around the end zones tonight.
It's been insane, man. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, is he going to get there? Nope, not yet. First down, though. Okay, folks, here it comes. They're going to have 3, probably 4 cracks at it from the 1.
Kareem asking, what team is that hat, Tom? It is a plain black hat. No team.
The Black Hats.
Generic black hat.
The Springfield Black Hats.
Is that a squad?
No.
Oh, the fullback
action!
Wow. Did not see that coming. Less than 1% ownership here, I guarantee you. Wow.
Watt. Not TJ. What's his first name? Let's call him Nick Watt.
Here we go.
I forget.
Going for 2 here.
Forget it?
That would be Derek Watt, by the way.
Derek Watt. Okay, that's what I was looking up as the play was going on. They didn't get the 2-pointer.
He is J.J. Watt's older brother.
That's right. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Duh. Okay.
So he's in those Subway commercials, if you look hard enough.
So we've had 1 touchdown. It is to a guy who never touches the ball, probably 0.0001% owned. And it's really just a perfect cap to the sim, getting Derek Watt to score the touchdown.
Incredible. Incredible stuff here. That is the sim gods telling us they did not want a high-scoring game.
All right. Down by 12. We can get a response from the Colts. We can get 2 touchdowns, make this a real wild, wacky affair.
Nah, give me some Blankenship here. That's what I want. Give me Blankenship. I want kickers. All in on the low-scoring affair now. I want a fullback touchdown to be our only touchdown.
Blankenship has been moored to the dock here. Definitely already missed one bad field goal, so or one long field goal. So we'll see. Colts need to go for touchdowns here, though, so they'll probably just be going for it, anyways.
Plenty of time.
Shotgun. T.Y.'s been showing up. T.Y. still hasn't signed with anyone either, has he?
Weird. He's probably looking for big money. He had a down year.
Yeah.
But it's weird that A.J. Green gets paid and signed somewhere before T.Y. Hilton.
It really is. I mean, I don't know about that A.J. Green thing. Like, do you really need... I don't know. We'll see. Maybe A.J. Green has something left. And
I just don't believe in what he has left in the tank.
No, I'm kind of in agreement with you. Like, I would rather have T.Y. Hilton. So kind of surprised, but I don't think A.J. Green got a ton of money either. So you could be right. Like, T.Y.'s kind of looking for a bit more of a payday. Green Bay would be nice. Not going to lie. I think that'd be an interesting spot for him. I haven't heard the Packers linked to him at all, though, and certainly they seem to be allergic to wide receivers. So one name out there still, though.
Come on over to New England, baby.
Does New England need more? They don't need more.
They'll take T.Y. Hilton.
Yeah, but they can't spend any more on wide receivers. They got Aguilar. They got...
Cut him. They'll take T.Y. over both of those clowns. No disrespect to Kendrick Bourne. Aguilar, not sold completely on it yet.
Yeah, they did pay a lot for Aguilar, but the contract isn't that bad, I would say, just from like a salary cap standpoint. But they paid him. They did. They definitely overpaid him. So I do think Aguilar was pretty good last year. Like I think people are kind of sleeping on how good he was, and I'm not saying that the Patriots got a deal or anything, but I think you could be pleasantly surprised if you're a Patriots fan. He looked pretty solid last year. You know, he played over Henry Ruggs a lot.
I know he's good down the field, but my issue is Cam Newton can't throw down the field.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like,
it's a problem. They got him a receiver that doesn't fit his strength.
Yeah. Ooh, the spin move there. Trey Burton on another catch. So Colts are moving. We are in Blankenship range.
Untie it from the dock. Set sail.
Yep. T.Y. could be a steal for sure. Pats bring back Antonio Brown. Don't think
that's not happening.
Don't think there's a chance that's going to happen. Fortunately,
is he under contract with Tampa or is he a free agent?
Free agent.
That I don't know. Okay, and he obviously hasn't signed anywhere. We would have seen that.
Yeah, he hasn't signed. I think that the market for Antonio Brown is very slim.
Limited. I feel like he's probably looking for a big payday because he did have nice moments this past season. But I venture to guess that he ends up in Tampa on a team-friendly deal.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. Although, I mean, like, quite frankly, if I was Tampa, that's the one guy I'd be okay not bringing back. They drafted Tyler Johnson.
Maximized the potential.
Yeah. You know, they got Scotty Miller and Tyler Johnson there too as like other guys. So they already signed Chris Godwin. We were going through this the other day as potential landing spots for Brown.
AB.
Philly might make some sense. There was another spot. Oh, I can't remember off the top of my head.
Here's the thing with AB though, like he's clearly not the best dude to have in a locker room or a part of an organization unless he has seemingly a guy like Tom Brady to whip him into shape, you know?
For sure. Yeah, absolutely, man. No, if he's out there running the sidelines kind of thing, that's not good for your team. Where was the spot I kind of thought was interesting for him? I can't remember off the top of my head now. Maybe it was Philly. Maybe that was the one. They're definitely receiver starved in Philly. But you get the idea in Philly too. a young quarterback. Do you really want Antonio Brown, trying to run over your young quarterback there? I don't think that'd be a good situation. So
yeah, I just feel like he needs to be somewhere where
Oh yeah, he's not.
He has guidance.
He defers to someone. Oh,
where he
caught it.
He looks to a leader. There you go. There's a tud.
Zachary Pascal. Congratulations to us. Congratulations to everybody. We got a passing touchdown by an actual offensive player tonight. Congrats. And this is going to bring the game back to within. They're going to kick the extra point. Yeah, keep within 5. Makes sense. So that's going to change things. An actual touchdown. Again, I mean, you can go from 0 to hero here pretty quickly if you had Pascal and the captain or something. Pascal only 5.4% owned in that free roll, 23.3% owned overall. Yeah, Antonio Brown. There was somewhere else I thought might be interesting.
Wow, TP
Bears.
in part of our production team here went from 59th to 8th.
Oof.
Big jump.
Nice.
Again, Bears make sense, right? Because they need help at receiver, but at the same time, do we think that AB goes to Chicago and behaves with Andy Dalton as the guy running the ship?
Yeah.
No?
It's tough to say.
I almost feel like Pittsburgh is a good fit, right? A reunion with Pittsburgh here?
Wow, they brought back Juju. I think that ship sailed.
I'm just trying to think of places with veteran quarterbacks here.
Oh, I know what it was. It was Baltimore.
Baltimore would be a cool fit. Would be up there with his cousin. Seattle would be interesting.
Seattle actually could be interesting. That's true. He's definitely got some length to Russ. Maybe the Seahawks bring him in to try and placate that issue. I don't know. It definitely wouldn't. I think it would really bolster the Seahawks. They'd have to change their philosophies a bit, and I don't know if that's going to happen. But
you mean actually let Russell Wilson win them ball games?
Yeah, exactly right. So
I like the Seattle fit. I'm now convincing myself that's the move.
I think that's definitely on the table. I think Seattle and Baltimore, just from sitting back and looking at the teams and how they're built, those two places make the most sense. Baltimore obviously, but in both those teams, I think would be attractive for Antonio Brown. Both those teams, obviously playoff teams, could have the potential to win again. So
let's see where the old lineup sits. I'm in 87th.
87th, eh? I'm in 34th. So I've taken a pretty big fall here, folks. I'm not going to lie. Maybe I got a little bit too cocksure around halftime. I thought Boswell was just going to keep kicking field goals every 5 minutes. Hasn't happened though. I need a Juju Smith-Schuster big touchdown. But Colts out of timeouts, 3rd and 1. It's pretty much ball game right here if they convert. What you gonna do, Ben? Drop back and pass, and we're gonna give it to Connor. He's gonna bust up the middle. Bust, boom, boom. That's gonna be it. Ain't no more timeouts. We need a couple kneel downs here, most likely, and that'll be it. So, I mean, the good thing about this game is it kind of went quick. The bad thing is there really wasn't much to talk about.
Yeah, it stunk.
It stunk. The stink button was fully on. Not gonna
TP,
lie.
What about Indy as a spot for Antonio Brown? Yeah, I think that could work. Obviously, TY's not there anymore. Looking for another speedster.
Good point. They're a little bit thinner. I mean, I think Pittman's going to take a step up, but they'll get Paris Campbell back, but maybe they don't want to rely on a guy coming off a major injury either, right? So it could happen. I mean, Indy could feel like they're close. It puts them over the top. It's got to get a contract somewhere. I mean, I'm pretty sure he will. Someone will probably give him a contract. So, anywho, yeah, I think people like your Seattle suggestion as well.
I think that works. By the way, if you're interested in basketball, the University of Southern California up by 19 on Kansas. Kansas University.
Wow. What are they ranked?
6 seed, 3 seed.
Okay. It's a bit of an upset brewing there. So
still plenty of time left, but that's a lot of points.
That is a lot of points, even for college. So, anywho, that's going to do it for this one, folks. Thanks for tuning in and stuff. We'll go through the stats. There's not much to go through. Rivers threw the only touchdown, 252 yards. He actually got up there in yards. Like I said, they were moving the ball all sim, but turnovers, ridiculous stuff going on at the goal line. Ben only had 184, so he didn't do much. Let's see what the winning lineup is quickly. Winning lineup in the free showdown. Greg Gers with 79 points. 79 points won the free roll. T.Y. and the captain. T.Y. had 6 catches, 84 yards, actually. So I believe he was like the leading receiver. Didn't catch the touchdown, though. Juju, Ebron, both around 50 yards. Pascal had the only touchdown, 4 catches, 38 yards. And then Paris Campbell was the other guy. Old Gregors here had in the winning lineup 6 receptions, 60 yards. He did have a fumble though, but he had 11 points. So, anyways, not much else going on the ground.
I'm at a total loss here.
I mean, this is I don't even have.
Is it Ty? Let me see the receiving stats if we could, please.
I think Ty is fine. He had 6 for 84.
I think that has to be the guy, right? I mean.
Points. He had 14 points, and that's over his sim average. I think the only other guy you could look to would be a guy like Jalen Samuels at like 11 points. But I'd probably just give it to T.Y.
Here you go. T.Y. Hilton, congratulations. If you're ever in St. Louis, that's a free ice cream cone at Lions Choice Roast Beef.
Trying to get him over to sign with the St. Louis. Oh, there's no football team.
Oh, Battlehawks 2022 XFL.
Battlehawks.
Caw-caw.
Are you a hawk? I'm a Battlehawk.
Love the Battlehawks.
All right. The babysitter Billy. I mean, we could just pick everyone for this. But
yeah, just all tied. Every position player tied for babysitter Billy award. Not my kids, not my problems.
Okay. There you go. All right. So that's Tom Carroll. I'm Geoff Ulrich. Let's get you through the schedule quickly for tomorrow that I do not have up on my screen. Hopefully my producers have thrown it, and they have. They're always one step ahead of me.
That's why they're the
tomorrow,
best.
We got 6 sims coming at you. I will not be on them. Tom actually will not be on them either. At 12 Eastern, we have Washington at Cleveland with Emerson Lazio, and Christian DeAndrea coming at you at 12 Eastern. 2, we got the Falcons at the Dolphins, Kaufman and Zach. 4, we got Cardinals at Chiefs, also Kaufman and Zach. 6 p.m. Eastern, we got the Rams at the Texans. We got Rossi. We got Kenny. Rossi's favorite time talking to Kenny. That's going to be a ton of fun. 8 p.m. Eastern, Raiders at Bucks. We got Glash and Rossi. And then at 10 p.m. Eastern, we got the Lions at the Patriots. Glasheen and Brendan Christel bringing you home tomorrow. So that's the schedule for Tuesday, guys. Thank you very much for tuning in. And also, do not forget, PGA Talk. I'll be there. I think Reed is back from his big, Hollywood trip with stuff with Bryson and getting filmed on commercials. Well, I just watch on Twitter and all the fun happening. Anyways, after the 12 p.m. Eastern sim, after the 2 p.m. Eastern sim, we got the golf chat on in between the 2 and the 4. Make sure you tune in. PGA Live before lock tomorrow, Tuesday. Be there. I'll tweet it out. Give me a follow on at the Fantasy Grind. Give Tom a follow on his Twitter. I can't remember what it is.
At your boy TC Fresh. YABOITC Fresh.
And folks, get yourselves to bed and have a good sleep. You got a long week ahead of you. There's more Man Sims tomorrow. I'm Jeff. He's Tom. We'll see you again later.